attended his funeral. Biko's fame spread posthumously. He became one of the earliest icons of the movement against apartheid and is regarded as a political martyr and the father of black consciousness. His political legacy remains a matter of contention.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Your voice to be heard. Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the
Good morning, Nigeria. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and welcome you to the VOP edition, the midweek edition of VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. And you know how we say in our world, bad news is good news. So we have lined up good news for you this morning. Nnamdi Kanu loses prison transfer bid as lawyer quits over his alleged interference. Governor Soludo's closure of Onitsha Main Market triggers spontaneous Biafra protest as traders confront armed security agents. FCT workers defy court order, Dame Wike amid threats of sanctions over continuous protests. Now, these are the major topics of discussion. We also have other interesting trending stories.
All right, welcome to the show. That's it. And I am Moses Humphrey.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us today. My name is Jane.
All right, then. So now let's talk about some of the things that Nigerians are talking about. Now, the President Bola Tinubu, briefly stumbled on Tuesday during a ceremonial march past organized by his reception at the parade ground in Turkey. The incident occurred as the President joined the Guard of Honor, drawing momentary attention before the program continued without disruption. A video posted on X by Turkish digital news platform Nefes Gazetesi shows President Tinubu walking alongside his Turkish counterpart, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, before he stumbled to the ground, while he was quickly assisted by the Secret Service. Meanwhile, the presidency has reassured Nigerians that President Bola Tinubu is in good health and fully engaged in official duties during his ongoing state visit to Turkey, dismissing concerns sparked by the near fall. Addressing reports that trended online, the presidency clarified that the incident occurred not because of any health issue, but as a result of a poorly laid carpet at the venue. Oh well, as far as I am concerned, things like this happen. I don't think it's anything to fuss over. You know, one can trip and fall. So it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a big deal, and I don't think it's anything that we should focus on and happen to. But I think the president looked tired at that. When you see him, I mean, there was another video of him marching, walking along. He looked tired. Now, this is, he traveled that distance and then went into the ceremonial guard and the rest of them. It's a lot, to be honest. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. So, if the president is tired, you can tell Nigerians that, look, the president is tired. He needs rest. If he needs rest, he should take some rest. Take a day off. Take a day off whatever activity. Rest 2 days if he wants to, and then get back to active work. But the need and desire to quickly come and dispute news and say it becomes a little too much. As far as I'm concerned, the man is tired. He needs to rest. He should get some rest. If it involves well, I would say he rests in Nigeria, not abroad, because if he goes abroad, we start to argue what he's doing there. We start to talk about where he is, what he's doing there, so he can go to Obudu, Kakato Ranch, and get some rest. Or better still, somewhere in Eco-Atlantic there, away from the blaring of cars, the honking of cars and noise, and get some rest, and then can get back to work. That's my point on this.
Well, you have made too many points here. Well, presidents do fall, human beings do fall. It is a natural thing.
Yes.
It could happen to anybody at any time. But for the presidency trying to explain it away, it makes it more ridiculous, than it shouldn't even be. They said it was poorly laid carpet. He wasn't the only one that passed through that poorly laid carpet, And if you watch closely, at the video, you discover that at some point the president started easing out. What I mean by easing out is that he started losing some kind of pace, and he started gravitating to the right. When even his host was going to the left, he was, at that point he became dizzy at that point and had started losing it. That is the truth of the matter. Joe Biden did fall. Presidents, it happens. You see presidents, delivering speeches, keynote addresses, and all of that, and all of a sudden they take a fall. White House press secretary the other time, in which administration, fell too. So these things happen. But the issue of it is that if you look deeper, truth to be told, except you want to continue to live in self-denial that these things are not happening, Moses says that the presidents need to take a day of rest. The president just came back from a working visit. A working visit. No, the president just came back from a holiday, not working visit. The Dubai, the UAE Sustainability Summit was just for like 2 days. But it had been away for like 17 days or so, So he's been resting. And if he wants to rest, he can also rest in... the president can spare us all of these embarrassments. He can even spare himself this kind of embarrassment. He's a hard-working president, I must admit. He's everywhere, He's a man about town. He's in Brazil, he's in France, he's in UAE, he's in China, And some people have described him as Nigeria's foreign-based president. I don't know what that means. Because president spends... Out of how many days that we have had this year, the president has just been around for 9 days, and off he goes again. So those things could be, exhaustion will simply set in, at some point. So, but the truth is that beneath in all of this, I think the president, needs, I don't know how to put it, but it's like the exhaustion is not coming from, the normal activities of governance. I think it's coming from a background of health, So, like I said, it's normal.
It's normal. It's normal, but let's also not ignore the underlying factor in all of this, and it's that trust. In saner climes, when things like this happen, people just move on because there's there's a healthy communication between the the government and the people. When Biden had to leave office for a surgery, they actually told Americans what he was going to be operated on.
And he even handed over power to Kamala Harris.
But in the history of Nigerian democracy, you have never, and I'm not sure we're going to see that in a hurry, where a president has to be on sick leave or annual leave and hand over to his deputy.
Buhari did.
Okay,
he did. Hand over
okay, he did. But I missed a lot of controversies and co. So for me, I think the deeper issue here is trust, because you see the way the presidency had to quickly debunk it, that it was poorly made. Oh yes, but you know that I really feel for his handlers because they spend a lot of time, debunking.
You know why they spend a lot of time debunking things? Because one thing about a lie is that if you tell one lie,
you have to
need
keep,
another lie to support the lie that you told today. They don't know how to handle this.
And Nigerians are not stupid. That's the thing.
Nigerians are not stupid.
We are not docile. So it's just unfortunate.
Quite unfortunate.
It's a breakdown of trust. There's no trust in the government. That's why things like this make the front page news.
If you ask me, I think the president, like Moses said, and I align my thoughts with him, the president needs more rest in all of that. Anyway, let's move away from the president's fall and talk about protesters, people that have protested again on the ban on alcohol sachets and PET bottles, and in support of people that are in support of the ban stormed the Lagos office of, we now have two sets of people that are against and people that are in support of the ban, as they stormed the Lagos office of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control at the Solo in Lagos on Tuesday. Well, both groups displayed various placards with contrasting messages in support of and against NAFDAC's decision to support manufacturers from producing alcoholic beverages in sachets and PET bottles below 200 ml. Protesters in support of NAFDAC's action carried placards urging the agency to maintain the ban, while those against the ban displayed placards with inscriptions accusing the NAFDAC DG of working for multinationals and declining to protect indigenous manufacturers.
There seems to be more to this.
I think there's more to this, but it's business. There is more to this. I'm looking for the appropriate word that we use to call it in business. On top of my head, I can't remember, but it will come. There's more to this because business is it's more like a farm war now. The pharmacy war that we have globally. It has come to this stage. Some people will be for and some people will be against. Well, I think we had a banter on this topic the other day. And
yes.
Well, we were of the opinion, I was of the opinion that, look, that the ban is good and that the place to start from is even the motor park. And I still reiterate that fact as I speak this morning. It's something that, one thing is that NAFDAC has not said that you should not produce alcoholic beverages. What they are saying is that you don't produce the PET sachet and the PET bottles, Why? Because it is very easy to adulterate, and so because a lot of people have access to it, and it destroys society.
And it's very handy.
It's very handy, low end and all of that. So, but if you need to produce in big bottles and all of that, if you want to do the brandy, the whiskey, big bottle, go get license and do all of that. It's not taking away anybody's business. She's not supporting any multinational. Even the local ones, the big bosses, we have indigenous producers, and they have not banned them.
Yes.
So it is like when we have a public interest matter, you see people go against it, and you see other people, maybe government going to support another project. Like when I was in Enugu and I was on the show as a guest analyst, and I told Moses that time, because Moses asked me a question, and I told him that, we have seen people that are protesting against the protest, even before the protest started. And nobody stopped them, No. They were not trying to cause commotion in society and all of that. But the moment we saw people protesting against the government, people said it was going to be hijacked and all of that. But the one in favor of the government, nobody hijacked it. So it tells you, you don't need to travel far to see those behind those protests. So This one, well, multinationals and local industries, who is behind all of these protests? But the important thing is that we have NAFDAC say, look, enough of these sachet beverages, alcoholic sachet beverages. If you want to produce, go the right way. And I'm thinking you wouldn't have issues with NAFDAC. That's it for me.
I agree with you. For me, it's even the theatrics. Anytime you see, unions or bodies protest against the government, you see some other people protesting against the protesters. And sometimes I wonder, whose side are you supposed to be on? You understand? So it's always so obvious that all these things are just...
who pays
you more. And how come nobody protests against the people who are protesting against the protesters?
That would be a lot more complicated. But I think we should look at this from different angles: the health implication, and the economic aspect to it. Now, you talked about producers of bigger contents and the rest of them. I know there should be some sort of regulation to ensure that those who would be laid off from the ban of sachet and PET bottles, alcoholic beverages, will have some sort of reprieve. They should get maybe absorbed into another system. And if you're asking these companies to stop production of the sachets, then they will be producing something else. We've seen a stop in the production of styrofoams and the usage of styrofoams. Largely, that has gone into effect, and I know that some companies have had to fold up in that regard. Now, what other opportunities are you providing for those companies to still get back into business one way or another? Is it the role of government to do? Is it will government provide an enabling environment for these companies to still find their way back into doing something, or can those styrofoams be reinvented into something else, something else that can be useful and less harmful to the environment and the rest of them? I think that should be introduced into this as well. Beverages, is there something else that can be done? I mean, I'm just asking if there's something else that can be done to ensure that these people don't just go home and start to roam the streets, because a lot of them are casual workers who just earn by the day.
Yes.
So what would they fall back on? Would they go back to roaming streets? Would they go back to, some of them go back to stealing phones and picking pockets and the rest? I'm sure we don't want that. So there should be something for these people to fall back to.
Moses, you recall while growing up, this sachet business wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's a recent creation, low-end market, because of how the economy took a nosedive. So you had to cater for that low-end market. Now, when we see this kind of pushback, I talked the other day about a certain economist, Joseph Schumpeter, who the creative destruction thing. When we make historical progression, there's always advancement in society. But you see that there are always people that push back. Even when steam engine, the Industrial Revolution at the beginning of it, we had people called the Luddites, very well organized handwork men, They were against the introduction of machines, in Great Britain at that point. But they tried as much as they could, and they couldn't stop it because society had to move on. Historical progression, of mankind. So that is what we are witnessing now. I agree that at some point people will have to lose their jobs. Unfortunately, that it is. But that is what it is. But at some point, something has to give if people have to move on. The low-end market of this thing is causing problems for society. And so what NAFDAC is trying to do is, look, enough of this. Let's just continue. Let us move up. Let's scale up. If you cannot do it the right way, then you stop. But people have to. It's like when computers, desktop made it on the scene, people that were using a typewriter. It's either you reinvent or you fizzle out. It's business.
We need to query those that will be behind the protest, because if you look at this critically, Nigerians ordinarily will not come out to protest and say, look, this must go. Sachet alcohol must go. Nigerians ordinarily will not come out.
Yeah, because for a lot of people, if you are taking it to die, that's your business.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, they cannot be bothered. Nigerians cannot be bothered about things like this. What Nigerians care about is food. So if anybody's going to come out to protest, somebody somewhere is funding this.
Obviously, it's very obvious.
But I said it now. And I said it depends on who is paying more.
Look at the video. It becomes even more obvious.
You know.
The man even holding the placard does not even know what he's saying. Look at him.
Haven't you seen protesters turn placards
upside down?
So we need to query what exactly is going on.
What is going on is the farmer war that I talked about. You know, it's the farm war. The farmer war. It's a global thing. When they say, oh, that we have vaccines and all of this, and people say no, vaccine is going to kill a lot of people. You know? So it's always there, marketing and the marketing of businesses. It's a global thing. You know. So at that point, when we need to move on, something has to give. That is what it is. But like Moses said, who is behind this? You know, it could be, well, it's difficult to make suggestions here, but it could be the people that want it banned. Talk about institutional agencies, institutions that want it banned. They say, okay, you know, because in their accounting headings, these things are available, PR, public relations, and all of that. It could be, you know, slotted into all of that, and everything happens.
Oh, well. Let's move on to another conversation.
Oh, yes, let's move on to the APC. The APC, the All Progressives Congress APC, has dismissed as false and misleading a viral document circulating on social media which claims that notorious terrorist Bello Turji was registered as a member of the ruling party during its ongoing electronic membership registration and validation exercise. In a statement issued on Tuesday, the party described the so-called APC membership slip as a complete fabrication with no link whatsoever to its official membership register or database. The APC said none of the digital or registration details displayed on the documents correspond with its electronic registration system, stressing that information does not exist in its records. Describing the circulation of the document as a deliberate act of disinformation, the party accused unnamed individuals of attempting to mislead the public and damage its reputation through what it termed a vile and offensive fabrication. It's so worrisome, and it's really troubling that a character like Bello Turji would be associated with any party for that matter. And I think for a lot of Nigerians, the issue for me is not even if the document is real or fake. For me, the fact that such a thing can even come up just goes to show that there's a trust deficit. And that Nigerians are, I mean, I'm really disappointed. Mr. Okwe, what do you think? I'm really disappointed in, oh yes. Yes.
In who?
I'm disappointed in the APC. I'm disappointed in how bad things have gone because, I mean, reading up on Turji, it's so...
Yeah, but the
it's
APC
so,
is denying it.
Of course, they will deny it, but it's so... Of course, they will.
So you're sure that Turji has...
Saying it's probably
No. I can't authenticate that. But I'm just saying that for the fact that that even comes up in discussions right now, at a time where our security infrastructure is almost collapsed. It has collapsed. It's collapsing.
It could be the opposition doing this.
Yes, it's the opposition, but there's a bigger picture for me. I feel it's just a breakdown of trust. It's a very sensitive issue. We know that Turji is one of the most notorious bandits, as they call, as they call him in Nigeria, behind some of the biggest, highest numbers of killings in Zamfara, and I think particularly Sokoto. And this is also a man that has been linked to the Minister of State for Defense also. So for the fact that such a name is coming up at a time like this, where you know the killings, you know what bandits are doing. Yes. I think for me there's a...
I understand your angle.
This looks fake, as far as I'm concerned.
It might be fake.
Even the picture, I mean, this is a picture that is everywhere on social media.
Because he won't use this for
of course,
the APC.
If he wants to take a passport picture to be used for an identification card or slip, he won't use this picture. So he jolly well could be a member of a party, but of course, he would use a different picture, and we would not even recognize him in that picture, because this is a popular picture
but you can
readily available online.
You can also not rule out the audacity of this young man called Turji Bello. You cannot rule
it out. He has audacity.
But if you look at the intelligence steps into it, it might just be fake.
Yeah.
But with what we have seen in this country,
anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Especially with the APC.
Yes.
With the APC. A situation when they are using palliatives, using palliatives to cover registrations where they give you palliative. Now they extract your name and register you as a member of that party without your knowledge speaks volumes about what they intend to do in 2027 and beyond. We have seen foreigners register in this country to vote. We have seen the governor of a state in Niger come to Nigeria to campaign for Buhari. I mean, in our own general elections, we have seen people from Niger Republic come to vote here and campaign for the APC. So you cannot just, rule out all of this except to do some kind of check. So, but who does the check? And if this is true, do you expect APC to come and say, no, this is true?
Of course not.
And like I said, sometimes I don't even question the audacity of this man because he's been roaming wild everywhere. They can't capture him. And it speaks to the kind of intelligence we have in this country. It's a lot, but with time we'll know. But again, I think the opposition is also capable of doing all of this.
But Mr.
It could also be someone, a young person who is just trying to gain traffic, on social media and earn money. And he puts out all of this. And look at how the thing has caught fire. It's trending everywhere. Oh, Tojibele is a member of APC. And the guy walks home with some pieces of dollars at the end of the month.
Well, Mr. Okoro, we keep talking about intelligence that, and you just mentioned it now. You said one of the issues, it just says a lot about our intelligence or the lack of it. I always like to disagree because Nigerian military, like we all know, they are said to have some of the best intelligence in the world. So for me, I don't always agree that intelligence is the issue.
No, when I say intelligence, I talk about how we deploy it.
How we deploy it. Do you think it's the deployment that is the issue, or is the political will?
That's the deployment. We have all that we need because, like I said the other day, if somebody up there is captured or what, the person is easily rescued. If the police or the military want to get at anything, they always do.
They always do.
But it's a matter of at what point do they want to do this, who is involved and all of that, and the political considerations.
Oh, well, away from all of that, let's run to the headlines now. Let's look at what the papers have for us this morning. Nigerian Tribune. By-elections. Fubara refutes allegation of supporting ADC candidates. CBN rejects 4.9 trillion naira OMO bids to tighten liquidation, stabilize yields. LCCI laments as national grid collapses again. Second time this year. And that threw the nation into gross darkness. Tinubu seeks 110 justices for appeal court, 90 for federal high court. Proposes electronic visual transmission of court proceedings in amendment bill once Oyewole confirmed as Justice of the Supreme Court. Nigeria's new economic model under Tinubu to drive higher GDP figure, IMPI. Industrial Court orders FCTA workers to suspend strike. Nigeria consumes over 2.5 billion liters of sachet water annually. That's about the only semblance of potable water that Nigerians have. Why we are offering sustainable livelihoods to illicit cannabis growers, NDLEA. Tinubu stumbles in Turkey. No cause for alarm. Presidency explains he stepped on a metal on the floor, lost his balance briefly as he holds talks with President Erdogan. Protest rocks Onitsha over main market shutdown. Soludo deploys security operatives to enforce order. Anambra lawmakers back governor say state loses 19.6 billion naira every Monday.
And on the front page of the Punch newspaper, the lead story, investigation uncovers colonel who plotted Tinubu's outs. Interim report reveals military officers targeted the president, the VP, ministers, and key installations, and arrests are ongoing. Discos blame low generation as greed collapses a third time. Tinubu proposes 110 Court of Appeal justices. Presidency downplays Tinubu's stumble, says Turkey visit on course. Wike threatens workers as court orders strike suspension. How I lost my 3-week-old daughter to Makoko Demolition, carpenter. Showore's trial. Court admits Omokri's clip calling Tinubu drug lord.
Okay, now let's quickly run through the Guardian newspaper. On top of the Headline, I think that's a rejoinder or a right of reply. Ray, setting the record straight on the disqualification of Nest Oil's lawyer. The window headlines, National Grid bounces back after crashing to 39 megawatts. That's serious. Tinubu seeks Senate's nod for health bills, more judges. Coup, apologize to Nigerians for initial denial, Falana tells military. The big story, ADC hosts opposition show of force, unity push ahead of 2027. More stories from The Guardian. Senate urged to treat food insecurity as national emergency. 72% of Nigerian businesses tap AI to overhaul workforce. Court suspends FCTA workers' strike as Wike okays 12 billion naira for salaries. Tinubu pushes defense, economic ties in Turkey as aides dismiss health fears. Sit at home, traders protest as Soludo shuts down Onitsha market. More officials quit cabinet as Yusuf launches APC e-registration exercise. And that's it from the Guardian newspaper.
Now let's get into the main conversation this morning. Nnamdi Kanu loses prison transfer bid as lawyer quits over his alleged interference. Now, details of this story and more after the break. Stay with us.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Welcome back. This is VOP this morning. A federal high court in Abuja has struck out a motion by Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB seeking his transfer from Sokoto Correctional Facility. Well, in an ex parte motion, Kanu sought an order compelling the federal government and the Nigerian Correctional Service to transfer him from the Sokoto Correctional Facility to a custodial facility within the jurisdiction of the court in Abuja. Alternatively, he sought an order transferring him to the court's immediate environs, such as the Suleja or the Kefi Custodial Center. At the resumed court session on Tuesday, Demdo Hassan, a senior legal officer of the Legal Aid Council, who was representing Kanu, informed the court of his decision to withdraw from the matter, citing irreconcilable issues. Well, in his words, the applicant wants to dictate the tune of the matter. He wants to control what counsel will say. He wants to write down what I will say while in court. But as an officer of the court, I can't, in good faith, accept that, he said. Well, consequently, he sought to withdraw his appearance as counsel for Nnamdi Kanu. We've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Darlington Agumwa, who will help us make sense of it. Good morning, Barrister Agumwa, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Quran Moses.
Good morning to you, Barrister.
Yeah.
And beside we have Mr. Somi Uranta. Mr. Uranta is an author, a philosopher, as well as political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Mr. Uranta, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning to you.
We appreciate your presence. We've been joined from our Oka outstation by Barrister Clems Agui. He's also a lawyer as well as political affairs analyst. Good morning to you, Barrister Clems Agui.
Okoro and everyone of you in the studio there.
Now, good.
Good to see you again.
Beautiful. We appreciate your presence. Now, let me start with you, Clems. Let me start with you briefly. If you just heard what the council has said, that look, I've withdrawn my services from representing Nnamdi Kanu because he wants to dictate what I say in court. He even wants to write for me what I'll say in court. What's your reaction? How does that help Nnamdi Kanu's case? This is not the first time that we are seeing it. The other time, he withdrew he sacked all his counsels, that were representing him at that point, and he had to represent himself. In all of this, how does this help Nnamdi Kanu's case going forward?
Thank you for that very question. And honestly, Nnamdi Kanu's case is one case I try to avoid because sometimes it's difficult to dialogue and argue with people who are deaf and unreasonable. What is just happening again between him and his lawyer is typical of his conduct and character in court. And no matter whatever is your argument and whatever is your emotion, when you come to the court has a process, the court has a rule. I don't think there's any lawyer that is what he sought that will want to be dictated for by a client. You might have a discussion with your client on how to proceed on a matter, but your client does not become the lawyer. You are the lawyer. You are the one that is bound by the ethics of the profession. So I don't know anybody that is faced in the kind of circumstances, which is a criminal case facing life imprisonment, that will want to interfere with how his lawyers handle his case, to the extent that this is not the first time lawyers are withdrawing, this is not the first time he's sacking his lawyers. And even when you ask him to open his defense, he will fail to open his defense. You come to an open court, you abuse the judge, you tell the judge he doesn't know the law, and you call him names. And I don't know any judge, even if you have the case on your favor, that will discharge you under that circumstances. And I think Justice Omotosho, even though people like to vilify him, on Nnamdi Kanu's case has some measures of maturity. When that matter came up before him, he felt the matter was incompetent, but let me give it benefit of the doubt. Put appearance, and now this happened, and he struck out the matter based on incompetence. I believe that Nnamdi Kanu has opportunity to have one of the best lawyers representing him.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Clems, in a situation, I like the fact that you understand that a lot of people are very emotional and sentimental when it comes to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Do you think, or don't you think that Nnamdi knows what he's doing, trying to play up certain sentiments, for the people to see, oh, this man is being persecuted? They leave the legal perspective of it and start to consider the political implications of his incarceration. Do you think that that is what Nnamdi is trying to do, to play up sentiments, in his favor against the government? So that at the end of the day, there might be some kind of political pressure from society to say, oh, well, let this man go, since the legal route is not working for us. Do you think that is what Nnamdi is doing?
We have always regarded the courts as the last hope of the common man, despite its inefficiency and inadequacy. Trying to play to the emotions of the people is not law. Law is different from emotion. You are before the court, and I think it is left for you to pursue the judicial process while also trying to buy into people's sentiment and emotion. Because at the end of the day, it is the court that sentenced you to life imprisonment and confined you in Sokoto, not the people. And if you don't get the law on your side and have the law decide in your favor, the emotion of the people may not take you too far.
Okay.
So
right.
Whatever is they are trying to do is the wrong tactics.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Clem. We'll come back to you in the course of this discussion. Let's come to the studio where we have another lawyer, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Now, Barrister, what are the legal implications, of Nnamdi asking to be transferred from Sokoto Correctional Facility to one in Abuja? Is it allowed in law for a prisoner to say, look, I don't want to be in this facility. This is where you have to take me to. Is it permissible in law? Let us understand all of that.
The Federal High Court is one jurisdiction. It doesn't have limitations or territory. It's one jurisdiction. Anywhere you see a Federal High Court, it's one. Now, you were sent to jail by a Federal High Court. Whatever sentiment you want to play up, fine. They have been ruling. They have been ruling on this matter. But don't forget that it is the Federal High Court that has one jurisdiction.
I'm sorry, Barrister.
Yes.
My direct question is it permissible in law for a prisoner to apply to move from one facility to another? Is it permissible? Okay, it's not.
You don't decide where to serve.
Okay, you don't decide.
That's why I told you that the Federal High Court is one jurisdiction.
Okay.
You know of people who came from the north, they are serving in Owerri prison. They are serving in Port Harcourt prison. All different places. As long as the court have said, go to this place, you don't have a right to dictate for the court. In fact, it is the judge that will decide where you will serve. That is the in thing.
So apparently the application even died on arrival. Before arrival.
Mr. Okoro, I'm coming.
Okay.
Please. You see, most of the time, it is the mood of the judge that will determine how far your case can go. If you have decided to annoy and irritate the judge and your lawyers, that case will not go far. Look, even if they want to consider what you are applying for, on compassionate ground or whatever, did you do the right thing? All this thing that you are saying that the case died in arrival, there was no case in the first place. Okay. Because the deposition was not signed. The family of Nnamdi Kanu did not even come to validate what the lawyer have already written, which is the starting point. Then too, you are dictating for the lawyer what to say and what to do in court. So that case did not even arrive at the court. It's just that it was mentioned, and for mentioning it and with what transpired, the judge said no. More so when it was the same judge that you insulted, your matter came before him again. Mr. Okoro, how can he be happy to entertain your case? Tell me, is it possible? And when he heard what you were saying to the lawyer, the man, in fact, almost had to thank the lawyer for what he did by saying, no, I will not continue with this case, and all that, and all that. The judge had to take time to congratulate him for upholding the tenets and the rules of the law. That is one. Then two, for God's sake, my people, anybody hearing me this evening, if you are closer to Nnamdi Kanu, please tell him to cool down. Tell him to cool down. This statement is not working at all. You tried it the first time, it didn't work. Why do you continue? You are not a lawyer, for God's sake. You don't even have a legal background. I was going to
ask you this question,
Barrister.
I was going to ask you, should Kanu continue to attempt to represent himself when it comes to appeals and the rest? How does that impact his case?
It will fail. It will fail, Moses. It will fail. There are no two ways about it. It will fail. Because you don't know the processes of the court. You don't know it. You are not a lawyer. And now your lawyer, look, was it not Ozokeme that went to appeal court and quashed the 15-count charge against him? Michael Ozokeme.
Yes.
It was a lawyer that did it. Was that sabotage? And why all of a sudden Nnamdi Kanu doesn't want anybody? What is all this? Please, anybody that come, please tell him for the sake of the Igbos and the people he represents, let him cool down for God's sake. Because this thing is not helping his case at all. Look, he pained me so much because I am very, very sure that if Nnamdi Kanu had allowed his lawyer to go on with this case, Nnamdi Kanu wouldn't have been tried. And he would not be in jail by now. He wouldn't have been tried in the first place. He wouldn't. Okay. It would have been a question of, okay, America come in or help this abroad, you know? Because I gave examples. What's his name? Abacha CSO. At the end of the day, what happened? After how many years? Just last week, he was decided and acquitted by the Supreme Court. Nobody had any noise. Sambo Dasuki, the same thing. The former EFC chairman, Bauer, the same thing. Quietly, Sonny Boho, the same thing. People were doing this work underground, behind closed door, you know, talking about it, discussing about it. Why is this one different?
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. Somi Ranta, let me bring you into this conversation. Before this, appeal was turned out, I mean, the transfer from Sokoto prison to elsewhere was turned out, there was another conversation around statements coming from Nnamdi Kanu. He said that, he wouldn't want the statements coming from him spread by different people. You know, he wanted it to be streamlined through one channel, so his words are not misconstrued. Now, what's your summation of everything going on? That statement, is it that some people in some quarters, or he has the premonition, or the idea that some people are deliberately misconstruing his statements and putting out false narrative to his plight?
You see, this Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case is a very sensitive case. It's a case where someone is, bringing up himself as a messiah to a people that have been grossly marginalized. Because since after the Civil War, the Igbos are still feeling, and rightly so, that the war ended at the battlefield, but psychologically, within the political sphere of Nigeria, that the war continues. So Nnamdi Kanu, his job, he elected to fight for the cause of his people. So he's already against, he's up against a very mighty force, the force of the Nigerian state. So most of the things he does will be seen from different perspectives. But just like Barrister Darlington and even the other lawyers are saying, you need to just calm down. Because at the end of the day, there's a limit to what you can do on your own. It is the people you are fighting for. I'm sure if what he's looking for, if a referendum, is agreed to come in place today, every Igbo man or Igbo person will have to also participate to show if they want to belong to this country or not. So they should aggregate the feelings of people and act in that line. Otherwise, we might end up trying to, let not be a case of someone who says doesn't like an animal that is squatting. Then you sell your cat only to go and buy a dog. You still have a squatter in your house. Exactly. So that is just what I feel about it.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Somi Ranta. Now let's take this back to Mr. Clem Agui, Esquire. Now, this the case of Nnamdi Kanu, what would your advice be? I mean, the barrister here has given his own thoughts on it, but what would your advice be going forward? Some have said that Nnamdi Kanu is aspiring to be the Mandela of Biafra. But going forward, what would your broad advice be as we wrap up this conversation? You might need to unmute your device so we can get your audio feed.
Nnamdi Kanu might be aspiring, rightly or wrongly, to be the Mandela of Biafra, but he has not put himself in position to be that Mandela, because when his Mandela moment came in during his trial, he missed the opportunity to be a Mandela. Rather, he used the opportunity to actually destroy his aspiration to be a Mandela. Because as I can tell you, moving forward and having reviewed his case and also try to detach myself from it, to look at it from a dispassionate point of view, he has not helped his case at all. Even when you are sympathetic, even when the judge may want to be sympathetic to him, his tirades were abusive. Mandela wasn't like that. Mandela used his Mandela moment to offer clarity to his cause. Nnamdi Kanu is not positioning himself as a Mandela. If you want to be a Mahatma Gandhi, put yourself in the position, understudy Mahatma Gandhi, and put yourself in the mode and role of Mahatma Gandhi. If you want to be a Martin Luther King of Biafra, go and understudy Martin Luther King and put yourself through that route of Martin Luther King. If you want to be a Mandela, it's just yesterday. Put yourself under the flesh of a mood of Mandela, so that when the Mandela moment comes in, you take it.
All right.
What can I ascribe to Nnamdi Kanu as a word on the marble? What? Just tell me one thing I can ascribe to him.
Okay.
Quote and don't quote. This is his political view or philosophy or his ideology of what he wants. It is all of mumbo jumbo and people acting on the emotion.
All right.
Like I said,
All right.
Emotion is wrong.
But Barrister Agui, let me stay with you. Well, I am sure that few people, if not a lot of people, will disagree with you when you talk about the Mandela movement. Mandela didn't just become Mandela because at some point there were very big disagreements between Mandela, the ANC, and the black community in South Africa. At some point, there was even quarrel. Why was Mandela going behind to negotiate with the apartheid government and all of that? But that could be a discussion for another day. I would like for us to talk about briefly the politics of Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration. If we could tie it to what might happen in 2027. We had a discussion the other day, and we had the barrister here say, well, that what thing Tinubu can use to secure the vote of the Southeast is to release Nnamdi Kanu before 2027. Is there a possibility? Is it something that you see might happen, for the president to release Nnamdi Kanu? Okay, let's go, so as to attract Igbo votes in 2027. What do you see coming?
The truth of the matter is that you ask yourself, are Nnamdi Kanu supporters even prepared to vote? Not talk of voting for the president. Are Nnamdi Kanu and his group, are they even interested in Nigeria, which they call a zoo? See, trying to play politics with his release or non-release will not even go far for anybody because, one, there is a conflict in agenda in Igbo land today. There are those who say it's Nnamdi Kanu or nothing. And there are those who say it is P2B or nothing. And all of them are drinking from the same cup and pulling from the same source. So do you want the Igbo presidency? Do you want to become part of the Nigerian table so that I don't become the menu? Is Nnamdi Kanu going to solve it? Nnamdi Kanu is not. Nnamdi Kanu and his group are not even interested in Nigeria, not talk of Nigerian politics. So releasing him will not be of any effect to any political leader. As I'm talking to you, the mode of the Igbo man today is to become the president of Nigeria. And when Nnamdi Kanu comes out, except he's going to be working with the P2B movement and get interested in Nigeria to get the Southeast back into the Nigerian table so that we can be part of Nigerian discussion, then his release means nothing to anybody that released him. Because if we'll be running for president today, and then Nnamdi Kanu is released and tell you to go to Tinubu, it will be like Ojukwu coming back from exile and telling Igbos to vote for MPN. Did it work? It won't work. We are dealing with a different creature of people. These people have already shared posts and shared ministerial appointment and shared ambassadorial posts of their God-given Biafra. They are not even interested in joining forces with building bridges with other group of Nigerians to see where they can get the Igbo man or the Southeast into, except this their narrow myopic vision that Biafra is coming and it is Trump that will give them Biafra. And who told you that? I don't know I don't know how you get to that conclusion.
All right then, Barrister Darlington, let's get your thoughts, your concluding thoughts on this one in 1 minute.
Yes, my concluding thought is that based on what is happening now, the Nigerian government still view the Igbo man with suspicion. And so we must decide on what we want. We are all clamoring for an Obi presidency, and you are still clamoring for Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra. Please, how does it add up? You can see the dilemma we are in. That is why I've been telling my brothers, please cool down. Let us take one step at a time. We must look at the federal government as what? As somebody who is up there. Look, if you are looking for something from somebody, will you not go with humility? You cannot say you want something from somebody and you are attacking him, insulting him, and using force, as if it is your God-given right. You must appear humble at every stage until you get what you want. This aggressive approach, it has not helped us. It didn't help us before, it will not help us now. That is what I'm saying. Let us even pretend as if we don't know what we are doing, we approach Nigerian state with all humility, so that a P2B can even be accepted. This thing is causing a problem for P2B because they not to still view him and the people as IPOB members who are ready to break Nigeria into pieces if he's elected. Is that with that kind of mindset? Can you continue to do this and still expect the federal government to listen to you? These are the areas I'm looking at it. If we don't cool down on this aggressive, it will not work. It has never worked, and it will never work for anybody. No government want to be.
From a legal standpoint, what manner of appeal do you think Kanu might put forward, considering the fact that, in his initial trial, he refused to defend himself, which led to his conviction? So what manner of appeal do you think he might put forward?
That is, if he can allow his lawyers to put up an appeal, there may be window for him, because in the appeal, though they are going to review what happened at the federal high court, but if they go and appeal, yes, a very good lawyer can pick up points there that they can present to the court. That is, if Nnamdi Kanu will allow his lawyers to work. That's what I'm saying here. This minor issue of relocation look at how he bundled it. Look at how he bundled it. So that is my fear here. So anybody closer to Nnamdi Kanu, tell him I said, this thing he's doing, he's the one that kept himself there.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
he's
Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. We'll have to let you go. And Mr. Somi Ranta, in 1 minute, please.
Well, the truth remains that whatever you are doing is for the people when it has to do with leadership. So if the people are saying, the majority of the people are saying that this is what is good for the people, I think the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must listen to his people, because it's those people that you like. You want to help somebody do something, you must ensure that you are doing what the person wants, so that it will not be like the Nigerian politicians, most of them, that are doing just what they want, not what they want. So that means, I said something about selling you say you have an aversion for a squatting animal. You sell the one you have, which is maybe a cat, then you now go and end up buying a dog. You still have a squatter in your house. So let him show that kind of leadership skill that listens to the people, people-focused, approach to things, so that the people who are even not with him will say, look, there is hope for something different than wanting to continue on the same trajectory that, is being rejected in Nigeria. That's all right, then.
Thank you very much, Somi Ranta, Barrister Darlington Agumo, and Barrister Claire Magui. Yes. So now let's move on to another conversation, which basically ties to the Nnamdi Kanu story, because the seat at home in the southeast is as a result of Nnamdi Kanu being taken to court. Now, Governor Soludo's closure of Onitsha main market has triggered spontaneous Biafra protests as traders confront armed security agents. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me we serve go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you serve change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo, and girls,
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
7 promises them don't talk am. 7 codes now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face. Join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me go fix our
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, let's get into another conversation. The traders in Onitsha main market, Anambra State, took to the streets on Tuesday to protest the one-week closure of the market ordered by Governor Chukwuma Soludo. Now, many traders gathered at the market entrance and surrounding streets carrying placards and chanting slogans against the government's decision. Now, some protesters also displayed messages in support of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, while singing solidarity songs. The market area was heavily guarded as security agencies blocked the major access roads and entrances into the commercial hub. Armored personnel carriers and patrol vans were stationed at strategic points to prevent trading activities and crowd movement. Now, this led to tension and a growing crowd of protesters who insisted that the closure would worsen their economic hardship. Governor Soludo had ordered the market shut on Monday after visiting the area and observing that shops remained closed due to the continued sit-at-home practice. The state government said the action became necessary after repeated appeals to traders and market leaders to resume business activities were ignored. What we do have with us, Somi Ranta, author, entrepreneur, public affairs commentator, and from our Oka studio, Clem Agui Esquire, and also from our Benin, Comrade Emmanuel Agbogun, who actually joined the conversation earlier. He's a human rights activist and public affairs commentator as well. Comrade, I'll be coming to you very shortly, but I'd like to start off with Clem Agui, because, I mean, he's in Oka and, you know, can give us a feel of the atmosphere in Anambra, what's going on right there in Anambra, and the actions of the governor, how the people are really taking it. I mean, the generality of the people now, not just the traders now. Barrister Clem Agui, this is for you now. You might need to unmute your device.
It's happening in Anambra State that necessitated the governor closing the main market is not just something that he woke up to do. It was a very tough and hard decision for the governor to make. He didn't just wake up and make that decision. The appeal to the traders to go back to the market has been on for the past 2 years. The traders have been engaged one way, in different ways to make them see reason that the state is bleeding. If you look at the figures, the southeast region is losing about 7.3 trillion in the past 4 years due to the Monday sit at home.
Some will argue,
And
well, sorry to interrupt you there, but some would argue that the traders did not just deliberately decide to sit at home in the first instance. There was an order given by, IPOB that whenever Nnamdi Kanu goes to court, there will be a seat at home. And then the Monday seat at home, it came into effect. And then even when some people in some parts of the Southeast decided to disobey that order, we saw the pushback that they got. People were killed. Properties were destroyed.
Who killed the people? Who destroyed those properties? Non-state actors. IPOB. ESN. Do you want the state of Anambra State to surrender the authority of the state to non-state actors that are murdering people and killing people? It was Abacha that said that if an insurrection lasts for 48 hours, that means there's a government hand in it. If there is any kind of market closure in Anambra, especially Onitsha, that is reputable for cleaning society when it is evil. I remember Boys Oye with nostalgia. I remember the Bakassi boys. It was the traders that initiated all this move so that they can have a safe trading environment. Now, the same traders are telling you some ragtag skunk with drug-infested medicine. Oh, we are confronting them. The traders are the ones who are enabling and initiating this. They are not considering the emotion. Yes, it's something Nnamdi Kanu. But like I keep telling you, emotion is not law. Some of them have been brandishing the Constitution. Oh, the Constitution said in Section 39 and Section 40, we have the right to assemble. We have the right to peaceful association. We have the right to do that. But you've forgotten that Section 14, 2B, gave the governor the right to maintain law and order and ensure good governance of the state, which when you stretch it also involve regulating markets, because the market belong to the government, not to the traders. The government regulates trade and commerce for the welfare of the people. So the governor's decision is based on Section 14.2b, which empowers him as the governor of the state to protect life and properties, maintain law and
protect lives and properties,
and ensure that people's welfare are taken care of. When you disrupt people's business on Mondays, it's not just the traders' business that are being disrupted. It is also transporters. It is also civil servants. It's also school children. Look at the multiplier effect. Anambra alone is losing 4 trillion naira in the past 4 years because of that. Slowing down the economy, putting us in bad shape. Let me tell you, it is a tragedy. I can't believe that Igbo man will be so much brainwashed that you will close down your business. Because the business is our life.
I would have loved, okay, you know what? Let me ask you this, and then I'll take it to Comrade in Benin, because I would have loved to ask him that question, since, I mean, he's an activist. But let me just ask you this. Can you compel people to do things against their will? If they decide, I mean, you're saying the traders are the ones doing this, but if they decide that, okay, today I don't feel like going to the shop, I don't feel like going to the marketplace on Friday, or Monday, or Tuesday, or Wednesday, and everybody else along the line decide that, look, let's just stay home. Let's just gather and, play draft or something on that day. Can you force the people to go out on days like that?
Told you here that non-state actors have no power or authority to remove a day from the working days as established by the government calendar. And if you think you have that right to talk of that day, the government has also exercised his own right to close down the shop.
What if it is out of just will? They're not compelling anybody. I'm not compelling you, and you're not compelling me. I just feel, okay, today I don't want to go to my business.
No.
And my neighbor feels the same way, and the other person feels the same way, and everybody stays home.
Yeah, you feel the same way. Your neighbor feels the same way. Everybody stays home. Thank you very much. Stay at home. The governor has said stay at home for the next 1 week.
Clems, I'd like to ask you. Clems, I'd like to ask you, if you establish the point or the fact that, look, it is non-state actors, that are asking people to stay at home, why shouldn't the governor go after the non-state actors rather than close the market? What kind of protection has the governor ensured that if people come out, that they will not be harassed by the non-state actors whom we have left roaming and running wild?
No. Don't say that again. The governor did not leave the non-state actors roaming and running wild. Anambra had the best Christmas ever in the history of Anambra State.
Okay.
This Christmas.
How about 2 years ago? How about 2 years ago?
We're talking about this year.
Okay.
The traders have no reason to go to talking about insecurity in Anambra State, because insecurity in Anambra State has come down to at least 99%, and therefore they should go back to their business if they don't want.
So why do you think they are not going back to their business, despite the fact that
because they are collaborators? They are economic saboteurs. They are collaborators. They are the financiers, the enablers. They are the enforcers. Let me tell you. Let the market leaders open the market. Let those who want to come to market, come to market. But they go and lock the market under lock and key. That even those who want to go to the market will not go to the market. It should be voluntary. If you want to go, don't go. You want to sit at home, you don't want to come to sale this morning, stay back at home. But when you want to go, let nobody kill you on the road in the name of enforcing it. And let nobody lock up the office so that you cannot enter.
Well, that is where the government will come. That's where government will
you
come
have a
into
right.
effect.
The other person has a right. And you're only talking about your own right. What about the other man's right?
All right, thank you
The
very
market, lock up the market so that people who want to go in cannot even have access. And they have their boys on the street that are kind of, what this kind of nonsense that the NLC does. It's voluntary if you want to belong to them. It's not something that you can force somebody to go and belong.
If I understand you clearly,
as we went on strike, lecturer come to class, has to come to mob the lecturer that come to class and beat him up so that he cannot teach. Is that not violation? Your own right begins and stops where my own begins also and stops. So if the traders don't want to go to the market, don't go, but keep the market open. But if you don't want to go, you are disrupting economic activity in Anambra State and becoming an economic saboteur. The governor has said, take a 1 week holiday. If you don't come back to work, to your work after the 1 week, I will make it another 2 weeks. And let me tell you, I think the governor, I have looked at the pictures of the market. It's quite a shanty and scanty. I think it is even time for governor to close that market for the next 1 or 2 years.
These are your thoughts. These are your thoughts.
So that I can repeat the market.
Some will disagree with you because that might cause even more chaos within the state.
No, that's not chaos. I mean, Lagos is rebuilding their market. You are in Lagos. Lagos is rebuilding their market. Oti in Abia is rebuilding the market.
People are crying because stores are being lost. At the end of the day,
you can see
the
what
shops are even more expensive, and those that were there before may not even have the money to purchase it.
The song of the street is not about opening our market. It's not about hunger. They are singing about Nnamdi Kanu is our savior. I let them continue to sing that now. I thought they would come to negotiate for the economic survival and allow emotion.
All right, Barrister Clement, thank you very much for your thoughts. Let's get others involved in the conversation.
I'm open to assist Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers and lobbyists to see that Nnamdi Kanu is released. But not by you becoming a filmmaker.
All right, then. Now let's take this conversation. Thank you very much, Barrister Clement. Let's take this conversation to Comrade Emmanuel Agbogun, who's been standing by. Comrade, thank you very much for standing by. Now, the question I was going to just start with you is compulsion. Can you compel people to do something, especially when it comes to protesting? Whatever means of protest. If they say, okay, we want to go to the streets or we want to sit in our homes, down tools, can you compel them to do one or the other? And how effective will that be if you're trying to compel them to do something against their will?
I want to talk from the point of law. You see, we have come to a point in this country where we ought to respect our fundamental rights, owing to the fact that we live in a society where law and order is being preached as the order of the day. It is one's right to freedom of movement, and if anybody decides to say my right not to move becomes a threat to an economy, I think there should be an obvious reason for review. Very laughable what the governor of Anambra State has done. In fact, what they are trying to do is just to heat up the polity. Because if you agree with me, it doesn't just take the traders to move an economy, to move around on a particular day that they say sit at home. You have people that ought to move from my house to the junction to the bus park and to the market. So if I do not get a formidable means with security to move from my house to the junction, to the bus park and to the market, how do I get to the market? So these are obvious reasons. And for me, I think targeting a particular sector of the economy, owing to the fact that they don't just open the market on a Monday, Do you expect traders to come out on a Monday and there's no security of their own lives?
But the governor have said security will be made. Security will be there.
When you say security, when you say security would be there, why don't you use that same avenue to checkmate those basic issues that cause insecurity on the said Monday? Now, having said that, let us be very, very, very factual with ourselves here in this country for once. You are talking about traders. These traders have made it very, very obvious that what they want is the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because they see a hope in the message he preaches. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for crying out loud, has also said that show me the law in which you are trying me. These are very, very fundamental questions to the existence of this country. And the high time we begin to play politics with it, it doesn't show that well for us. A judgment was given by a federal high court. What law informed the judgment? You put even a lawyer, I've seen people talk about legal teams and all that. You put even a lawyer or the Azakomes, the Falanas to defend such matter, Justice Omotosho would have also given the judgment, whether they had represented Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or not. So we should look at these things critically and fundamentally. You cannot say people whose rights are being, protected by the Constitution, their right to self-determination, their right to peaceful assembly, should be jettisoned. For crying out loud.
All right.
So, to cut the long story short, to the issue of the Anambra State governor, if I would want to advise academically, the Anambra State governor should, as a matter of urgent public importance, look critically into those sectors and factors that distort the traders to open their shops on Mondays. Because I've also seen on the social media where a young man was even speaking in Igbo, and I took time to listen. He said, if you provide security at various junctions, then they will be in the market. But by the time you expose them to say, come and open the shop, and people are coming to take over the shops and steal their goods, you're also trying to see that there is anarchy, organized anarchy as the case may be. If the governor is in charge of the state and is also in charge of protecting and ensuring that the market works on Monday, he should be able to look into those.
Well, probably the governor has put that in place, and we just wait to see that come into effect. Well, thank you very much. You want to add something?
Sorry, I didn't get what you just said.
I said probably the governor has put that in place, and it's just for us to wait to see.
If you have put that in place, why shut down the market for 7 days? My brother, see, I would want to leave this discussion like that.
If you understand the motive of the governor is, I have put security in place, and I say come out on Monday, and you refuse to come out. So if you refuse to come out on Monday, let the market be closed for the rest of the week.
No. The question that is fundamental here is how many other businesses, excluding the main market that is also opened on Monday? Are schools open on Monday? Are churches open on Monday?
Some banks open on
Monday?
Also affected. That's what I'm saying.
So,
some banks were
the question to ask is how many of these businesses are actually opened on Monday, excluding the main market?
All right then.
Are actually opened on Monday.
All right, thank you very much.
That should be the focus of the governor, to give this his imagination or imaginary views, a position. How many of these businesses are actually opened on Monday?
There. Well, thank you very much. Somi Ranta, what are your thoughts on this? How effective do you think this will be going forward?
You see,
there are protests already.
Yeah, I was on a platform only yesterday, and I said, look, by some actions, either by omission or commission, we are actually dancing to the tune of some non-state actors. For instance, Boko Haram said Western education is haram. And you see most northern governors shutting down schools, playing out the script of Boko Haram. Secondly, Sheikh Gumi advised the president that he should forthwith stop every transaction with the US and he should go to Turkey I'm not sure he has stopped dealing with the US, the president, but he has just gone to Turkey. Now, the governor, he said, IPOB said you don't have to open on Monday, sit at home on Monday. And the governor, by his actions, either by omission or commission, have also gone ahead to bring out, act in the dictate of IPOB. But I tell you, what the governor is doing, he's actually trying to put the cart before the horse. All you're going to see is an impasse, an economic, social, political situation that will not augur well for the state. What you think he wants to solve, he's even aggravating it. Why lock the market? Why don't you treat the real cause of the issue? Has the governor sat down to think of why will these people, the Igbo man loves business, for him to shut his business, why will he do that? Is somebody giving him money? Is there anybody sponsoring him? You should look at these things because governance is about the people. You cannot come because you are called a governor. It's these people that elected you.
Emmanuel asked a very pertinent question.
Yes.
There are other institutions that are shut as well, banks and schools.
Have you been in the Southeast on a Monday?
No, I haven't. Actually.
Everywhere is shut down.
No.
So is the governor preventing?
About Anambra.
Onitsha, to be precise. So what happened in Onitsha on that day? You see the place bustling and...
That's what I'm saying. We said if go to the Southeast on Monday.
Okay. Most places are like that now.
No, it used to be, but no longer.
Okay.
What you have a lot of this now is in Anambra State.
Okay.
If you go to
so the governor should find out why is this so. These are people that love their business. What will make them not come out? And again, what kind of security has he even put in place? Is it just like they're asking?
How do you know the kind of security he has put in place if you don't first go out?
Okay, human beings should be used as guinea pigs now.
No, I'm asking the question. Should he come to tell? Should there be a town crier to say, oh, security has been put in place? Or you can see APCs parked at street points. Is that what will now give people the trust?
That is part of it. And not just having those things there, just like we have checkpoints at every point in the Southeast and South.
And on Mondays,
of crimes are still going
Mr. Ramsey, on Mondays, the checkpoints in Anambra, they disappear.
Okay, they disappear.
They disappear.
They should come back. Where are they going to? They should come back. You must give the people the confidence. See, security is not something you even just see. You must feel it. When people feel secured, they will come out. So if you want to make it look like what kind of voodoo setting, people are insecure, they feel insecure, so they won't come out. So what this thing is doing is just using a sledgehammer to pursue a fly. You just destroy the table upon which the fly is sitting.
How much of
Yeah. You said this move by Soludo is sort of unintentionally validating IPOB's powers because it pretty much shows that they can still control an entire commercial hub without shooting a bullet. So if fear is a form of control, who then can we say is really in charge of Anambra State? Is it the elected officers or these so-called enemies of the state?
That is the question we have to ask the governor. Who is in charge? Because his actions is validating what these people want. Create a situation of impasse. And he's helping to do it, either by omission or commission.
What would you advise?
Yeah.
What would
I would
you
advise the governor to sit with the people of Anambra, try and find out what the people want, and give them what they want. If they're asking for Nnamdi Kanu, open a talk.
It's not in the place of the governor to bring him out.
Why? Well, it may not be his place, but he should make a move. In Abia State, you can see that the governor of Abia State have, as far as gone to Sokoto to see this gentleman. The governor should make a move that he feels, even if it's just for the optics. We cannot be acting, sitting on one high horse and think the people, look, the aggregation of the people's thought is what he's standing for. If he cannot relate with the people, if his thoughts or his actions does not resonate with the people, then he has failed as a governor.
All right, Kwemagui, you are there. Do you think the governor is not sitting down to talk to the people? And how much impact will it have if the people say, look, we want the release of Nnamdi Kanu, what really can the governor do? We can't get your audio feed, so you might need to help us with your microphone. Oh, well, unfortunately, we've lost connection to Claire Magui, who joined us from Orca. Well, let me ask you that question. You know, I mean, the question is, how much impact? What really? If the governor sits with the people and it's okay, we want the release of Nnamdi Kanu, what can he do? He is the governor of the state. He's not the leader of Ohaneze Ndigbo. He's not in the APC. He's not a lawyer. What really can he do? How much mobilization can he make?
You say he's not in the APC, but is he not in ABGA APC? APC ABGA.
Yes, okay.
Anyway, so what I'm saying in essence is that the governor should show the people, even if for the optics, that he stands with them. We should get to the point where governance should be like one man standing on one high hill, and then the rest of the people are out there in the valley, and they just, load it on the people. Make the people feel that you care about their thinking, their thought, that you feel for them. That is all it takes.
Mr. Ranta, what does this say about, the collaborative efforts of the Southeast governors? Looks like they are not sharing ideas. They are not learning from one another. Wouldn't it have been proper for Soludo to approach his brother governors and say, look, the seat at home has died in your place. He didn't even take up before he died, talking about Abia State, talking about Enugu State, and talking about probably Ebonyi State, But he goes out, to do different things. Isn't it proper? Does it speak to some kind of, non-collaborative effort between the Southeast governors?
Mr. Koro, let me tell you the truth. I am highly disappointed with the Southeastern governors. Because, and especially with Governor Soludo, with his professorial acumen, I expect that a man of his standard, of his caliber, with all his exposure, should be able to aggregate the Eastern wealth that is everywhere, both in diaspora and within, and create, a model of development so that Southeast, will be able to galvanize development within the region and create an economic fulcrum that will drive even the entire nation. That's not doing it. You see, these governors, with all that they have, with the wealth of the people, Christ, can't they just look at what they are chasing shadows, acting against the people? And you find out that most of the governors of the Southeast are standing aloof. They don't care about what the people feel. So that is why the people are feeling that, look, maybe it's not even our choices that actually crystallize as the people in the government houses. So they should think of how to put all these things together for the interest of people and let the wealth that is, created within the Southeast region and in the diaspora be used for the good of people and create a hub.
Barrister, but there is also a larger complaint and a dilemma here, because you hear some of these traders say they are being punished by both sides, by the separatists and by the government. So really the question is, who is really protecting them and who should they really listen to? Because the governor is trying to enforce his power. And then you have the IPOB who are not even saying anything, but they are still very...
You see, these questions you are asking, is the governor that you should be asking this question, because, just because he is the one. What kind of security has he provided for the people?
But he said there are security infrastructure things in
place. For
him
to come to that place, I watched him on video. For him to come to that place, you could see the number of security men standing beside him. Yeah. Let him create that awareness, create that impression for the people. See, when people feel secured, you don't need to tell them. The Eastern man loves business and he loves money. I know that when he comes out, he makes his millions. So why will he not come out? Who is instructing him? Are they giving him money from where? Who is? So find out and solve the problem, and not just come. You just go and just start acting without reasoning. This issue is just making worse of the whole situation.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Emmanuel Agbogun. Now, Let me ask you this question as we wrap up this conversation. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not even originally from Anambra State, but Abia State is where he's from. It seems to be the clamor for his release seems to have, dwindled in Abia, where he's from. But in Anambra, it's a lot more heated. And then we see, the kind of pushback that we are getting from Anambra. Why do you think this is so? And should we blame the governor, really, for trying to, reduce the effect of those that propagated the seat at home in the first place?
Yes. If you go by what history has always been, Anambra you talk about today has been one of the first war zones during the Biafra War. You had the likes of Ikemba Ojukwu, Odumedu Ojukwu, and other prominent Biafra activists and fighters as it then was. So if you look at Anambra has always shown that bite that we are a leading Igbo settlement within the eastern corridors. And that should not be taken for granted. You have one of the biggest markets in West Africa in Anambra. You have one of the largest concentration of Igbo youths coming together on a daily basis in Anambra. So you don't take that into a joke. Secondly, also, if you look at what is going on in Abia State, a lot of people try to want to marry these things differently. What has been the issue for the agitation of Biafra? It has been we have been neglected, we have been underdeveloped as a people, and we believe government can do more. If you look at what is happening in Abia State today, you agree with me that governance has really come to the doorstep of the people to an extent, and people appear to be a little bit relaxed. But what you're seeing in Anambra, what you're seeing in Imo State, what you're seeing in other eastern states, is that people are still trying to marry. Are we still on this side or are we going over to this other side? But the people of Anambra, they have always stood for what they believed in long before the advent of the 1999 democracy. So if anybody is asking why Anambra is like this, I think the person should also try to marry history so that he gets a guide, And you see, government must, as a matter of urgent public importance, marry their policies with the views, aims, and aspirations of the Igbo people. What was the deliberation that took place in Enugu and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu with the five eastern governors? It was give us the Port Harcourt, Enugu, Anambra corridor of roads, make all the airports functional, and ensure that there's security of lives and property, and stop the killings of one sector of Nigerians or the other, or the invasion of our forests. Those were very, 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 very prominent and factual issues that this young man put forward to the governors. How long has it been? It's been over 6 years. Have they been able to push a drive? To an extent, we're only just seeing that the federal government is beginning to show interest in the road corridors and all that. What are their positions to ensure that as a government, we sit down and rebasing our region? What do we really want? What is our people really lacking, and how do we go about it? These are part of the issues to mitigate the Biafra agitation. What are they saying? They are saying they have been neglected. And if a government that wants to run an inclusive government, what do you do as a people? You sit down with your people. For crying out loud, Soludo just came out of an elections, and it would be laughable that Soludo that could not shut the market before elections, believing that he's no longer coming to contest with the Anambrian people again for governor, he cannot do whatever he feels, those things would not work. An average Igbo man is an independent fellow, and we know this as Nigerians. So the high time government begins to look into resolving these basics that has to do with the basics of governance, the better for us.
All right, then.
Nobody wants Nigeria to divide. I don't want Nigeria to divide. All we want is that let government focus on the basics. And these basics are simple. Fix the economy. Get the basic amenities for citizens to coexist. Let these things be running. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Emmanuel Agbogun. Thank you for your contribution there. Well, let's take this. Let's get into another conversation now. Still talking about people deciding not to work, but this time around, it's at the FCT. So, FCTA workers defy court order, dare Wike amid threats of sanctions over continuous protest. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
Welcome back. You're still watching VOP this morning. And let's move over to Abuja, where the federal minister, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has warned striking staff of the Federal Capital Territory, FCTA, to return to work or face legal consequences. Wike issued the warning on Tuesday while briefing journalists shortly after a ruling by the National Industrial Court, ordering an end to the industrial action that has paralyzed services in Abuja for more than a week. While insisting that the rule of law must prevail, he accused political actors of exploiting the strike for purposes unrelated to workers' welfare. According to him, his administration has always engaged in dialogue with the workers, but after the meeting, they go out and implement actions contrary to what was discussed. The minister insisted that he won't be moved by the protest of the workers who have taken over the streets in Abuja. Wike declared that the workers can get more civil servants to join their protest, but he won't be blackmailed, adding that he's, however, ready for amicable discussions on the way forward. Let's take a look at the video.
Of our industrial relationship, with the outcome of today's judgment, what are we likely to see going forward? Will there be a sit-up between the administration and the union to finally...
We have been always disposed to have a dialogue. Like I told you, they have met with the management, they have met with the security agencies. What are the issues? We have tackled them before. But nothing, they give you no problem, nothing will happen before you know they're going to do a different thing. If genuinely, it's okay. We have seen what has gone, what has happened, then we'll talk. But if it's on blackmail, intimidation, I will not agree. If you never hire all the civil servants in the whole world,
oh, well, Mr. Somirant, I'm sure you heard what Emperor Wike has said. But do you think the court was right, to tell the FCTA workers to return to work rather than having Mr. Wike meet their demands?
You see, the court ought to be a place of succor for those that feel oppressed, by the system. So I was expecting that the court will find out what happened. Why did they decide to go on strike? Every worker wants to work so that you get paid. But when people work and you don't pay them, you don't give them their entitlements, you don't do... And this is exactly what this same Minister Wike did in River State. For the 8 years he stayed in River State, civil servants did not get promoted. A lot of things they were owed on different angles. It was not until the current governor came in and he called him, he said, look, I'm amongst you, I'm one of you guys. I know your problems and I will solve it. And the governor of River State, those who had first step, second step or third step promotions, he promoted them and paid everybody their money. In fact, the Christmas of that year, he gave every worker 100,000 naira Christmas bonus. Who went to interview the NLC chairman of River State? The guy said, look, it was not, that the last time workers in River State enjoyed Christmas was when Sir Peter Odili was governor. So, until this governor now came, he should pay them their, what are they discussing? What's the discussion? Say, come and you don't discuss anything, pay them their dues so that they'll be happy to work.
And look at the grandstanding. The way the minister is grandstanding, he has forgotten that this is Abuja, Federal Capital Territory. It's not Lagos, it's not Port Harcourt, it's not any other part of Nigeria. Federal Capital Territory, where all the embassies, all the foreign attention, global attention is on. You know, they are not allowed such a place to have this issue, workers going on strike.
But Wike also said that 12 billion had just been approved, and that talks were on the way before this protest came up.
You see, I don't know the extent he has gone so far, but you should pay them, make it quickly, and not this media grandstanding. You know, he's a man that lost the media. So the way it is, if he pays them their money, they'll go back to work. Why wouldn't they? But you see, a laborer deserves his wage. So why owe them?
Okay,
How
so
much is even the people that are paying them?
apparently your problem is that Nigeria is getting embarrassed in all of this.
Of course.
Okay. Now let's go to Benin City, where we still have Comrade Emmanuel Abogun. Comrade Emmanuel, thanks for staying with us. Now, what do you make of the situation in Abuja, the back and forth between the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and the protesting workers? They've gone to court, and the court said, look, industrial court said, look, you have to stay on action on the strike. What's your reaction to that judgment from the court? Looking at it from the point of an activist.
Yes, firstly, every worker deserves his or her wages. And if you decide to look what the minister is doing, I do not see it being too healthy for a worker and minister relationship. But for some of us who understand the nature of this unionism that we have found ourselves in this dispensation of Nigerian democracy, we begin to see some of these union leaders as political party members, supporting one ideology of leadership to come into power or the other. So at some level, they might want to shortchange or misinterpret some positions they have with certain leadership. And as you all know, in time past, Nyesom Wike was one of those persons who saw the permanent secretary issues and other administrative affairs that it has to do with career of civil servants in Abuja, you know, take that visible turnaround when it has to do with recognizing offices and promotion cadre of.
All right, Comrade Emmanuel, we're almost out of time. Okay.
I'm coming.
Land, yes.
Now, what I would advise the FCT minister and the union, one is that they should not forget that their primary purpose in government is to work for the people. And if they genuinely think that what they are focused on is to deliver the dividends of governance as public servants and as political office holders, then they should shed ranks, sit on the round table, and iron out these issues. Because as it stands today, what we are seeing there is a vendetta game.
Okay, vendetta game. Exactly my point. Yeah. Exactly my point, because we're out of time. I would like to ask you briefly, and you answer and wrap up with your concluding thoughts. You have said something, so we are implying that this strike might just be politically motivated. Is that the angle you are coming from against the FCT minister?
Looking at what the Nigerian politics is all about today, Wike has so many enemies.
Okay.
Even to an extent, I do not agree with him on some gray areas, but he appears to be the most performing minister under this Asiwaju's administration.
Most performing minister, according to the president.
Yes.
The president said he's one of our shining stars.
No, not just according to, if you want to take the indices, when you talk of Wike, you talk of David Umahi, and these have been two rivals, but they've been working tirelessly to ensure that.
All right. Unfortunately, Comrade Emmanuel, we are out of time. We might have to take up this discussion another time. Let's go to Oka and hear from Barrister Clems Agui. Barrister Agui, what do you make of the situation in Abuja between the FCT minister and the striking workers? What's your thought about that? What do you think is going on? Is it politics or is it unionism, active unionism? Are they making genuine demands and all of that? Barrister Clems, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
me?
me?
Ahead. Yes, I can. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the workers are asking for basic things. Pay them their dues. They have their salaries, they have their allowances, they have their benefits, they have their promotion. These are basic things. You pay them their basic things. It's not something that you call them every other time to negotiate. These things are there. If you spend the time, if Wike will spend the time he
Wow. Can you, unfortunately, there seems to be a tech
use making trouble in the river state. Spend the time he used in making trouble in spend the time he used in making trouble in being given all the power by the president to be able to carry on activities. I think these states will not be there.
All right.
The problem is that he's using the money that he should have used to settle most of these basic bills to be making trouble up and down. He should stop all this trouble. He's getting on people's nerves.
Okay, he's getting.
I don't know what he mean by I don't know what you people mean by the most performing minister, the most performing troublemaker.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Clem Sagui. And I'll take that as a concluding thought. Let's come back to the studio here and get concluding thoughts from Mr. Somi Oranta. In 30 seconds, sir, if you can.
You see, Mr. Wike, the things he has been given, the powers he has been given, he has been given the power to whatever he could raise within the FCT, that the president said, look, take it off TSA, the Treasury single account. So he has a lot of money to do whatever he needs to do. So, I mean, it's insulting to our sensibilities that workers are not paid. Those workers, they know what comes in. Why would you pay them their entitlements? So you should do the needful quickly and restore the dignity and image of Abuja, the federal capital of Nigeria. Because whatever goes wrong there affects the image of Nigeria within the Committee of Nations.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Somi Oranta. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen. We had Barrister Clem Agui, who joined us from Oka. Thank you very much, Barrister Clem Agui. And from Benin, Comrade Emmanuel Abog, human rights activist and public affairs commentator. I must say a very big thank you to you for being part of this show. And from our studio here, Mr. Somi Oranta, philosopher, author, and political affairs analyst. Say a very big thank you to you. We also had Barrister Darlington Agomwo, who was part of the first discussion on the show. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agomwo. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff and my colleagues here, Moses Humphrey and Jane Agoye, I am Chukwuma Okoro. I'll see you again at 10 o'clock on top of the hour when we return for a super review. Stay with us. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, with the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Bed empty hunger.
To the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning Down, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV.
Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, thank you very much for joining us. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And we have Barrister Darlington Agomo join the conversation, and Daily Fanimo also. Good morning, gentlemen.
Why not journalist Daily Fanimo or reporter Daily Fanimo?
They all suit you. Journalist, reporter, elder statesman, they all suit you. Okay.
Ex-reporter.
Ex-reporter. Okay. I
don't
think there's
I think we also have
ex-reporter.
Retired reporter.
Well, we also have joining us from Benin, Emmanuel Agbogu. Emmanuel, thank you very much for staying back. All right, so let's dive into the conversation now. The headlines are just before us, and I would like to start off with the headlines here on the cover page of the Punch newspaper. Investigation uncovers Colonel who plotted Tinubu's ouster. Interim report reveals military officers targeted president, VP, ministers, and key installations. Arrests ongoing. Now, this report basically points to the fact that we have more than the 16 that were named. A whole lot more being questioned. I think about 30-something of them are being questioned right now. And that's the big story on the cover page of the Punch newspaper.
That was why I said yesterday that investigation has not been concluded and the level of complicity of each of these individuals had not been established. Until when investigation is concluded, you never can tell. Even the person that you consider as the prime mastermind of this plot may actually be somebody who was conscripted somehow without having the full details of some of these things. Because if a coup plotter wants to hatch his plan, it doesn't come straight to you to say, I want to plan a coup. Usually what they do is to tell you what is bad that can be corrected. And you innocently play along and say, yes, I have seen this. I think it needs to be corrected. And then before you know it, you can be sucked in. Like the coup of 1976, Bisala, General Bisala, didn't know when he walked into that coup until when it became crystal clear. In fact, if he knew that it was the coup, he probably would have escaped out of the country before he was arrested. Even when Dimka was declared wanted, Bisala was not arrested at that point. So some of these people, by the time we begin to hear about developments, you will now know who is who and what role each of these people probably played along the line. And that will also establish that there is really a plot.
Well, then I think, contrary to what you said, military says that investigations have ended, they have concluded. And that's why they are court-martialing them.
The report has said that they are also still arresting more.
And which means they expanding the scope in the
That's what
process
I'm
of.
saying,
So
yeah.
it's wrong for the military to have told us day before yesterday that investigations
is
have
ongoing.
No, they said concluded.
I said they should have
Said
told
ongoing.
us
The thing
they've
is
not
that
closed.
They've not closed the investigation because we heard a different thing yesterday,
Yes.
different from what they said.
This
day before
particular
yesterday.
corner they have not mentioned may probably not be among the 16.
Okay.
That was.
So maybe the trade is now gradually leading to,
something,
and probably to the people behind it, the civilians.
And then, up till now, there is no coup without civilian collaboration.
No, there has to be.
There must be. So we have not even seen any civilian mentioned in this, apart from
my take on all this thing is that this is what happened when you now see some people as being above the law or untouchable. If the Tinubu administration has taken the first step of rounding up all the terrorist sponsors, if you are taking that step, maybe they wouldn't have had the financial muscle to start all this in the first place.
Barrister, which people are you talking about when you talk about the financial muscle?
The terrorist sponsors. Is it not money?
No, the financial model to do coup or what?
What do you mean? If they can do that, when they carry out a coup?
No, Barrister, we are trying to. You have just created a connection.
Yes.
If the president, if the administration had rounded up the terror financer, that they wouldn't have enough money to do what?
To finance a coup.
So are they the ones financing the coup?
What do you mean? If they can do this thing they are doing, what is coup?
So, Barrister, you have established the fact that it's terror financer that
I said if they can do this thing they are doing for 15 years.
Okay.
I mean, are you going to remove the fact that they can sponsor a coup?
No, but now you are speculating.
There was no terror.
Then where did they get? Who else would have done it?
There was no terror attack when 76 coup happened. 1990 coup happened. And these were those that were linked to it as civilians were either conscripted or financiers.
As financiers.
Yes. And those ones didn't come at the time when there was this insurgents.
No, but what I'm trying to question is the link, between terror financiers and the coup plot.
With the finance.
Barrister, these people are not the only people that have money now.
Hold on.
Great Oboru, was he a terror financier?
Coup plotting.
Was Abiola a terror financier?
I am talking based on what is happening now.
Okay, so you are trying to create an nexus.
What you cannot rule it out. Okay. You cannot.
No, but we were speaking with some form of, specific
exactitude.
Because of what is going on now.
No, but you cannot. Now, except you have the facts of the matter, you tell us.
You are just speculating.
Hold on. Two different rogue organizations operating in the country. One is coup plotters, and the other one is the terrorist sponsors.
And so you think there's a linkage?
There must be, because they have enough money to do what they want to do. More so when the Tinubu administration is listening to America and they are coming closer to them, you think they will sit down and be waiting, Abi? They would want to change the government that want to get at them. Don't you think so?
Barrister, you are the one thinking here. Not me.
So I'm trying to let you know that such a thing is possible. It is very, very possible. So it is now left for Tinubu to round them up quickly. Let him take action now. If they have the money to do what for 15 years, these people have kept us busy. And you think they don't have enough money? 400. Do you know what it means? They have enough cash. Then let him find out who took that money from NNPC, 210 trillion naira. That money can sponsor 4 countries in Africa and equip them with whatever capacity.
I think there's more to. There's another angle to this coup.
I'm just looking up the significance of October 25 in the history of Nigeria. October 25. Is there anything special about?
Is it October 2025 or October
25?
Okay.
What happened?
And then, now this is what happened, because we have been told now that. Let me just read this excerpt, and then I'll get to answer that question, because the coup was said to be slated for October 25, 2025. Okay. That was the day it was.
I thought they said it's October 1st.
No, October 25, according to the report.
Independent Day. Okay, go ahead.
So, let me come to that. Now, most of the suspects are of northern extraction, which, with the exception of Captain Yusuf, who hails from Osun State. The foiled coup was allegedly set for October 25, 2025, and was planned to be fatal, with the President, Vice President Kashim Shettima, ministers, service chiefs, and other notable government officials marked for elimination. The country's security establishment, however, uncovered what investigators described as a coordinated and well-funded plot by serving military officers to undermine constituted authority and potentially seize power, with intelligence linking the conspiracy to a clandestine network spanning the Army, Navy, and the Air Force. Now, multiple testimonies implicate Cornell, not named, so he's not part of the 16, as the coordinator of the conspiracy. He has been identified as far as the source of funding, recruitment, and motivation, openly lamenting his stagnation in promotion and expressing the need to change government. Several officers involved in the plot describe him as the figure who provided financial inducements and justification. Meanwhile, the search of his vehicle revealed several charms and write-ups, such as the Nupeng strike action and other anti-government write-ups. Similarly, a search on his residence at Lokogoma, Apo, revealed a very sensitive document which included allocation of responsibilities to some of the principal actors. Also, key national dignitaries were earmarked to be handled by respective principal actors. The report stated handled also means elimination.
Yes,
yes.
That's what it means. Okay, so this gives us an insight into the plot. So basically, the Nupeng strike. What's the link?
Well, the thing is that in coup plots like this, I'm not sure that the officer in question is a very intelligent officer. If he was a very intelligent officer, he will leave no traces in his residence. He will leave no traces in his vehicle.
He never knew that the thing will leak.
That is why he's not intelligent, because
there's no coup that doesn't have any trace. No coup. It's just that when it leaked.
Barrister, can I speak?
When it leaked.
Barrister, can I speak? After me, you will speak. As far as I'm concerned, he's not an intelligent officer. I understand that there must be a trace, but making it so direct to you, your residence, your vehicle, so simple, speaks to some kind of lack of. Probably, I don't know, he's part of the army. He might not be a military intelligence officer. If he was, he would domicile all of these things outside, at least to make it difficult, for the authorities to trace him. Now, that said, I think the coup plot speaks to a larger dissent in society. Not just in society, but I like what is happening. If you have a preponderance of the officers coming from a particular region, the North in this instance, it's like, well, it's a carryover of the civilian dissent, the civilian disaffection with what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu seems to be doing. And it didn't just start. Like, less than 6 months he got into office, the North has been shouting, no, this is not what we bargained for. This is not what we asked for, and all of that. The man tried to do exactly the same thing that their own son Buhari did, and the North didn't kick. Less than 6 months that Tinubu came into office, he started kicking. So it's an extension of the dissent from the North. And if you look closely, with time, we will know that there are some civilians from the North who might just be part of this plot. Now, it raises another issue. Here, if we have like one of them, only one of them, Yusuf from Osun State. So apparently, if the coup had succeeded, it would have been a coup of the North. And when they give to people from the Southeast and the Southwest and South-South, we'll go back to say, oh, the North is dominating us. So if you want to get balls, you get close to the sun. So why did they exclude officers from the Southeast, South-South,
How many
and
of them do
Southwest?
we have in service?
No, but we
How
still
many
have.
officers from the Southeast do we
No,
have in
but we
service?
have. But we still have.
The minimal.
No, we have.
Very
Even if that, even at that minimum, we see the intelligent ones. But are they chicken-hearted or are they lion-hearted? My chairman says if you want a lion share, you have to have a lion heart. Now, that said, I want to ask the question of, these people, will they try again? Most likely, they will. And it speaks to, in 2027, what will happen in 2027? If at the end of the day they are found guilty, is the president going to say, take them out? If he says take them out, he will still be going against the North, that is saying, look, this is not what we agreed with you. So it's going to be a very complex political issue, you know. Militarily, it's going to dovetail into the politics of 2027. I think I've just more like did a brief review of what I think might happen.
And if they fail to succeed under Tinubu, they will try with the next Southerner who will come on board.
They may not.
They
may not.
They will. If they fail to, because Tinubu would have taken care of things by now. That means most of these officers, they are going to replace them with loyalists of the government. That one is certain. And so they are going to plug all the loopholes. But when he leaves office, what happened? The government will definitely go to the north. And then they will regain lost ground. That's just the truth.
I think it's just
so what Moses is saying that they will not if another Southerner gets in.
Yes, they may not.
They will just wait for 4 years to fizzle out and they will get back to power.
I said when that's after 2027, no. And
I don't think the military itself is interested in taking power. I think it's just about returning power to a certain part of the country. I think that's what it is. It's not about the military wanting to seize power. It's about a part of the country feeling sidelined and feeling like they deserve to be in power and they're not in power and they want power back to that.
So how would they do that?
No, please listen.
They still have to go through the process of election.
So
if the process of election leads to, you know, if there's an assurance, if there's an assurance that a northerner will come in after the next 4 years, then I think we may not see another coup.
If there is any region that should be more aggrieved, it should be the southeast. But they are not interested in all these things. They are going about their business quietly. So I don't see why the north should be aggrieved.
And how has that helped the southeast really? Not being interested in the politics of
no,
things.
Not in
it hasn't helped.
No, not the aggressive way these other people are doing it. Have you noticed that each time the north is out of power, they start to fomenting trouble, either through coup or through civilian whatever. It has been their stock in trade. They don't want to go out of power for 1 minute. And I ask myself, the Southeast that have been quiet since independence, that they have not become president, are you now calling them a fool? So you can see where the problem of Nigeria is coming from. All about power. As if that is the only thing that is important in Nigeria. You want to remain in power.
All right.
The one they gave you, how did you use it to better the lot of your people?
Okay, let's go to Benin where we have Comrade Emmanuel Agbogun. Comrade, thank you very much for joining the conversation. Talk to us.
Yes,
to you now.
even if the network appears to be a little bit troublesome here, but yeah.
We're hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay, the fact and issue is that we're only talking about coup in Nigeria as of today because we still marry our thoughts within this ideology of a failed nation. It's so sad, it's so pathetic, and it's so shameful that as of today, having it been that we are the giant of Africa in quotes, it goes a long way to show that our diversity has not really worked for us. But however, moving forward, we have seen in this issue of coup, myself, I begin to ask, at some point in time, Timi Prisiva was alleged to be a major financier. We also seen a list of, army officers who have also turned out to be the actors of this, coup in quotes. And for some of us, when we want to take a academic view of what is going on, you look at what has been the trade over the Sahel corridors. Is this issue of takeover of power? It happened in Niger, it happened in Burkina Faso, and it has been going swift. But Nigeria being the bigger brother of ECOWAS, one question to ask is, in all of these laws we have tried to put forward as, an economic hub, as West Africa, as the case may be, what have we really done practically to achieve majority of these goals? Are they very, very visible? Is the ECOWAS itself, are they working in the interest of the leaders in quote of the ECOWAS? Are they working in the interest of the ECOWAS region, as the case may be? So these are very, very many fundamental questions that you have no other thought than to begin to discuss about coup in the 21st democracy we are currently operating. And for me, I believe that if the day we decide to say our franchise must count as a people and it will be counting, that is the day we put an end to all of these things. If you agree with me, the worst democracy is better than any autocratic rule. But what have we seen thus far is that people will begin to share some level of sentiments to believing that when the military comes, things will be a little bit better. But you ask yourself, what are the characters of persons we have within the military? Who are these persons? People who are, characterized with mold. You see where army officers have been, sold out at the battlefront of this issue of Boko Haram. So you see, we are still marrying defense of failures. But one would ask, if you go by the thought of Zig Ziglar, when you say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting another form of answer, one would ask, is coup now a solution to our problem in this country? Will coup reduce the price of the dollar? Will this stop the floating of the naira? Will it bring back the economy as it then was in the 70s or in the 80s? The answer is no. So we must, as a people, if you ask me, begin to marry our thoughts with what will actually promote and progress us as a people. Because it pains me as a young man, having sat down at a very young age watching at people talk on TV, and today we are on TV, we are still marrying ourselves with this thought of economic impossibilities and something that we believe that it should actually be a thing of the past. But today we are here, we are still talking about those same issues. The questions to ask is, why are the Nigerian people so docile not to demand for that which is rightly theirs? Because if you ask me, there's no military officer today that will say he's coming to fight for the Nigerian people by way of taking over power. The answer is no, because I do not see any discipline officer. Look at what Ibrahim Touare is doing. How many of our generals can get that formidable courage, to fight for the interests of the people without accumulating wealth for themselves? We have seen army generals who want to use greenfield. We have in the capital city, we have seen army generals who will go all out to fight people because of their own selfish interests. So if you ask me as Nigerians, I think the way forward is that we must get to the round table and tell ourselves the truth.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. You said quite a lot, Emmanuel. But before we leave, I'm sure we are going to leave this topic now. Before we leave, there's a quote that Emmanuel said. Emmanuel said that, look, that the worst military is better than the worst democracy. That the worst democracy is better than the best military. Well, a lot of people will disagree with you, including me here. I am not interested in how military gets into office before they say I'm supporting the coup plot. But once they get into office, I like what they do. We had a discussion here the other day, and we were of the opinion, and we almost agreed, the panelists almost agreed that, look, the current regime of terrorism and insecurity wouldn't ordinarily have lasted for 6 months under a military regime. They would just bring it down. Simple. It happened during Maitasine. It was Buhari that cleared Maitasine in one breath. And if you take a global account, some of the poor countries of the world that try to move, were actually developed to move into either the second world or first world, despite the fact that we don't use all those words in literature of strategic studies and political development. But those people were able to move their country. If you go to the Dominican Republic, it was a military leader that pushed them up. If you go to Indonesia,
mostly Latin America.
If you go to Indonesia, it was Sukarno, a military man that brought Indonesia up. And if you come back to Nigeria here, if you look at what you might call, strategic national infrastructure that Nigeria is proud of, it was built by the military. not even civilians. We are just bickering, you know. Moment we got into 2023, we already started talking about 2027. As I speak with you, some people are even talking about 2031. You know, and so that is what we see in 4 years, in 8 years of every administration. By the time Obasanjo got into office, he had already started thinking about third term. So what did we get? We were still looking for a certain $16 billion for power and all of that. And we've been looking for 210 trillion naira. Look at what Abacha did with PTF. So some people would disagree that, look, what we need is our own style of democracy. And Babangida at that point called militocracy if it was going to work for us. And people forget that the best, the freest and fairest election in this country was conducted by the military. Under a two-party system, we didn't have the multiplicity of parties that we have. SDP said, ADC said, and between the NRC and SDP. Yeah. But now we have multi-party. At last count, 19 parties. And what do we get? We even have one that is trying to, you know, nest everybody into one family, the APC. Is that what we are looking for? We are looking for development, real growth and real development. And the military offered us all of that. For the 5 years that Abacha was in government, what was the Naira to dollar exchange? It was almost pegged at a certain point, and our economy was doing well then. So if we compare notes, a lot of people will, well, we don't know how military gets into power, but anyhow they get into power, let them come out, let them rescue us, because we have seen in the past what they did for us.
Well, that's not the position of VOPTV. VOPTV is not asking for the military to get into power.
No, I'm not asking either.
Okay.
I'm not asking
either. Yes, it's going to be...
We make that clarification, yes.
Okay, well, let's get into another conversation now. President downplays Tinubu's stumble, says Turkey visit on course. And also, yes, I think, yeah. And then in another paper, Edu, federal government restoring confidence in power sector as 501 billion naira bond for Gencos is 100% subscribed. And you saw the picture of the president in Ankara with the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. All right, and so you see them shaking hands there. Okay, now let's touch on another headline. World Bank committed $2.5 billion into Nigeria's infrastructure, education, healthcare sectors in 5 years. Mobilized $5 billion private capital into country in 2025. Digital reforms, transparency needed to unlock SME procurement. BPP LTCI says. All right, there you have it. Now, this particular headline here, I think I should take the riders to it so we can focus on this one. Edu, federal government restoring confidence in power sector as 501 billion naira bond for Gencos is 100% subscribed. 5-generation firms sign 827 billion naira. That's from This Day newspaper. Others pending. Gencos pledge capacity expansion after settlement. Payments to cover 290,644.84 gigawatts per hour built since 2015. Power grid collapses for second time in 2026. Recovery completed. LTCI incessant grid issues pose threat to businesses. All right, there you have it. And then the Punch says, Discos blame low generation as grid collapses third time.
Back and forth.
They said 2 times. Now it's the third.
No, one paper is reporting second time. Another paper is recording.
The first one will shut down to 24 megawatts.
With the way the light goes
on, you can easily lose count. You can easily lose count.
I remember.
And what you are reporting here is not collapse. We are reporting partial disturbance.
I remember when.
This is not partial disturbance because the report we got was the first time it dropped to 24 megawatts nationwide.
Okay.
The second one dropped to 0.
And the third one now,
zero cannot be partial.
Okay, 0 is not partial, but 24 is partial.
24 is not partial.
So
the minister said it's partial disturbance.
Moses,
if you put your hand in 24, it will shock you.
When you have a problem like this, you don't treat it like an ordinary problem. there is something deeper than what we are saying concerning this light. I remember when Professor Nebo was Minister of Power under Jonathan, he said that some people told him that some spiritual forces don't want Nigeria to have light. They are the ones responsible for this. Some witches and wizards.
Here we go.
The man took it for granted. But after reading what Dr. Ruben Abati wrote about Aso Rock and what is going on there, and after seeing all these things, do you think that what the people told the Professor Nebo is far from what you are seeing today? How can you justify a situation whereby a country of 200 million people in this age and time does not have stable light? Meanwhile, people like South Africa with 60 million people, Egypt, another country that we are rubbing shoulders with in Africa, they have 30, 40, 50,000 megawatts. Please, which year and which century are we going to get close to even 20,000 megawatts?
Barrister, the truth of the matter is that it's a failure of leadership. It has nothing to do with being fetish.
Okay,
it's pure leadership failure.
Okay, yes.
There's nothing wrong in asking.
Leadership after leadership, but to steal
There's
money.
nothing wrong in
But to steal money. To steal money.
Okay, now exactly. I'm happy you're answering this question.
Money,
so those spirits don't stop them when they want to steal the money.
The spirits become monkeys and snakes.
And snakes and swallow those money.
I said, if we don't want to look deeper into this problem, we remain like this in the next one.
Barrister, there's no looking deeper. It's a problem of leadership. Okay. It's not a problem of leadership. We have seen countries, worse than Nigeria, and our situations like this. And those countries, and when they get good leadership, they just move on. They move up and do better. It's all about leadership failure. There's nothing to do with.
By the time we get the real leader, according to you, there may be nothing left for Nigeria. Nothing left. All the natural resources would have been fizzled out, and our children will be grappling with nothing.
Barrister, there is. We are just about 65 years of. These are 65 years of. Okay, this year will be.
But you have spent resources. You are wasting.
Barrister, some of the Latin American countries that we are even competing with have had independence for more than 250 years. And all of that.
250 years.
Yes, and they are still struggling. So it's a process of. It's just a good process.
What do they have? Look. To whom much is given, much is expected. With the resources you have, you are not supposed to be in this quagmire.
Unfortunately, we are because of bad leadership.
That is just my own concern here. Don't compare yourself with countries that have nothing. Japan don't have oil. They don't have oil.
Venezuela has oil.
I said Japan don't have oil.
No, you said I should not compare myself to countries. First, I was talking about countries at our level, who are still struggling. I'm not making excuses. It's a problem of leadership.
What is the population of Venezuela?
But they have the largest oil deposits in the world, don't they? So what have they done with it? I'm not making excuses for Nigeria.
No, what I'm essentially saying is that Venezuela, the way it's positioned, shouldn't suffer this kind of hemorrhage.
Now we are suffering. Exactly the point.
So, and that brings us to leadership issue.
It's a question of leadership.
It's a question of leadership. And if we get it right, 16 billion was spent during Obasanjo Atiku.
Debatable.
On what is debatable there?
There is no fact.
As Atiku denied it, under BP, as El-Rufai that is even in the opposition, as he denied it.
Okay, so the same Obasanjo that claimed to be a saint. Is it not the one telling us that Atiku is...
Anybody can claim to be a saint. As I seated here, there is nothing that you have done in your life that you don't consider as very good. But the society will mirror you as to what you are claiming. So, for me, steadily from 1999, when this republic came in, when Obasanjo came in, till date, if we calculate what we have spent on power, it's over $40 billion. And we have been hovering between 4,000, 5,000.
Yes.
With a population of 220. We can't excuse it. We can't. And a transmission line that had been, it's not like somebody now saying, there was a day somebody said, if I can get Volkswagen B2, 1,500. That was the last model. You know, it started with 1,200 model, then 1,300 model, then 1,500. That is ready to buy for 10 million naira. But where are you going to get that? It's the same thing. Transmission line that had been there during the days of ECN, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, before it transformed to NEPA, now PSN, and then unbundled to distribution, generation, and transmission. Yet, we are still hovering between 4,000 and 5,000. And funny enough, when we peak at 5,000, it will be celebration all over the world. Nigeria government will start celebrating 5,000. Whereas Côte d'Ivoire, that is not even up to 1/3 of our population, celebrated 33,000 megawatts. So,
all right.
What exactly are we talking about?
All right, so let's touch on a few other headlines and have free responses. So, court suspends FCTA workers' strike as WIKE okays 12 billion naira for salaries. Yes, you made.
So
you made
the money was there before.
Let me take.
So what was he waiting for?
Let me take other headlines. Tinubu pushes defense economic ties into Kiev as aides dismiss health fears. Sit at home. Traders protest as Soludo shuts down Onitsha market. Senate urged to treat food insecurity as national emergency. 72% of Nigerian businesses tap AI to overhaul workforce. National Grid, okay, yes, we've touched on that. Coup, apologize to Nigerians for initial denial. Falano tells military. All right, there you have it.
We don't need all this.
There you have it. So, Barrister, pick your headline.
Yes, I apologize to Nigerians. What would that? What would that?
I thought you wanted to react to the WIKE story.
Well, WIKE, yes.
12 billion naira.
You see what we are talking about, because some of you said leadership. You see, there's a difference between a bad leader and unreasonable leadership. Is it not unreasonable on his part to have waited until there was a protest before this 12 billion came out? So the money was there. What were we waiting for? Please tell me. That means he never wanted to pay them or what, and he expected them to keep quiet.
Well, Barrister, he's not alone on that. I think it's our pattern. The president also waited for local contractors to protest and embarrass us before the world community, before he released money. State governors wait for teachers to go on strike before they release their salaries.
Even doctors.
They wait for NARD, National Association of Resident Doctors, to go on strike before they call them. Federal government, Minister of Education waits for ASU to call for strike before they call them, for a roundtable.
And they told us that the subsidy money is working, that the states are getting more allocation. Meanwhile, states are owing more money now. They are owing more now.
That's not true. No state is owing.
No, states are owing.
No, what I'm saying
what did you say?
For those who are
not salary.
No, he's not talking about salary.
No salary.
He's talking about their debt exposure.
Debt exposure, of course. They borrowed more than they can take at that time.
So what happened to the subsidy money they are getting? The allocation?
So, Barrister, they are paying off. They are paying off. Why some of them, a few of them are still owing salaries? You know why they are owing? Why they are owing, or why they owe is because by the time FAC declares state ABC, you got 12 billion naira for this month. At source, because the federal government is the obliger, for those loans, they will take 80% of them, like 8 billion naira. It happened in Kaduna when Obasani was like, El-Rufai, left this state open. I can't even pay salary for that particular month. Because out of the 4 billion naira that we got for that month, we couldn't even access up to 1 billion naira because the money had been deducted at source. So that is what is going on in some of the states.
All right, Emmanuel, Comrade Emmanuel, go ahead, talk to me.
Now,
pick your headline.
Very difficult. I'm finding it very difficult to follow the trend of discussion. But let me quickly say something here, particularly when it gets to the issue of power. See, I for once believe in that school of thought that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting one form of answer or hoping for one form of answer is another form of madness. You and I and viewers at home know what has been the setback of privatization in this country. Majority of these gencos and discos that we have as managers of our common infrastructure of power are owned by political cronies and friends of past leaders. Now, when you have this set of leaders who cannot provide the basics, and you are voting 501 billion naira as vote or as subvention or as loans to these companies, it will still go down the same way. And that clearly shows to some of us that we don't need power in this country, and our leaders are not serious. I, for once, as a very, very, solid admirer of the president, I would have believed that if there was one gray area Mr. President would have gotten it right under his first 4 years, was to fix electricity. See, we don't have business with recycling these same jinkos or going into whatever loan agreement or whatever procurement agreement with them. These people are grossly incompetent to give Nigeria power. And as such, no matter the amount of fundings you give to them, it will go down the same way. So we must begin to think outside. Now, if you ask me, the president came up with such a beautiful policy of saying states cannot generate power on their own and sell to their people. The question to ask is, what are the economic viable states like Kano, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Delta, Enugu doing with these laws? What are they doing with the laws? We are supposed to see states coming up with independent power. We have states that in one physical year can spend the resources available to them to give their people electricity. We have. If you go to Abia State, you see the beautiful thing that was done there by Geometric Power and the Abia State government and the federal government. How is that viable? Why are we not looking at the windows of ensuring that we have independent power at various levels? For crying out loud, we sit on the highest deposit of gas in Edo State here, but we don't have electricity. The Azura power plant is there. It has been one cosmetic policy or the other that has not met with the aspirations of the common man. It's so painful today that people now think of renewable energies than hoping on national grid. A few days ago, I was opportune to look through the pages of social media. I saw a honorable member from one southern part of the country donating transformers, and I asked, if you are celebrating this honorable member for bringing transformers, where are the electricities that will run these transformers to meet the desired goal in which they are procuring them for? It's not available. So that shows you that our people are still within the gimmicks play of let us just push it around. We are not talking about putting a total stop to all of these issues. 501 billion naira for gencos that we all know how the money will go down. If you like, put EFCC to be watching on every bank transaction that they do out of these monies. It will still go down the same way. So let us tell ourselves the truth. We need a total overhaul of our power system. Since Obasanjo, this same set of people have been appropriating, making laws and carrying out expenditures. Up to date, we still cannot boast of 10,000 megawatts of power. We still cannot say we have an independent state in Nigeria that has uninterrupted power supply. And we have recently made laws for each state to generate power independently. And nobody is driving towards that push. If you can even have a solar farm in most of these rural areas we're talking about, independent of the national grid, 501 billion naira will give us more than 100 solar power plants, more than 1,000. What am I saying? 100, 1,000 in various of these communities that are in their need of electricity. Do not forget there's a chain. Once you invest that money in the jinkos and they even create this electricity, and peradventure they say, okay, let us have a new turn. They generate this electricity. We still have an issue with the distribution channels. We still have an issue with networking the national grid to these local communities. We are talking about billions of naira when it comes to rural identification. So why are we not thinking outside the box? There are some of these companies that for you to draw distribution lines from the substations down to these communities where you have these local dwellers, it's going to cost the government billions. why don't you channel this money of giving these people independent power plants through the solar energy?
Oh, yes, of course.
So that, for some of us, that's why we look at it that government is not being sincere to take the push by the horn, or the bull by the horn, to give Nigerians power.
All right, thank you very much, Emmanuel Agbogo. A lot of questions that you're leaving us with. But talking about thinking outside the box or looking for alternative power. In 2025, the government set aside about 10 billion naira for solar in Asu Villa. And then in 2026 appropriation bill, there is 7 billion naira set aside for alternative power in Asu Villa as well. So government is thinking about itself. They're taking care of that. So Nigerians to look for a way to get power. So whoever gave those people transformers is helping them out. You know, it's just for the generation of power to get to the transformers, and then people will have electricity. Well, thank you very much. This is where we draw the curtains on.
Thank you,
Emmanuel Agbogo.
Before you round up,
we're running.
All these travels, Tinubu is calling investors to come, and they are hearing this type of thing. What are they coming to invest in a place where there is no light? Has Tinubu asked himself that question?
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
Where is the tunnel in the first place?
Barrister, we'll find out. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Darlington Agbogo. Delifanimo, you've been rather quiet this morning.
Some of these things can overwhelm you.
I understand. Thank you very much, Delifanimo, veteran reporter, and Chukwuma Okoro, also a veteran reporter and
editor.
Yeah, has a whole lot to his portfolio there. But he makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. for Political Lens.
I'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adam. I'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting political stories.
And there you have it, and that's another show today. Newspaper Review makes a comeback tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. And sports comes up next. That's 11 a.m. We'll be taking you through the world of sports. I am Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful day. Bye.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The red carpets. awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Everybody knows it doesn't sound cool when it's about tragedy, and it doesn't sound good But you know, say everybody likes to say, it demands that we bring it on the show today. It's no longer news that the Nigerian Football Federation has expressed a very saddened one, a shock and sadness about the death of Mr. Sunday Ndidi, father of Wilfred Ndidi, the captain of the senior national team, Super Eagles keeper. That's the best word to say. But that happened in an automobile accident, and this is not a good news. We've seen the message from the NFF General Secretary, Dr. Mohammed Sanusi, in a statement on Tuesday that reads, "This is a very sad one. The player just gave his best to the nation at the African Cup of Nations concluded not long, where he finished with a bronze medal. He had returned to Turkey with great motivation and very high hopes of helping the club side win silverware this season and also help the Super Eagles reach the new high they attained for themselves." And this statement still reads that we are really shocked at the moment. I cannot say much, but we earnestly pray for the repose of the soul of Mr. Sunday Ndidi and pray that the Almighty God will comfort our team captain, his siblings, his relations, and also indeed all those who he has left behind. VOPFM Lagos reported that Mr. Sunday Ndidi, a retired military officer, was reportedly involved in an accident in Umunede, Delta State, and was confirmed dead after being rushed to the hospital in Agbo, also in Delta State. Ndidi club side Besiktas confirmed the incident on Tuesday, and the read saying, "We are deeply saddened to learn of the tragic passing of our football Wilfred Ndidi's father and then his esteemed relation, Sunday Ndidi, in a fatal accident." And also, not just that statement, that was released on X, formerly known as Twitter. And another one reads from the EFL South Championship side, Leicester City. Good one to see that they're also writing saying, Ndidi, we are in support of you, and also you spend a lot of time with us. And the message also read, "We are sending our love and deepest condolences at a time of immense sadness. We are with you." That's the message coming from the Leicester side. Also, Ndidi took to his Instagram to express his grief. This one got me emotional. I felt like crying like a baby. And it reads, feel like you have on your screen already. You call me this morning with a statement in your voice. Now, goodbye, they tell me. What about the things we talked about? So we know we'll talk again. Now, only memories. You have that. And when I was saying, even when I scored my first goal for the national team, I do the Papilo dance for you, but you just go like that. That's about Wilfred Ndidi, and this doesn't sound so good. And that's a developing story. Let's bring this one to you again. NSC also are involved in this. The developing story as well connected to that very one. The National Sports Commission, NSC, and the Federal Government of Nigeria, as you can say, Nigerian Football Federation as well, have expressed our deepest condolences to the captain. And we have the message that reads from the Director General of NSC, Honorable Bukola Olapade, who expressed shock over the news. And he said, "This is a sad moment for Nigerian football and has urged the entire family, to the Ndidi family, in their prayers in this difficult time. On behalf of the chairman of the NSC, Madam Chehu Diko, and the Nigerian sports family, I want to express our heartfelt condolences to Wilfred Ndidi and his family for the unfortunate loss." So the DJ of NSC, talk about Director General, said, "I know of a fact how close Ndidi is to his father and the role the man has played with the success of his story on the sun. Wilfred Ndidi has been a patriotic servant for our great nation, Nigeria, playing for the Super Eagles and also representing Nigeria in a very good light, playing club football abroad, and all of these are product of the kind of upbringing he had from his parents." Honorable Lokpade also added that the National Sports Commission will work closely with the NFF in very, very possible capacity to render any form of assistance to the Ndidi family. Meanwhile, NFF General Secretary Dr. Mohammed Sanusi said, "This is sad news. The player gave his all, and then we are also with him. But this is our tragic moment, and then cut to the bands, we do this for the Ndidi family." It doesn't sound good to be talked about, but it's just one of those things. One thing to say, it's inevitable. It comes in a moment. It just comes. It's like something that goes round. So this just happened to hit the Ndidi family. And then from all of us here, VOPFM Sports Crew, VOP TV Sports Crew, just the way it forward, we are also sending our deepest condolences to the family of Ndidi. And then this one we do for them. Rest in peace is all we can say. So we get into Talk Point quickly again. Welcome to the Sports Republic show right here
on TV. This is Lagos, Nigeria. Let's talk about what's really trending out there. The story of Ndidi doesn't sound good to talk about, but you know, we just have to bring that to you. And we have this news that's been trending on social media. Everybody knows. If you've seen it, we would have also brought you a clip about that very one, where one man is on the story talking about Calvin Bassey. Super Eagles defender Calvin Bassey has been in the spotlight for his performances on the pitch, so you could say on and off the pitch in a family matter, and also it's been talked about. His father, Kingsley Ikena Ogelumba, has publicly opened up about being separated from Bassey and his brother for nearly 18 years, making an emotional plea for reconciliation. Yes, that one you have on your screen, that's the first. And Bassey had a standout African Cup of Nations campaign in Morocco, earning a spot in tournament best 11 and helping Nigeria secure the bronze medal. Yet, his personal life has now captured attention as his father recounts years of separation and longing. Kingsley Ogelumba revealed that the origin of the family split in a TikTok interview, explaining that disagreement with Bassey's mother led to him being completely cut off from his children. The family had briefly lived together in London, but marital issues and bitterness prevented further contact. Ogelumba told Helen Ati on an interview saying on YouTube, Bassey, born in Italy, chose to carry his mother's surname when he began his professional career, citing her sacrifices as his reason. Bassey in 2020, just a reminder, he said something when he was signing the contract with Rangers. He said, if I got a chance to put my name on the back of a shirt, I wanted it to be my mom's name, my way of saying thank you, mommy. Kingsley, who expressed deep regret over the years of separation, he stated that he attempted to reconcile and even sought legal intervention in London, but circumstances including expired papers and unemployment forced him back to Italy. Despite these obstacles, Ogelumba continued to pursue a contact with his sons. Ogelumba attempts recognition with Bassey in one notable effort. Kingsley traveled to Leicester City to see Calvin during his time at the club. The Nigerian-born Anambra-born man said he was not seeking fame or financial gain, but merely wanted to reconnect with his children. In the words of Bassey's father, he said, when he finally reached Calvin, the encounter was tense. He got upset. He told me to say what I had to say and then leave. He also tried to contact Calvin Bassey during the Nations Cup in Africa because the other time it was played, but communication remained limited. The only previous contact with the children's mother occurred 10 years ago regarding the Nigerian passport. Then Bassey kept silent about his father's reunion. He has not publicly addressed this issue, and he still remains on the low, like people say, low key. But according to a transfer market, the Fulham defender has become a regular in the Super Eagles since 2022, making 43 appearances across the World Cup qualifiers, AFCON tournament, and also friendlies. He has won AFCON, the Dependable side, also the bronze medal for the Super Eagles side. So I think the last one he was just on the final shows, and this time around became third. But before we talk about something else, let's just have a brief look into the talk about Calvin Bassey. One thing is good to be talked about. It's a family issue, people know. But do we want to talk about this? Of course, yes, we should be talking about it. In as much as I would have loved to just keep it on the pen side, we still have to reiterate some issues concerning this. It's family issues. When you watch that interview, you listen to the man. At a point, he was crying. I think that was really what I was saying this morning when I woke this morning after morning prayers, and I was watching that video closely. And I said to myself, what could be going on in this man's mind? I understand the part where your kids have been off from you. And he said the only time the wife reached out to him, talking about Calvin Bassey's father, was when she needed the Nigerian passport. So as a father, he said, if there's anything I want to say on social media, I should be very careful. But even if I'm that so bad, in quotes, to say, not to my kids. That's about Ogelumba, the father of Calvin Bassey. But this is very, very clear that the mother has actually, what's the word? The kids have the backing of the mom. I understand. The mother's love cannot be taken off. It can't be separated. That's why you see most players, they're always putting their mom on the fence. On the edge, first of all. No, the dad at the edge. The dad at the edge, then the mom at the first line. Now, when you look at this scenario, you understand the likes of Bellingham, Kylian Mbappe, all of these key players, they're always putting their mom first. Not because of issues. Even Lamine Yamal is also in the news about that. But on Calvin Bassey's talk, people are saying on social media, let's even get to that part. Some are saying the reason why Calvin Bassey's father wants his son back is the fact that his son is now a global player, a global star, a big player. The world knows him. But this man is coming to say, of course not. That's not the reason. He admitted, I had an issue with your mom. Now, it would interest you to know that all the kids, all of Calvin Bassey's brothers were born in Italy. I think just one. Is it Michael? I think the last one was born in Ireland. So he said, I left London when I had issues with my papers, and then I had to go back to Italy because I've spent so many years in Italy. So from Italy, he moves to Italy to Nigeria, so the shows keep going on like that. But for the mom, who has that eligibility of having a very good balance in London, currently, the man is saying, I still don't know the whereabouts of my wife. That I'm having issues with my wife doesn't really mean it should affect my kids. But it's clearly stated that the kids, if not for anyone, Calvin Bassey is so much in love with the mom. And I would not take that for granted because I understand the mother's love for their kids. But you know one thing again he said, when I went to Leicester, when he was playing for Leicester, I'm talking about Ogilumba, the father of Calvin Bassey. He said, when I got to Leicester, I went straight to the camp. I call him big name. That's the name he calls his son, but something big. That's the name he calls him from birth. And then he said, the receptionist said words to me, and he said, I am Calvin Bassey's father. So they made provision for him to be able to see Calvin Bassey. And Calvin Bassey said, we can't talk now, Daddy. Let's meet at home. This is my address. And he went to meet his son back home in Leicester. That's in London as well. When he got there, he said Calvin Bassey was cool to him. And all of a sudden, he got a call from his mom. And Calvin Bassey changed his mood drastically and said, you have to leave now. We can't do this talking. So if you look at the scenario, you understand there's a family issues. And the man is saying, for the fact I'm having an issue with my wife, doesn't really say that I'm not loving my kids. He said, the only one that reached out to me is the first son. He calls me all the time and said, Daddy, I think he said the last time he called me was when he had a kid, second child. And said, Daddy, I have a son now. So the relationship is more like the father to the first. But this man in question, we're talking about Ogilumba, wants a reunion and is pleading for the nation, social media rants and the rest of that they should just calm down. All you can do for me is to make sure that I have that leverage to have a combination and a communication with my son. And that's all the same. But we're yet to see Calvin Bassey officially or publicly rather say something about the scenario. And then the one he did in 2020 sends a long message because Calvin Bassey came out to say that if I am opportune to put a name at my jersey, it would be who? My mom. All right, so it's just what it is. We go off that one and give you a story more. So let's talk about something else. Let's just delve into the Chelsea story. Super Eagles man is in the news while we still wait for all of the stories to be calm. So indeed, this story is a tragedy hitting Nigerian football, and then Calvin Bassey's story is also a family affair. We don't really want to talk deep about it. And also, I think Ogilumba, also the father, doesn't want to talk so deep about that conversation. Now, let's talk about Eric Chell. He's in the story. Eric Chell is a man everybody wants to stay. We want to see him stay back with the national team. But will he be staying back with Nigeria national team? Time tells. We still see that offer from Tunisia. $100,000 is on the radar for the Franco-Malian born in Ivory Coast. The man you have on your screen is on the verge of possibly might be leaving the Super Eagles, but we see how it goes. But the Director General of the National Sports Commission, NSC, Bukola Olopade, has firmly dismissed widespread speculation linking Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell with a move away from Nigeria. Olopade stated Eric Chell is not going anywhere, addressing reported interest from Tunisia, Gabon, and Angola, respectively, following Nigeria bronze medal finish at the AFCON. He argued that the quality of Nigerian players, calling them the right equipment, is a key advantage that Eric Chell wouldn't find elsewhere. Okay, Olopade revealed he recently hosted a coach for dinner, and that high-level discussion are on the way to resolve his contract situation. Now, let's look into the key points, the key facts about the Super Eagles Gaffer stay. Number one, the statement is a strong one. Public attempt to quell uncertainty and project stability around the national team technical leadership. Number two, it frames Nigeria's players pool as a unique asset that makes the coaching role more desirable than positions in other national teams. Number three, the relationship and the revelation of a personal diplomacy. A dinner meeting suggests an informal, collaborative approach to managing the coach situation alongside formal negotiation. And number four, it indirectly addresses Chelsea's contract status, confirming ongoing talks and implying a desire to retain him beyond the current term. Number five, the intervention from the NSC DG Rather, now the NFF highlights the multi-layered governance of Nigerian football and effort to present a unified front. The NSC assertive stance aims to secure continuity for the Super Eagles by dispelling exit rumors and signaling commitment to retain the current Super Eagles coach. You know, this is I don't know, it's one of the weirdest stories I've ever heard. Yes, truth be told, I'm not trying to exaggerate it, but I'm just trying to say the way it is. What's the word? When Eric Chell emerged to be the coach of the senior national team of Nigeria, I could read from him. I could look into his eyes. I could see the love, the passion, the resilience. He was so determined to do the job for Nigeria. And I looked at Eric Chell and I said, yes, this man wants to manage the Super Eagles because he knows the quality and the talent we have. Even though sometimes I would say we don't even know what we have. So are we losing it drastically every day? You can see the measures. It's been out there. It's clear. With all due respect, I say to the national team. Now, Eric Chell is one man everybody should be looking at. The reason why we talk about Eric Chell is because his contract situation is uncertain. And I think he should be thinking twice, because if a star like the Tunisian star wants you to manage them, if you look at a CV, what's some called resume, you would understand that if you manage a World Cup winning side or a World Cup participating team, it gives you an edge, not just as a Met coach, but an African coach. Now, it's not all that goes through that phase that comes out, excited, but 100,000 US dollar, you can't compare to one who earns 55,000 US dollar or thereabouts. And on the cost of that story, we still owe this man. So there's no way you want to talk about Nigeria, Angola, Gabon, Tunisia. If you ask me, quality-wise, I would do Nigeria. But is there a financial thing, or is it a passion? You know, one thing is inevitable. We know passion is cool. Passion is very nice. But what people do these days, passion is being abused. That I'm liking what I do doesn't really mean you don't have to pay me well. I'm so sorry. You have to pay me well. Now, money drives passion. That's the word. Money drives passion. So if we want to keep Eric Chell, we need to make him happy. I don't know the kind of a contract he has with the national team. For Eric Chell not to have also said a lot during his time at the club, at the countryside, at the Nations Cup, where he was old, and he was still quiet. And now we are talking about losing Eric Chell. What he has brought to the team is one thing I would have thought that the NFL would have just run with all immense movement to give him a new contract or possibly pay him his debt and renew his contract, negotiation-wise. But now we have a coach who has done well with the national team, who has transitioned us out to a playing side, who has brought dominance, who has made us understand that, yes, Super Eagles are three-time champions, who have brought that scare factor again to the national team. And we are just messing around the conversation. Now, what about the connection with the NSC and the NFF? I really don't want to talk about this, but I just have to say it. They get us confused sometimes, you know. We had Eric Chell, the NSC came out to say, yes, our Super Eagles coach, Malam Shehu Diko, His Excellency. We had Ibrahim Musukuzo, also the NFF president. They said, this is our coach. When the payment time came, the NSC said what we did was just to bring the coach to the NFF. We are not in charge of the payment. It's about the NFF paying. But sometimes we hear the NSC also in connection with the coach who is managing the team that's been run under the NFF. So who's been confused here? Whose support do you believe? It's a whole lot to be talked about, because right now it's quite confusing. A lot of Nigerians will be out there questioning, who is Eric Chell? Does he work with the NFF or the NSC? Now the name is big, National Sports Commission. With the word sports come to your mind, you have to understand. It means the NFF have to come below, because it's a sports governing body. And when Malam Shehu Diko got into this job, I was one of those people who celebrated him with all happiness. But with what we are saying now, when the coach is being old, sometimes the NSC goes off the shores and then leave it for the NFF. So whose support should we believe right now? We have who talking? Honorable Olopade, he works with the NSC, he's a DJ to the NSC, not the NFF. We have a Guavo technical advisor. We have Ibrahim Musukuzo. So it's quite confusing. So who should Eric Chell be talking to? But the fact that we're having the NSC, the NG, or the DG rather, having words with the coach, it means slightly that the NFF are just so below par. If it's a golf word, I would have used under par. We shouldn't be doing this. We should be finding a way. I think the way is try to fine-tune your national team. After what we did see at the Nations Cup, we said, yes, we are good to go. We have a team. Now the world can see that we wish we made it to the World Cup. No pressure on Eric Chell. Why is there on this? We should not be talking about Eric Chell. We should be talking about renewing the Franco-Malian's contract. Give him a new contract, and then he can find a way to fine-tune the team. The Nations Cup next is coming. Now, for a nation that knows this very well, don't get me wrong, for a nation that understands how sports is being run, you would understand that we should put things in place. I would have said, there's no need to go back to drawing board because that drawing board doesn't work again. Do you understand? Drawing board, they work. Even we never get board with the draw, so there's no need. But this man knows what he wants. This man loved the national team. This man loved the Super Eagles. This man is a man that we've seen who has given his all, like within a short time. For the fact that he was owed 2 to 3 months' salary, he wasn't talking. And we're trying to take advantage of that one. Now, we have to wait until something happens. It's more like you're waiting till something happens before you say, God, thank you. It's more like that. We don't have to wait till something or national side wants the coach before we can now make him. See, you need to understand, you need to make the coach happy. When he's on the job and he's doing the work and he's seeing that everything is deliberately going on well for him with the support of the NSC and also the NFF, then why not? The Franco-Malian have all we want. So why are we talking about Eric Chell? Why? Eric Chell should not be in the news. Eric Chell's news should be, yes, the Franco-Malian's contract has been renewed, and that works. And by that point, you say, yes, they've done so well. So please, if you me now, I'm pleading, let's find a way around this to organize our football, the biggest sport, and then make sure the Franco-Malian stays. Else, I think Eric Chell might not be sleeping well because $100,000 every month might not be big, but can we afford it? Actually, yes, we can. Super Eagles can afford it, Nigeria can afford it, but we don't want to bring the money come out. We they put it somewhere. See, this NFF matter, you know why they invest for them? If we look them, you don't ever hear say NFF did it, you don't hear them before. Say the ONFF. I never hear them before. They find news that they check and not say, I won't check them for 100 years, and not see that day. And they find story will tell me say NFF did they owe them. Even they are cleaner for their office, I never hear say they owe them. That's the body that governs Nigerian football. I see they talk every time. NFF not be anybody papa own. It's owned by the federation. We need to put things right and put some sad news to bury. But let's talk about something. I've been making what's the word? I've been having fun with the Moroccan national team. You know, without due respect to the team, but I said it. I have like 4 or 5 towels back home, and I say if now wait till they hungry them, may not give me chance. Might go find towel. When they call towel, I say I'm gonna give them. Cause I get like blast now 2 white go inside, 3 red inside with the change jam. So if blast that 3 red towel where I get for us, I can't go give Morocco people. You understand? Now, they hungry me. They talk as they do me because I feel like they need toil. I'm telling you, Morocco people, now toil, they hungry them. We'll tell you the story that's surrounding some Morocco people because right now, the body governing the game is doing something very, very wrong. My opinion, anyways. Free to talk, right? CAF is being a little bit biased, if not fully biased. And you know one thing I do? I respect Patrice Motsepe, the CAF president, he's South African. I have this maximum respect for the man. But I feel like I'm losing it drastically every day just as it unfolds. Reasons are not far from me. Reasons are not far-fetched. Reasons are because one reason is the fact that they are trying to make everything work well for Morocco people or the Moroccan people. Now, let's talk about this one. It's more like Mendy, Wabali-style saga. And I'll be quoting Safari. So you understand where I'm coming from. You understand the reason why I'm saying we need to give them towel. Now, towel, don't greet them. May they get, and wait, I know they give them towel, may they clean their body and don't baffle. And they give them towel until they wipe their tears. I know they like, see, me, I know they like to talk, say God did for football, but I say God constantly did so because God of soccer just did inside. Because normally, if to say Senegal not win Nations Cup, the reverse would have been different right now. It would have been, the reverse would have been the case. But what's to say, the Confederation of African Football is considering a controversial new rule that could affect goalkeepers across the continent following the storm over the use of towels at the recent African Cup of Nations. The issue first came into focus during Nigeria's semi-final against Morocco when Super Eagles goalkeeper Stanley Wabali was repeatedly distracted by ball boys and the stewards. You have on your screen some scenarios out there you can see. Now, his towel, which he used to dry his gloves in the rain, was constantly taken off, much to the frustration and that of the Nigerian team. Now, what seems like an isolated incident later turned into a full-blown controversy in the final, again involving the host, Senegal goalkeeper Eden Mendy, who was the best keeper in the world 5 years ago, was subjected to a similar treatment with Moroccan ball boys, stewards, and even players repeatedly interfering with his tours. Now, one such moment involved African Footballer of the Year, Akraf Hakimi, who also was caught on cameras. A footage was out there taking Mendy's tour. Now, Senegal, however, were the better side. They were prepared this time around. The reserve goalkeeper, I think his name is Yevan Diouf. Yes, Yevan Diouf, I recall. He later admitted that the team had learned from what happened to Nwabali in the semi-final. He volunteered to stand near Mendy's goal to protect his teammates' star. Do you understand? I will explain this so you can get me right. Now, that decision, though, only made matters worse because Diouf was chased around the pitch by stewards of Morocco and also ball boys, and that was roughly an incident that we don't want to talk about. It was roughly dragged away, and that created more ugly scenes. Now, like I say, in the end, Senegal went on to win the title in a dramatic fashion, although the chaotic scene could still lead to sanctions for Teranga Lions, the supporters and the head coach Pape Thiaw and the Senegal Football Federation. Many observers expected CAF to take firm action against the behavior of ball boys and stewards. Instead, the governing body that governs African football, CAF, appears to be considering a very different solution. Now, CAF considers banning towels from goalkeepers rather than focusing on the conduct of those around the pitch. CAF is now reportedly looking at stopping goalkeepers from owing and using towels during matches. Speaking to report, the president of the CAF Referees Committee, Olivia Safari, that's the name, he addressed the issue on Monday. And I talk and say, this story will not go to the talker like this. You know what it is? I'm telling you now. See, I'm telling you what it is. If which I define as Safari, I could go meet my tailor, me banner for me, because not be this one at the talk. If this man, I'm going to read to you so you understand. I'm going to say it to you so you understand the statement from Olivia Safari, because it's more like after all is said and done, more is said than done. I don't understand the connection with CAF and Morocco. I'm yet to understand. Now, it's that shameful that recently we've learned that the 2030 World Cup might not be hosted in Morocco, might not be done in Casablanca. I don't care about Rabat, Marrakech, or the first other place. It might be Santiago Bernabeu. But Safari said, this is a problem of the organizers. This is a problem the organizers must take into account in future competitions. A tower is not equipment for a player or a goalkeeper. When a goalkeeper carries a tower, it must be done in a very sporting and fair play manner. As soon as they start shouting or influencing the game, I think the towel should be removed from the playing area. Goalkeepers around the world commonly use towels to dry their gloves and wipe themselves during games. However, CAF is now believed to be considering banning their use of towels in African competition. And they are saying if this continue to cause disturbances. Safari's comment suggests that maybe they are also having a conversation with the Moroccan side, because he said he will be sympathetic to the action of the stewards who confronted Nwabali and Mendy and also Diouf during the tournament. Now, if you look at this scenario, you understand that everything doesn't look well. Any official directive is expected to come soon, with the next African Nations Cup just over a year away. That will be the 14th edition of the tournament, which will be jointly hosted Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya. But let me just talk about this. Why this is a sad one is I'm expecting, or I rather expected something very great from the CAF body. But what they are doing now shows the incompetence of CAF, lack of transparency, corruption of a high level. Now, the world is vividly watching. That's what they don't even understand. It's that bad that Bob, okay, now, Safari, president of the ref committee, is now saying he might be sympathetic to the ball boys and the stewards who had this confrontation with Nwabali and Mendy. Now, do you know what it means for Senegal to win the Nations Cup on away land, not on home soil, away from home? They knew the Moroccan. See, if we start talking about what happened in the last Nations Cup, you will understand that everything went so wrong. It wasn't my fault. I said I would give them 4/10. No reason for 10/10. Not even 5 would work for me. Because if you look at what Morocco have done, or Moroccan people have done, the officiating was so poor. It was that so poor to a high level that even the world could see it. It was clear that the Moroccan side wanted to win this one by all of the means, any which way now they won't do. Because they lost the WAFCON to the Super Falcons, they found their way around the Super Eagles, and they went on to the final and felt like they would lift it. 1976, that's the story. That's the last time they won the Nations Cup. I wasn't even born then. 1976, a long time ago. And if care is not taken on this shows, they might never win the Nations Cup because with the way it's going, they are trying to turn football the other way. And my annoyance on the show this morning, depending on where you're watching from, is the fact that the CAF is also making it like a pampered story. You can't be doing this for Morocco and then you're looking elsewhere. They said the Algerians were fined. I wait for the Senegal scenario. What is wrong with them also fining the Moroccans? They say the game is fair play. Those small boys, see, when I watched, I think it was Nigeria, Morocco, yes. Yes, Saibari, he got substituted. He went behind the goalkeeper. Saibari of PSG, if you know him, very quality player. I respect him a lot, but since that day, my respect just faint. I not get respect for him again. Because he was standing out, he was stopping the steward from giving Stanley Wabale, the Super Eagles goalkeeper, a towel. Now he was blocking. Come and say, go like this, go like this. So that scenario was looking so bad because this keepers needs this. Now for CAF to say they want to ban it on AFCON tournament, let's be factual. The biggest, I think I have it somewhere on my mobile, let me say, I think the biggest of them all, talking about club football and national team football and country-wide football, is the Premier League. Now the Premier League have a goalkeeper who mans the post for Everton. His name is Jordan Pickford. He has this toil most of the time. When you see him, he keeps it by the side of the post, of his goal post. So sometimes these gloves get wet, water-wise, or anyway, and you see them using the towel to clean the glove. When throwing are being done, this is about the game, talking about people that don't understand it well, not the African football they talk. Brentford, Kayode of Brentford, they're right back. When he wants to make a throw, you see the fans, it happens at Ellen Road at Leeds United as well. The fans, the ball boys, they'll give them towel. When they carry towel, take towel like this, use and clean. You just know they wish to clean the game because that thing, you get grip. And they use the towel to clean and they make a throw. So why are we not seeing the FA of the British, who even understand the game more than African football does, banning that? Udinese, Marco Coy, the friend of the tower. Top flight football, Spanish league. We see goalkeepers who comes in to the pitch with their towel. So why are we going to have this one just to be pampered, just to suit Moroccan people? Why? So if you look at the scenario, you understand that they are doing it wrong. This story, you know, the sweet calf just they bend one side. I talk before I go talk again. Say road bend. You know me say you go bend waka put. Just put things right. When it's white, it's white. When it's black, it's black. It's okay for people to, it's normal. Having a conversation with our face just behind the scene today, and I was saying, yeah, it's good. Like, give them everything to talk. It's sweet. You know, so I made it because it's an assignment. It be like work, no pay. Do you understand the job? Now, what CAF they do? Person don't give you assignment, just they talk. And the person they sleep with, but you just they talk the matter. Only you they understand. Work, no pay. That's what CAF is doing. Who is paying them this? If Patrice Musepe is not trying to rob back, you don't see where person they talk about person, they say you say don't have to hear, but they don't say just they try to keep the friendship. You go to hear now. It doesn't make any, it doesn't hold water. Because at the end of the day, if CAF does not turn this thing around, our football will keep going down. Not even Nigeria now. I'm talking about CAF, the body that governs the game. Morocco, they used to give us waiting to talk about. Give me waiting to talk about positively. Maybe you get assignment, maybe on the sleepwear, so that you get sleepless night. And how can they, you know, it works. But what CAF is doing now is a very, very bad one. But let's leave that one and tell them all what's really going on. Victor Sima has been on the news. Still, Bukola Olakpade, I'm just going to try to, you know, brief this story so you can understand. There has been this disagreement. Sunday Lise, Super Eagles coach, former coach, and also you can say former player as well. He won the Nations Cup back in 1994, for those who watched that time. Never was born then though, but, you know, YouTube did justice to that. You know, talking about that very man, he has said a lot about the Nations Cup, and he said one of the reasons why the Super Eagles failed to win it this time around or to go far was what Victor Osimhen did. But one man on the show today, the Director General of Nigerian Sports Commission, NSC, Bukola Olakpade, he's more like he's still in the show today. He said he would not go with Sunday Lise's comments. And then he said, I disagree with Sunday Lise on many of his comments, including his indictment on Osimhen and others. Our superstars of yesterday deserve respect, but they must also take their place as mentors to the younger generation, not integrate them. You have it on your screen. NSC fires back at Sunday Olise, hails Victor Osimhen as Nigeria's second biggest brand after the Super Eagles. Well, I like to talk about key points. Let me talk about the key points. Number one is this. The response frames the criticism as counterproductive, advocating for support and mentorship for the current generation of athletes. Number two, it elevates Osimhen's status beyond his on-field performance to the national brand asset, highlighting its commercial and symbolic value. Number three, the comment underscores an ongoing generational tension between Nigeria football legends and active players regarding standard and public conduct. Number four, by public and ranking national sport brand, it officially acknowledges the massive commercial and popular appeal of the Super Eagles and Victor Osimhen. See, let's even say it. Some people are, I don't know the word, this is one of the reasons why they say Victor Osimhen is over-pampered. Yeah. This is one of the reasons why people come out to say Victor Osimhen, we cannot do without Osimhen. This is one of the reasons why people say Osimhen is Nigeria's biggest player. But I feel like people like Sunday Olise is not loved. You know, the truth of the matter is that people who are blunt, when I mean blunt, respect hierarchy. Blunt in the sense of you say the way it is, and because you're on top, you know he's saying it right. You know, not like you don't even know, but because you understand this person wants things to be right, and you want all of this to come from you. So what do? Sunday Olise, if you ask me, he should be working with the NFF. They are not friends to Sunday Olise. Why? Because he says things bluntly. He's so respectful. He's a disciplinarian. But I don't like the fact that they are painting this looking the other way. What did he say? He came out to say Osimhen is a world class. He said so. And he said, but the only problem we had was the conflict that happened when everyone was looking at Nigeria saying we are the best team to go. And he said something. He said, look, man, that altercation that they had destabilized Lookman because our game was slightly built around Iwobi, but majorly built around Lookman. And Ademola Lookman, who you know, his best friend is a YouTuber. He doesn't talk. Like, he's that quiet that you can be like, everything is wrong and you're not saying words. That's how Lookman looks. But Lookman looks, it sounds nice. You know, but Lookman and Osimhen's altercation happened at the time when the team needed himself so much. The chemistry was broken. That Lookman came out to say, Osimhen is my brother, Osimhen is this, is that. They were just trying to be professional. If you watch the game after that Mozambique game, just watch other games, you could see that Lookman on his own game, his game dropped down drastically. And aside Lookman, Onyemechi also against Morocco was trying to say, even Algeria, was trying to say that, yes, you must be Osimhen. So Osimhen got what he wanted. He wanted to be in the news. I'm not saying you shouldn't be hungry for goal. I'm not saying so. But I'm saying when the player does something wrong, we expect these bodies to take a drastic measure on this man. Take a measure that is very high. Implement something that even the young ones would not want to do. The record. It wasn't long. This same Osimhen had an issue with, Finidi George, a Nations Cup winner with Nigeria, national team record, a Champions League winner, not individual award I'm talking about now. Club level, Osimhen has won the Scudetto, African best, which again we define. But Osimhen is in the news. Now, when Osimhen had that conversation with Finidi, which went out on social media, was viral everywhere, I would have thought the NFF would have addressed that issue. Nobody said a word. Now, on this part, instead of them giving Olise a backing, they're coming to criticize him. And so, what's the name? Ifeanyi Udeze also came out to say Osimhen is a younger brother. People did, I don't know. It's not all these things are not. See, waiting not good. See, that's waiting not good, not good. There's no way to do bad thing in a good way. It doesn't work. Nobody said a word. Victor Osimhen. If not one small, maybe if Onyeka do everywhere for don't scatter. Osimhen, let me even tell you what he did so you understand, like a reminder. Let me be an eye opener to you. He told the manager to change him. I don't want to play. Substitute me. I want to be off. They got him off. When Super Eagles scored the fourth goal against Mozambique, he did not celebrate. Thirdly, he walked down the tunnel when the team was having a prayer and talks on the pitch. So this is a very big slap to Nigeria, to the national team. So discipline-wise, I think the game is discipline. I would have also believed that they would have addressed that issue, but they all the pattern. See, what's going to happen? National team, more did they look at? See, something worse will still happen, and then we'll see how they can manage it. Because if Olise is coming out to say, don't get me wrong, I might not be a Sunday Olise fan in quotes, by his talking sometimes, you know. But when he talk with him makes sense. When I give him a chance, when I help him make sense. So that it will make sense for people to know say they make sense. And that's how it works. But also, let's talk about this. The Champions League continues today. I think we should be running. A headline says, it's amazing. Ideye speaks on the success and the failure of the Super Eagles. And Ideye, I already know him, 2013 World Cup, 2013 AFCON winner with the Super Eagles, and also it's amazing. I never watched him play. Never was born when he was playing. But like I already said, 21st century kids, we not get sure. And to go YouTube, go watch him. Most instance, so if we talk about him. Yes, he's one man also who have said a lot about the Super Eagles, but because of time frame, we need to leave that one and then talk about the Champions League. It's all about the Champions League phase, the final of its kind. When we return, we'll be telling you more, just a brief one, about the games coming up today, so you can understand that we'll be having big matches like Napoli, Chelsea. These are one of the games. Stay with us and get away. I'll be back just shortly. Yes, so welcome back from that quick break. It's time for us to delve into the very big games coming up today. We'll be telling you accordingly the Champions League you should be having on your screen so far, very soon. So a lot of games will be coming up. We have some games that we should be looking at, talking about basically. And if you look at this one, you would understand that all of those games are big games. No games on the Champions League radar talks. Athletic Club rather, we're playing as well. So all of the games at the same time. 9 p.m. Nigerian time. I cannot wait to see how it unfolds. Now, we've seen Ajax Amsterdam welcoming Olympiacos. If you look at the table, you'll see that some of those teams will just have to go. Arsenal, Mate, without players like Declan Rice and Marino on this very game. But with the likes of the Mate side who are away, I think it's a done one. They are already eliminated from this tournament. For Arsenal, they've got nothing to lose on this game. But looking at what they saw, the last game they played, at home at the Emirates, they would want to put a smile on the faces of their home fans just to make it all right. But on paper, it's a work done for Arsenal, who have already qualified for the next phase in the Champions League. We'll be seeing Athletic Club playing against Sporting CP. Athletic Club, yes, well expected game on paper. Sporting looked like the smaller side, but they already hurt some teams like the Paris Saint-Germain side. So we'll be seeing that game go either ways. Yes, either ways rather. The Athletic Bilbao is the club side. This Atletico Madrid are playing against Bodo Glimt. For Bodo Glimt coming out from the good result, the first time the Norwegian side have won the City side, they will be coming to bounce right to get it done against Atletico Madrid today. And Borussia Dortmund will be welcoming Inter Milan, and that's the game that we're looking out for. But the best club in the Italian Serie A right now happens to be Inter Milan, and they are good to go. Yes, also LC, Barcelona confronting Copenhagen, and it's a game that will be saying no Pedri. Barcelona wants to give a contract to that very man, Fermin Lopez, a long-term contract, and I can say they will be winning this very one against Copenhagen of the Danish side. Benfica will be welcoming Real Madrid at the Premier League side, where we'll see Mourinho. He will be playing against his home side. Very fair to talk about Mourinho against Real Madrid tonight. And don't forget, Mourinho, since he emerged the manager of the Benfica side, he's not lost a game, and he has a record that says 15 games, 0 losses. So it will be at the detriment of Mourinho if he loses to Real Madrid tonight. Club Brugge of Belgium will be welcoming Marseille, and don't forget we have our own very Nigerian international Rafael Onyedika on this one in that game. Frankfurt, Tottenham Hotspur, Leverkusen, Villarreal, Liverpool, Karabakh, Man City, Galatasaray, Monaco will be welcoming Juve, Napoli hosting Chelsea. Star match of the day. You'll be seeing Napoli, Antonio Conte playing against his former side Chelsea tonight, and that's like the biggest game I'll be seeing on the screen. I'm possibly watching on my mobile. Paris Saint-Germain, Newcastle, who knows? We'll see Powerful, Slavia Prague, Paris who playing against Newcastle. Then PSV Eindhoven of the Dutch side welcoming Bayern Munich, who wants to give Harry Kane a new contract. And then Union Saint-Galois will be welcoming Atalanta of the Italian side, Serie A, where we have Lookman, whose contract is still uncertain. But yes, up until then, it's time for us to call it a close. The producer is really doing well immensely, giving us the result, how we unfold. So this is the standing. Just let's leave you with this. This standing is nice. Round of 16 is in that color. We have the knockout phase playoff on the right. For elimination teams, you have on your screen Galatasaray, Villarreal, Liverpool. I'm sorry, there's nothing anyone can do about that. But yes, It's that time of the show that we need to call it a close. And then don't forget we have the media news coming up next right here, and that's for 12. And also the guys for the evening do well to join the team. The very big side, Jerry Apelwai will be here as well alongside Ike Chukwuafis, hopefully, to give you the sporting news just as your phones. But you know, it will be a very big time. Do well to join them in a spacious time. Thank you so much for being part of the show. It is Voice of the People Television. And I'd like to say the Sports Public Show comes your way again tomorrow, 11 a.m. Nigeria time. Peace.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu, kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ
ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile, na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu, na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ, ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi n'Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Asa maka asa anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma.
ejiri obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọlịba ọnya gbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
National Orientation Agency. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, actors.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Turkey targets $5 billion trade with Nigeria. President Tinubu approves 1,000 forest guards for Plateau State. Federal government deploys military retirees to secure ungoverned areas. NLC orders union to continue FCTA strike despite court order. Court orders 1 billion naira Bombardier jet forfeited to federal government. 2025 Anambra governorship candidate George Mogalu quits Labour Party. In the world of business, LCCI, others lament losses to national grid collapses again. In sports, President Bola Tinubu condoles with Wilfred Ndidi over father's death. And in entertainment, Ashake breaks record for most Billboard Afrobeat entries. Now the news in full. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey has reaffirmed his country's commitment to reaching a $5 billion trade volume with Nigeria. He made the pledge in Ankara during a joint press briefing with President Bola Tinubu, who is on state visit to Turkey. Erdogan said both countries had begun discussions and announced the creation of a joint economy and trade committee to boost investment and commercial ties. He praised Nigeria's recent energy sector reforms and pledged Turkey support in combating terrorism, particularly in the Sahel. President Tinubu thanked Turkey for its willingness to deepen cooperation, reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to regional peace, and commended Erdogan's role in promoting global stability.
At the end of the meeting, both countries exchanged 9 cooperation agreements. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has approved the recruitment of 1,000 youths from Plateau State as forest guards to strengthen security in the region. Vice President Kashim Shettima announced that this at an event in honor of Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang, who recently joined the All Progressive Congress. Shettima said the initiative is aimed at improving safety in rural communities affected by farmer-herder clashes and urged residents to support federal security efforts, assuring that more development projects will follow soon. Meanwhile, the federal government plans to deploy military veterans to secure Nigeria's ungoverned spaces, aiming to strengthen national security and boost economic activity in conflict-affected areas. This follows the inauguration of an 18-member committee by the Minister of Defense, tasked with reclaiming ungoverned spaces and repositioning the Nigerian Legion Corps of Commissionaries and Veterans. The committee, inaugurated at the Ministry of Defense headquarters in Abuja, will include members from the Joint Services Department, Nigerian Legion, Defense Headquarters, Defense Intelligence Agency, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the offices of the Defense Ministers. Minister of Defense Musa said the deployment of veterans will complement ongoing military operations, bringing experienced personnel into areas where state presence is limited. He described the initiative as a strategic shift from relying solely on military action to a more sustainable approach that addresses the socio-economic drivers of insecurity. Musa added that the move empowers veterans to continue contributing to national stability while promoting inclusive growth, peace, and development. Away from security matters, the Nigerian Labour Congress has directed its affiliate unions in the Federal Capital Territory to continue the ongoing strike by FCT administration workers, despite a court order to suspend the industrial action. The directive issued by Acting NLC General Secretary Benson Okpa urged workers to maintain the strike until demands such as unpaid wages, promotion arrears, and pension and housing fund contribution are fully addressed. The NLC warned that ending the strike now could encourage further violations against the workers. On Tuesday, a national industrial court sitting in Abuja had ordered FCTA workers to halt the strike, with judgment and Judge Emmanuel Sobili ruling that industrial action must pause once a dispute is before the court. FCT Minister Yesom Wike said any employee who fails to resume work following the court order will face consequences. And to some legal matters, the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has ordered the forfeiture of a Bombardier BD700 Global 6000 private jet operated by All In Invest Africa Limited to the federal government. Justice James Omotosho ruled that the company failed to pay custom duty since the aircraft's importation in 2015 and offered no justification to prevent forfeiture. The judge described the failure as a deliberate attempt to evade government's revenue, noting the Nigerian Customs Service had assessed the unpaid duty at 1 billion naira. The court also said the aircraft was imported without the necessary permit or approvals and that a temporary admission permit should have been obtained with an undertaking to re-export it within 1 or 2 years. In some political party matters, George Moghalu, Labour Party candidate for the 2025 Anambra governorship election, has resigned from the party. The former managing director of the National Inland Waterways Authority announced his decision in a letter to the LP chairman of his ward, Uragu, in Nnewi, Anambra State. Moghalu thanked the party at ward, state, and national levels for the platform to contest the November 2025 off-cycle governorship election, adding that his resignation takes immediate effect. The move comes after Moghalu rejected the outcome of the November 8, 2025 governorship election. And to some health matters, the Lagos state government has introduced the measles rubella vaccine into its routine immunization program to protect children from preventable diseases. At the flag-off ceremony in Ibejuleki, the wife of the governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, said the vaccine is crucial for improving child survival and reflects the administration's priority under the themes plus agenda. Health, human capital development, social inclusion, and governance remain key pillars, she added, noting significant investments in primary health care to strengthen maternal and child health. The special advisor on health, Kemi Ogunyemi, described the introduction as a critical step to securing children's futures, while Ibrahim Mustafa, permanent secretary of the Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board, said it represents a shift from reactive outbreaks response to sustained disease prevention. The initial mass vaccination phase will target more than 10 million children aged 9 months to 14 years. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumor. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and thanks for joining the Midday News.
Good afternoon, David.
Thank you so very much for joining us. Also joining us virtually is Mr. Ismail Ogushola Oladari, who is a member of the Take It Back movement. Mr. Ismail, a very good afternoon to you and thanks for joining the analysis segment of the Midday News.
To you in the studio. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so very much for being a part of the conversation. Well, let's start off from the studios here. Barrister, George Moghalu, the Labour Party candidate for the 2025 Anambra governorship election, has just resigned from the party. And of course, he did not state categorically what his reasons were, but in his letter to the LP chairman of his ward, he did say that he wants to thank the party and, of course, the party at the ward, state, and national level for giving him the platform to run under the Labour Party in the just concluded off-cycle election. First, what do you make of his resignation as a Labour Party candidate for Anambra State governorship election, owing to the fact that court has also settled the dispute between the Abure faction and the Nenadi Usman faction? Again, some say the Abure faction will still go to court. But what do you make of this resignation in a time like this, Barrister?
It shows that Moghalu don't have a future in Labour Party. That is the primary reason why he left. Because if he were to have a future, I don't think he will leave. Maybe preparing ground for P2B to come back there. These are my own speculations. Since he did not give us any reason, we can only speculate here. But I believe that he believed that Labour Party will not give him what he's looking for. Because he's still in politics, he still go to contest. So what we should be saying now is, where is he going? Which party has approached him? Where is he looking up to? That is what we should be looking at now. But I don't think it will be APCO. I don't think so. But he's looking at another party, but we don't know the party yet until he speaks.
Okay. So looking at the fact that right now, Barrister, the concerns of him leaving still indicates that some have said that there's still no trust with the Nenadi Usman faction. Do you think that that's the position of Moghalu? Because again, Abure also, we hear, would be appealing that judgment. But with these kind of resignation from someone who, again, before now, trusted the party to the level of going toe-to-toe with Chukwuma Soludo in Anambra State, is this an indication of no vote of confidence for the Nenadi Usman-led Labour Party? Or is he just acting on the basis of the fact that maybe he might also be joining the coalition in ADC, like some have suggested?
Maybe in principle. Mogalu could not understand why he will now pay allegiance to the Nadi Usman after leaving Abure or after the court has spoken. So he's looking at a situation whereby maybe he offended the Neladi faction before when he was hobnobbing with Abure, and now the court has spoken. And so he's finding it too difficult to accept Nenadi Usman as his leader. So the best thing is to opt out. Because if the Supreme Court has spoken and another Federal High Court has spoken on the same issue, and all of them are against Abure, so what is he waiting for?
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Mr. Oluwadare. Well, this is a conversation that has been ongoing for a while, where people from the Labour Party are beginning to leave the party for reasons of what we call a vote of no confidence on the Nenedi Usman faction of the Labour Party. What's your position with the fact that a Labour Party candidate in the just concluded election, off-circle election in governorship in Anambra State, the governorship election, is again leaving the party, just like we see other persons leave as it stands now?
Yeah, it's very clear, and it's actually not strange. I mean, one of those things that is very, very easy for our mainstream politician is defection. You can wake up as a PDP member and go to sleep as a APC member. You can sleep, they can wake up as APC and go to bed as Labour Party. So this is not strange. It is their MO, that's their modus operandi. That's how they operate. So whenever they switch parties, it's come as no shocker to people who are very conversant with how they run their home political game. So, and another thing is now that the reason why they move can vary often, right?
Okay.
It might be for political appointments. It might be because they've had some kind of a meeting with the other party. They've promised them something, and it might also be that they feel like their chances are is very, very low or high in this place. So that or it can also be due to loyalty. When you are loyal to a leader and your leader moves, you find it very easy for you to also move. So the reason they move is very, very different. But the one thing they don't move for is ideology. They don't move because of their ideology. No, you never see them do that because they don't play ideological politics, right?
Yeah.
So it is very, very easy for them to switch. Yeah. So it's not different.
All right, then. Well, let's move from that conversation and jump to another one, where court has ordered a 1 billion naira Bombardier jet forfeited to the federal government. In other words, what that simply means that the Federal High Court is in Abuja, and of course by the judgment of Justice James Omotoshe, has ordered the forfeiture of a Bombardier BD700 Global 6000 private jet operated by Orleans Invest Africa Limited to the federal government. Well, again, the concerns have been the fact that the company failed to pay custom duty since the aircraft importation in 2015, and of course offered no justification to prevent the forfeiture. What do you make of this, Mr. Oluwadare? Because again, the judge has said that this clearly is describing the fact that there is a deliberate attempt to evade government revenue on the part of this company, thereby forfeiting that jet, asking for a final forfeiture of that jet to the federal government. What do you make of this judgment, basically?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody tried to evade taxation...
To the tune of 1 billion naira, though.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm saying to the tune of 1 billion naira. That's the excess that they've not paid.
Exactly. So if anybody, whether individual or a company, evade tax, of course, they should face the consequences. And the problem now with tax evasion in Nigeria is that it is not standalone. For a company or an individual to evade tax to that tune in billions, you should know definitely that is either they are in cahoots with that same custom agency, and it is more likely that they are even paying a certain portion of that tax to individuals in government. So these individuals are not remitting it, but because these organizations are not paying in full, they also cannot say that they want to expose those individuals, right? So if you dig deeper, you'll see that they are actually paying, but they are not paying what they are supposed to pay, and it is not being remitted to the federal covers. So this is what happens all the time, because it is not possible that a company will be evading tax to that tune, and they would be doing it on a loan.
All right,
It's not possible.
Okay, now let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Barrister, the federal government, I beg your pardon, the Federal High Court decision, of course, by Justice James Omotosho to the forfeiture of this private jet. Some have called it a witch hunting on the part of the company. I mean, just like you heard Mr. Luadari said virtually right now, that to a certain extent, this company might be paying some level of tax to some of these custom agents, but maybe because it's not in the tune at which they would want. Thus, the reason for the court's decision, and of course taking them to court and getting this decision in court. What do you make of this? Owing to the fact also that there's been the allegation of the fact that, Barrister, civil service is the brain of corruption in Nigeria.
Now, when you are talking of tax evasion, there are categories of taxes, David. This particular one now, is it a corporate or individual account?
Well, yeah, I think it should be a corporate account because, yes, Orleans Invest Africa Limited is a company that manages these kind of bot
So
airlines.
If the is a corporate account, how much is the tax? They say 1 billion naira.
Yes.
That is on the high side. But then it is subject to what? Argument. You don't forfeit except with court order. Is that not true? So if the court has given that, then they should go to court and then challenge it. Maybe from the court proceedings now, the truth will not come out. Whether they have been paying to some people who are now lining their pocket, they are not remitting, or somebody is complicit somewhere. Because I don't believe that an oil company will stay this long in owing tax. For the thing to get up to...
So, Barrister, what clearly they did here was they've not paid custom duties since the aircraft's importation in 2015 to Nigeria. So that is to the extent at which the customs are taking them to court for.
Please, when they imported it, the necessary papers were not there, were they not signed, and who released this thing for them? Because you should have cleared out this thing before you even take away the airplane. And so if you did not, then what happened? You can see what we are talking about here. For customs to have released that thing, on what ground did they release it?
So, Barrister, you're also thinking that there is some level of foul play in all of this?
Of course, that's what I'm telling you here. Maybe because of the new tax regime, somebody is not serious about certain things. These are things they overlooked, or the man has been greasing somebody's palm. And now the reality has set in, they are not becoming serious with the man. That's what I think. If not, there's no way they can take delivery of that plane without getting the necessary papers from court and without paying the necessary fees.
All right, then. Barrister, let's also talk about labor matters now. Interestingly, the Nigerian Labour Congress has directed its affiliate unions in the Federal Capital Territory to continue the ongoing strike amid the judgment from the Industrial Court ordering the FCTA to suspend their industrial action. Barrister, the Labour Congress is saying, hey, do not follow any court order, carry on with your strike. And then on one hand, Minister FCT, I'm talking about FCT Minister Yeson Wike, is saying, look, if you do not return to work, there will be sanctions.
I will advise them to obey court order and then negotiate with Wike, because as at today's paper, they said they are released 12 billion to pay the workers and others. So,
First, you and I know when it comes to releasing a fund and then disbursing a fund, there are two different things in Nigeria.
but this time, I think they are going to be serious, because that has been the modus operandi of this administration. They wait for you to ask for your right before they give it to you. So this money has been there. Wike was waiting for protest before he now released the money. If they don't have this money, where did they get the money they're using to pay, to build houses for judges, buy cars, and all the flamboyant lifestyle they are living? If the money was not there. So the money has been there. In fact, the Wike's FCT is the only one enjoying this TSA. He doesn't remit any money to anybody. He manages his own fund. So he has a lot of cash to play around with.
Now, Barrister, how much of an impact, both either negative or positive, does this kind of industrial actions have in a city where it's supposed to be not just the Federal Capital Territory, but also a commercial hub, when workers down to because of unpaid salaries? How much of an impact does that have?
It's giving us a negative image worldwide, not just in Nigeria, no, worldwide. And that is the Federal Capital Territory, where you have all the embassies and all that. So they'll be telling their home country what is going on here. All this noise about foreign investors, all that. You think the foreign investors, they are stupid. No, before they come here, they will find out what is going on here. They are going to do their due diligence and find out what is happening here. There's no way anybody can come and invest here with insecurity and lack of electricity. David, in 21st century Nigeria, Nigeria is struggling with, is it not 39 megawatts? Just 39 or so. As I yesterday, that's what they said it came to. Then at peak period, you have 5,000. Peak period. So we are not there yet, seriously. So all this noise about the foreign investors, they are not coming. Donald Trump attracted $18 trillion investment in America under 1 year. Under 1 year. You, how many have you attracted?
Oh, well, Barrister, we will come to that particular conversation when we take on the next topic. But let me take this conversation to Mr. Oluwadari. Well, again, you are following the story and looking at the directive of the NLC to the unions, I'm talking about the FCTA, do you think it is wise that the FCTA workers obey what the NLC, that of course is the general body, is saying as against what the court is saying? Plus, like we heard, about 15 billion is to be released in a couple of hours from now to, of course, try to offset some of these unpaid money. What do you make of this?
We have a crop of leaders that whenever people are agitating or protesting, rather than, see to their demands, see to what they are requesting for, they rather look for means to, trample on that agitation through kangaroo court order, through voices and violence. They leave that matter or the subject matter unattended to. What are these people saying? They're saying that rather than focus on your job, you are playing politics in Rivers State. Are you FCT Minister of Rivers State or FCT Minister of Abuja? Right? So these are the issues. Instead of playing politics, focus on your job, among other things that they are asking for. But you went ahead to get a kangaroo order. No, I mean, the NLC are very, very right. Every kangaroo order will definitely be resisted by the workers. I mean, it is their right. And the Constitution is very clear about that. So that kangaroo court order cannot prevail on the Constitution. So just attend to their demand. It's as simple as that. I don't know why we do this and, we gloss over this legality to, excuse our leaders for all their shenanigans. It's quite sad. It's quite sad. And, I stand with NLC, for backing their workers. Okay. It is their right, guaranteed under the Constitution, to actually to protest.
Let me stay with you. You did say that the NLC has the right to also tell their union workers not to obey that particular court order. And the question I want to find out from you is how much of an impact would that have on the workers, owing to the fact that the body language of the federal government seemed to be a bit different. We saw the federal, the FCT minister in the, I want to call it the goodbye president entourage at the airport when he was leaving for Turkey, that he presently is, even in the midst of workers agitating for unpaid salaries. How much of an impact is that decision going to have on the FCTA workers? I mean, I'm talking about the do not go to work, because again, the FCT minister have said if you don't come to work, you will face the consequence.
Number one, it is one of the aberrant that we're talking about. Your workers are protesting. You left them to escort the president who is traveling. I mean, I've been watching other world leaders traveling, and I don't even see people follow them to airports like we do here. Or, even the last Davos, this thing, when Donald Trump came back to America, he was there at the airport alone. Nobody, no governor, or anybody came to the airport to even welcome him. So it's also one of the rubbish in governance that we've normalized in this part of the world. So your workers are genuinely protesting, you abandon them just to go and do one irrelevant escorting of the president. But that's also by the way. And about consequences for the workers, I mean, it was the FCT minister who left his work to go and be doing River State politics. So if anybody should have, if there should be consequences for anybody, it should be the FCT minister, Wike, that should lose his job, not the workers.
All right, then let's jump to the studio here and bring up a particular situation. Well, Barrister, you did make mention of FDI coming into Nigeria and all. The Turkey government is targeting a $5 billion in trade with Nigeria. These some have come to say it's a welcoming development, particularly in the fact that Nigeria also is trying to rejig her economy. But, Barrister, should Nigeria celebrate these particular kind of statements? Because, yes, there have been questions about the presidency's trips and how much it has yielded for Nigeria and how much of an impact those yield have become on the lives of Nigerians in the country. Should we celebrate this 5 billion naira proposed trade agreement with Nigeria?
It's on paper. In reality, no trade is coming. I've told you the reasons. Nigeria is not a conducive for any trade relationship. So how will the trade come when there is no security, no light? Two major important demands any investor will make. We are not there. So on what ground would they be coming? So this thing you had now is on paper. It's not going to be implemented because nobody is coming here to invest anything. Nothing.
Why do you think they won't be coming?
Because of what I told you, the atmosphere is not conducive for business. You saw some companies clothing shop, big companies closing shop, and the whole world is seeing them, is hearing them. So on what ground would another person now say, let me risk it? There are certain things you cannot risk.
Now, Barrister, on our counts, President has undertook about 36 foreign trips across Africa, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and America. And of course, on our account as well, he has attracted about $50.8 billion in foreign direct investment. That's what we see all across on the platforms of the federal government. Looking at the fact that 36 foreign trips have been undertaken by the the president, should these be, the figures not go higher than what we see as against what is even spent when the trips are done?
Now, if you want to compare notes, you have to start with the costs of these trips and ask yourself, what benefit did they bring home? Nothing. Nothing, no benefit at all. No benefit. It's just that this government, they are very good at lying. They will come and paint a picture of what is not there. We have not seen any benefit. If there is benefit, the economy will not be where it is today. It will have reflected on the economy. And so all those trips, if you look at the cost of it alone, you will now know that we are just on a jamboree. No working visit, no whatever, nothing. Nothing.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Mr. Oluwadare. Well, again, this is the same conversation that I'm going to have with you. On the part of FDI, the presidency, like I said earlier, has undertook about 36 foreign trips since his inception in 2023. This has been a major talking point for some Nigerians because, again, the economy is still what it looks like. Well, trying to rejig the economy, just like the president did say. But on the part of this $5 billion trade volume that the Turkey government and Nigeria have said, look, this is the point that we'll be having with Nigeria. Should Nigerians be celebrating this particular statement of trade volume by the Turkey government?
If you look at the statement by the Turkey President Erdogan, who is, by the way, a fascist and a tyrant as well, if you look at that statement, there was a part of the statement that he even was complimenting the president and congratulating them for massive success in the energy sector. At the same time, while he was making that comment, the national grid here was collapsing. So you begin to laugh at the two of them, say, what's going on? You are congratulating for massive energy success, but national grid is collapsing. The whole of Nigeria is in darkness, right? So if you can listen to that while you are seeing your own reality, so why should you even believe any other thing coming out from the mouth of that person? Forget the joker of the president that we have there that is falling just like the national grid is falling. So you shouldn't believe anything coming out of the mouth of that Erdogan, that's the Turkey president, because there's nothing true that will come out of it. All these FDI that they are talking about, I can promise you, after the tenure of Tinubu, there will be nothing to show for it. Well, so it's all part of, their game. We are traveling up and junketing up and down looking for FDI when the most important FDI is to take care of your home. Or you are junketing everywhere looking for investment that is not lost. It's all jamboree.
Well, let me still stay with you, Mr. Oluwadare. You did say that we shouldn't expect anything from this conversation, and of course that level, that lacuna between the government and, of course, her people on trust is still there. Again, the Turkey government has said they will be supporting Nigeria on the path of terrorism. Looking from the perspective of security, would you say that this might be an angle, that there is a possibility where the Turkey government truly might have something to offer Nigeria? Or would you also support the call for consistency with the support of the U.S. government on the part of insecurity with Nigeria? What's your position?
No, for the life of me, aside from the fact that there is no support coming, it's all a lie. Because the Erdogan you are looking at too is a fascist that is clamping down on opposition in his own country. So I cannot trust any support coming from such a person. I know it's all a lie, it's all a fable. Also, the same way it has always been a fable from America and the likes rest of them. But the most important thing is that as a sovereign country, we should get our acts right. We should stop looking for support, help, aid everywhere. There are things that we can handle by ourselves. But the reason why we are looking for support elsewhere, like Yoruba used to say, "Untan walo shokoto walapo shokoto," literally meaning that what you are looking for in Sokoto is right there in your pocket, right? So all this looking for support, security, this thing, it's all jamboree, it's all rubbish, if you ask me. These are things we can handle if we have serious, genuine leadership in this country. We don't need support or help of Turkey.
All right, then. While we coast home and, of course, bring this analysis segment to a close, let me bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, the Turkey government has also said at this point we'll also be supporting to fight terrorism in Nigeria. And interestingly, in the part of fighting terrorism, the president has approved 1,000 forest guards for Plateau State. Now, you would recall Caleb Mutfwang have jumped ship to the APC. Thus, one of the reasons why concerns of support is being given to that government. 1,000 forest guards, Barrister, combating terrorism, fighting banditry and all of that. Should this be the way forward?
It's the way backwards.
How so, Barrister?
Forest guard cannot stop terrorists.
But they know the forest even more.
Sorry?
They know the forest even more.
Oh, knowing it is not enough, please. It's not enough for you to know the forest. We are talking of combating these dreaded terrorists. If your military could not do it, then who is the forest guard? Did you give them a rifle or something similar to what the terrorists are carrying? The answer is no. So why do you send them on a suicide mission? It will not help any issue. It will not. Seriously. What I wanted the federal government to do is to make a pronouncement. Make a pronouncement asking everybody living inside the forest to come out. To come out. Give the security agents, the military, to go there and flood them out. Anywhere you see anybody saying in the forest for whatever reason, that person is not a human being. He should be chased out of that place. Human beings live in houses, they live in cities, and they live in a well-structured environment and all that. So why would these people be staying in the forest and you're not sending forest guard? Because they know, if they know the terrain, what has that got to do with...
Barrister, with this statement of 1,000 forest guards approved for a state by the federal government, does this indicate that the military has failed by that submission of adding to this situation?
No, in fact, in some clans, they used to call retired soldier reservists. So when there is emergency, you now deploy them. You know, there are some people, when they retire, they will still be kept, on the standby in case there is need to bring them. So I can call this forest guard reservists. It does not mean that the military has been overwhelmed or they can no longer fight the battle. No. The thing is that they needed to cover more ground. That's just the truth. They need to cover more ground. And so, if they should put all their eggs in one basket, it may boomerang.
All right, then. Well, let me finally, of course, Mr. Luadari, maybe in 30 seconds, what's your position with this pronouncement by the Vice President on the support for the fight against banditry in Plateau State? 1,000 forest guards approved by the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, as much as it looks like on book it's a good thing, but in reality nothing is changing. We've had many of these, architecture, village watcher, even in Southwest here we have Amotekun, but the insecurity persists. The terrorists keep growing, right? And like Barrister Darlington said, these village watchers, these hunters you are employing, can they handle sophisticated weapons like the military, right? So these are the questions, and like we've always said, terrorism is not all these fluffy things they do on papers. To fight terrorism, we need to first have leadership that are interested in fighting terrorism.
All right,
and that's our major challenge.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Luadari. Because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news. We've been talking with Barrister Darlington Agumo, who again is a legal practitioner in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, once again, thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, virtually, Mr. Ishmael Ogushola Oladare, thank you so very much for being a part of the conversation on the news analysis this afternoon. Well, we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, a union demands proof of children consuming sachet alcohol. These and more we'll be talking about when we return after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It is still the B-Day News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Members of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association and the National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees are challenging the ban on sachet alcoholic drinks. They are asking NAFDAC to provide proof that children are consuming the product. The union held a protest at NAFDAC's Lagos office on Tuesday, now, which is the third day. And the national president of the association, who is also the deputy president of the Trade Union Congress, Jimo Oyibo, dismissed claims that sachet alcohol fuels underage drinking, saying there is no supporting data. He also questioned why sachet alcohol was singled out, pointing to adulterated bottled wines and spirits as a greater health risk. Moving on to other stories, evoking the spirit of the Aba Women's Riot in 1929, women of Ndiowu community of Oruma North local government area of Anambra State are demanding the cancellation of a recent traditional ruler election over alleged expulsion of women from the voting process. The women will lead men and youths in a protest to the government house in Oka, said sidelining the female gender is choosing a traditional ruler is a sacrilege and contrary to the community's constitution. They are also challenging the election that produced Chief Ben Chibuzo, KK Ife, a US-based businessman, citing other alleged irregularities.
Who has for generations upheld a rotational kinship system among the 4 traditional quarters in order of seniority, noting that the Sedeze elect is not from Ufere quarter, whose turn it is to hold the rotational position.
So we came here today as Ndiowu community to protest against the injustice done to us by Commissioner for Local Government and Chieftaincy Affairs. We are here to protest against discrimination of women in Ndiowu by Commissioner and Chairman of the local government, Sir Kashmir Nwafo, against us. So all the injustice they did to us, we are here to protest to our state governor. For us to have peace in Ndiowu, we don't want anything violent in Ndiowu community. We are here protesting for women to have their right to vote, because women have been voting in Ndiowu community since time immemorial. So not now that the commissioner will come and said a woman should not vote, and the system of voting will be secret ballot. We'll be doing option A4 in Ndiowu.
Representatives of women, the youth, as well as other contenders to the throne said the election cannot stand, having violated their constitutional provision for use of option A4 against secret balloting.
But we don't know where this man from. They say from US, come down.
Yeah,
even our people did. Yes, woman is allowed to.
This one,
are we not the one that voted the governor in India? But the man said that women will not involve in the voting. That's why we are here protesting.
We are planning to have an executive election. So somehow along the line, somebody and some people tried to manipulate the process. So our people felt they were not part of the process. So that's why we're here.
The aforesaid Uche Chibuzo, he's not resident in Nigeria. And it was someone that purchased the form for him and they sent it to him. And because there's gross manipulation of things, our constitution did not spell out for electronic interview or screening, but that was conducted for him. Later, the screening committee disqualified him on that grounds that is not from the quarter that's supposed to produce the king.
Receiving the protesters on behalf of Governor Chukwuma Soludo, the secretary to the state government, Professor Solo Chukwulobel, applauded their peaceful conduct and promised that government would hear from all sides and come up with amicable solution to the matter.
And from what they're saying, a lot of things went wrong in that selection, both in terms of the quarter that should produce the candidates and the rest of them, and the manner it was conducted. And the women also feel very aggrieved that they were not allowed to vote. So, like I said, this is one side of the story, of the complaint. There may be 2 or 3 components to this. So they've submitted their submission. We'll look at it, and I'm sure the matter will be resolved. This is not the first community that will raise issues like this, and this is a solution government. Whatever problem that arises will be solved.
The bold steps towards challenging what it termed denial of rights by women of Ndiowu is yet another remarkable development in the struggle for equity among the genders. Ndo Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Ndu, for that particular report. Well, from there on, let's move straight to talking business. Nigeria's national power grid suffered another disruption yesterday, its second in 4 days, triggering widespread outages that disrupted businesses and renewed concerns over the economic cost of power instability. The Nigerian Independent System Operator described the incident as a partial system disturbance. Reacting, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry said repeated grid failures are hurting the economy. Its president, Gabriel Dahosa, noted that frequent outages continue to undermine business operations, productivity, and growth, particularly in agriculture and manufacturing. Similarly, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Muda Yusuf, said recurring grid failures erode investor confidence and raise operating costs, stressing that no economy can grow without reliable and affordable electricity. National Secretary of the Nigerian Electricity Consumer Advocacy Network, Uket Obonga, criticized the persistent outages, noting that consumers, especially those on estimated billing, still pay unchanged charges despite supply disruptions. He blamed weak capacity and poor accountability in grid management. Still talking business, the Nigerian Naira has hit a record high of 1,400 to the US dollar at the official markets during midweek trading. The currency continued its upward trend in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, maintaining gains seen earlier in the week. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed the Naira appreciated by 1.26% on Tuesday, with the dollar quoted at 1,401.22 kobo, up 17.73 from Monday's 1,418 naira 95 kobo. This follows strong gains in the previous session when the Naira ended at 1,401.2 kobo per dollar, its highest since the introduction of the electronic foreign exchange margin system. From business, we move straight talking sports, where President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed heartfelt condolences to Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi on the passing of his father, Sunday Ndidi. The Nigerian international, who plays for Turkish club Besiktas, lost his father in a tragic road accident in Umunedi, near Agbo, Delta State, on Tuesday. In a statement, President Bola Tinubu prayed for comfort for the Ndidi family and eternal rest for the departed soul. And from sports, we'll straight to entertainment, where Nigerian singer Ashake has extended his record as the artist with the most entries on the Billboard US Afrobeat Songs chart, reaching 60 entries after his collaboration with Wizkid Jogodo peaked at number 4. South African singer Tyler continues to lead the chart, with her strong channel holding the number 1 spot. Meanwhile, Nigerian star Burna Boy earned his first top 20 hit on the Billboard Hot 100 this week, reaching number 16 with his feature on Ghana's WGFT, following a remix with Chris Brown. Burna Boy is also the first African artist to debut a song on the Hot 100 for 5 consecutive years, from 2021 to 2025. Now, with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here at Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at BOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Oluwo Fish Market, also known as the Ekpe Fish Market, is the biggest fish market in Lagos State. It's located in Ekpe, Lagos State, Nigeria. The Oluwo Fish Market traders are mostly women because of the chain of distribution, which allows the fishermen to catch the fish and deliver them to the traders, who in turn sell them to the retailers. This strategically located fish market is the biggest in Lagos and reported to be as old as the city of Ekpe, even though the date of the official commissioning of the market is dated 10th November 1989. The name of the market is derived from the name of the family that sold the land it occupies to the state government, the Oluwo family, while chief that most locals call it is the traditional title of the Oluwos. The market is said to have been initially located at the marina front, a short distance from the present abode, before it became too small to accommodate the number of traders' influx. For anyone to have heard of the Ekpe town being referred to as the fish basket of the state, the root of the name lies in the significance of this fish market as a major producer and exporter of fish to various parts of its parent state, Lagos, and Nigeria at large. The category of most food items sold at the market makes it fall into the category of wet market. Fish, as well as wildlife, typically known as bushmeat, are common sights at the Oluwo fish market. The animals are rather brought in alive or dead, and are also sold in the best form that the buyers prefers. However, the COVID-19 virus outbreak created another dimension to the existence of Oluwo Fish Market in Lagos, as there are high concerns about wet markets being the hotspot for zoonotic diseases that causes virus like COVID-19. This led to the brief closure of the fish market by the Lagos State Ministry of Health in order to reduce the possibility of another zoonotic disease outbreak in the state. In 2021, the federal government of Nigeria started the rehabilitation of the Ekpe fish market to meet international standard. The improvement of the market was designed to meet international standards, improve earnings, and encourage commercial activities.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
And the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Wait, oh.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, I'm sure you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And guess what? Today is another day to discuss and talk about a lot of things, as usual. And yes, it's a day to stay inspired, grounded, and you know, we have to stay together because we are going to talk about a lot of things. So please stay with me while we ride together. So first on our list today, we are going to talk about Tonto DK. So it's a lot, and it has been buzzing on social media. You know, Tonto DK has actually, you know, come out to talk about her reconciliation with her ex-husband, Churchill. And it is a lot of things. A lot of people are happy, you get what I'm trying to say, about the, you know, transformation that has been happening in Tonto DK's life. And it's something so evident that everybody is seeing. You know, Tonto has been this kind of person that has, you know, has been all around everywhere. But come to think of it, when she comes on social media, you know, just to give her little prayers and the rest of them, it is beautiful to see. So yes, let's talk about this because trust me, I like the fact that people come to realize that certain things are meant to be done properly. I like the fact that Tonto DK actually, you know, previous times they had issues, and right now I think, you know, God has really transformed her to be a better person, and, you know, maybe probably, you know, change her ways and maybe, and, you know, do good things actually. So it's good that she has actually confirmed her reconciliation with her ex-husband Churchill, and it's a beautiful thing. At least both of them can actually, you know, train up their child in a good way, like they have been doing before. So it's actually a combined and an understanding that is beautiful. All right, you know, a lot of people have actually come out, and everybody's talking about her transformation. I think that is one thing that is so evident this 2026 because it's a lot of things. Tonto DK's transformation has been the peak of it. Everybody has been talking about it, and it's beautiful to see her, you know, living a better life, you know, changing and the rest of them. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Tonto and Churchill. Let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said, Jesus is real. I clearly remember their online squabble years back. She popularized the phrase 2 minutes man, and that phrase tensioned a lot of Nigerian men and also put them on their toes to avoid that tag. On the flip side, it even helped improve performance and satisfaction in many relationships. And he said it even helped. Okay, he said, I am truly happy for her. Anyway, we write academic project. Okay, and that's it. It's actually beautiful that people are actually realizing that she has actually changed, and it's a good thing for her transformation. And Imani said, I'll forever carry God everywhere I go. It doesn't matter who believes it. Abba be praised. Amen to that. And yes, Otto Gailey by Sunshine said, you will get to stage in life where you won't just be interested in unnecessary drama and problems. Actually, you know, there are some times in your life where you've gotten to this stage and you'll be like, oh, those kind of lives I do live before, I've changed. I want to live those life again. I want to just focus on myself, focus on God, you know, do better things that are, you know, that will impact people. Because right now, it's beautiful seeing the way she speaks to people, preaches the word of God and talks to people to change. That people, that maybe she has lived those kind of lives before. Because if you hear her testimony, it is nothing less than God's work. Trust me, it is beautiful to see her that she has actually come out to admit that she had all those things happening in her life, but she still remembers that God is real and God still exists. So yes, it's beautiful seeing that her transformation is it's a stepping stone to somebody, being transformed is good and it's beautiful. All right, let's take more comments and see people's comments on Churchill and Tonto DK. We have a lot of comments and people are talking about this. Let's take more comments. And somebody said, make Santa try reconcile with God. I don't tie God, I beg you. When I don't start again. All right, and another person said, if na me be Churchill, I no go gree. I love my son, yes, but hey, we don't need to make peace. Why? Why una see that's one thing with my comment section, people. Una too like violence. Can you people just be peaceful at once? Somebody has done something, and una mind now violence now that they carry. Now only bad news una like to they carry, but you people should stop it this year. I'm telling you, you people should stop this thing. It's too much. And Tonto has always been this person that is always there. Like I think she's not a patient person, but now I think God has really transformed her to a better place, that she knows her rights and she knows her wrongs and things she's supposed to be doing and things she's supposed not to do. So for her to make peace, saying a hand of God, and it's beautiful to see. And yes, Sharp by Jay said this new church will really step this year. And Tonto, they testify every Sunday. And yes, come to think about it, because her testimony every day is now something everybody's talking about. The first testimony, the second one, I'm like, wow, this is really good. It's beautiful, actually. And this is also a reminder to someone that has always, hoped to be better. See, when God's day, there's hope for you. Why don't you just, start living a good life and talk about it? You're going to experience beautiful things too. You get what I'm trying to say? It is not late. Now my own preaching to you too. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. We have a lot of comments. And Cynthia First said, apart from being born again and spiritually grounded, there is a level of maturity a person reaches where you simply let go of unnecessary stress, drama, and problems for the sake of your sanity and peace of mind. I love it for her, actually. It is beautiful. See, not be everything with the quarrel. See, I don't know, like, if other people, get this thing I'm trying to say. There are some things you'll be asking God for. Basically, you're praying to God for something. Make I tell you the truth. You not get as you go pray finish, you still carry grudge for heart. Definitely that will come for you. That is how it is. There are some things that needs to be settled with peace. Yes. Not be every time you want the quarrel, you want carry grudge. If you carry finish, how far? So it's also a reminder to you people where they carry grudge for heart, they carry malice, they say, I no feature. Now like this, they happen. See, peace is just good. I just prefer that if you're having issues with somebody, even if you don't want to, come back to that person, it's good still that you make peace with that person. That's just how life is, actually. And yes, I've had somebody talk to me that's precious. I don't know how people easily forgive and stuff like that. But for him to have forgiven somebody that really hurt him, and I'm like, okay, what kind of hurt is this? Talk to me. I would like to know. She said, this person killed my sister. This person did this to my sister. This person hurt my sister. I'm like, okay, how you should say? Because I don't really have a proof to that. But I know within me that this person really hurt my sister. But then I forgive him. See, that's when I knew that there is nothing like, you just need to create, for you to have peace, you just need that forgiveness. You need to forgive. Let some people go in your heart. Don't be concealing pain, concealing. You self need peace. If you know that, I need that for you. But come to think of it, Tonto DK's transformation talks about a lot of things, because it's beautiful seeing her, in a better way, in a better mother, a good mother at that. And it's actually beautiful seeing her that way. Let's take more comments, and people are still talking about this. Let's take more and more comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, another person said, so happy for her. Peace looks good on her. And yes, another person said, I will carry God everywhere I go. Power. All right. And another person said, oh my God, this was powerful. And another person said, thank you, Jesus. And Trisha Eseiwe said, awesome God, all glory to God. And yes, it's actually, you know, I still say it, please. It's very important. Try make peace. And to those people who still they want to become better person, it's never too late. God is still going around doing good. So tap into that. All right, and that's it for that. Let's go into our next gist. And our next gist is about Cubana Chief Priest. So guess what? Yes, so Cubana Chief Priest actually celebrated his 10th year anniversary with his wife. And come to think of it, it is, oh, see, I've been saying this here, I said, love is a beautiful thing. You know, when you're doing it with the right person and an intentional man and an intentional woman. You get what I'm trying to say? It's not about you come out and say, hey, see, we don't get plenty heartbreak, you know. Everybody don't they shout divorce here, divorce there. But when you see real love, you will know. I know they like give you, but this is actually beautiful. Saint Cubana Chief Priest is his wife, you know, celebrating 10 years of marriage, and it's beautiful. Oh, Lord, they go say precious, you're a vain person, but I love love. If you don't love love, now you get the problem. Or me, I love love. Actually, love is beautiful. And seeing that the two couples, seeing both of them is adoring. See, to those people where still they expect that, God, I want to celebrate. Don't worry, marry first. Now the first stage be that. Abi? Now the first stage be that. Take the first step first before thinking about that. Then start praying. Say, God, please keep me and my husband, or keep me and my wife. That's the prayers people will be praying. But come to think of it, it's congratulations to Cubana Chief Priest and the wife. It's actually beautiful seeing them celebrating 10 years anniversary, and you know, more to come, more celebrations to come for them, definitely, because this is beautiful. You know, say women, we today dramatic. In as much we today dramatic, we are lovely people. We love love. We love to be taken care of, and you know, evidence now this one we just see right now, but it is actually beautiful seeing Cubana Chief Priest. And you know, talking about that transformation, I really want to talk about Cubana Chief Priest, talking about his songs recently and songs that he has been dropping. Oh God, see, I just feel that, you know, some of our celebrities are really taking this music thing to another level, and it's nothing short of beautiful to see. Like a lot of our celebrities, when don't they start, they have, you know, some ideas about music, but then they just want to bring out this thing. That, like I said, this calling don't they come since, but I need to push more. And talking about that, Cubana Chief is number one, because talking about his music and everything is actually beautiful. Yes, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So we'll take some comments and see. A lot of people are saying congratulations to Cubana Chief Priest and his wife. So let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Alexa Event said, congratulations, Chief Priest. And Spikey said, make way for Asa Odogu. You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. And Chidima Marian said, congratulations to them. And Immaculate Babies said, now why CP finds his talent. You get what I'm trying to say? I'm still talking about music. Oh. You know, it's how... I never believed, actually, that, you know, Chief Priest could actually do songs like that. But come on, come to think about it. Baba, they dropped songs on a steady with vibes and everything. It's something to be happy. Like giving us the vibes and everything. When I really saw songs like this, I was like, there's this hidden talent in everybody. Even like I said, I will go check my own. Whether maybe get one hidden talent, but I never still put in check. All right, this is beautiful. Let's take more and more comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, another person said, oh my God, this song na banga. And have seen song I will sing for my wife June 11th, which is my 5th year anniversary. And that's beautiful. And Kadin said, whoa, they look strong and healthy, actually. You know, when that time comes, when you are getting married, and the pastor said, for better, for worse. Should be people say, not be for better, for worse. Now, what did they call her? in richer and in good health, you will still there with them. That is why that is how you know intentional men and intentional women. Nobody intentional man, women too, will love you still there. So it's actually beautiful seeing them and, you know, celebrating 10 years anniversary. You know, it's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And come to think about Cubana Chief Priest and his music, it's a long thing. Because trust me, songs are dropping every time, and they are all bangers, and they are all good to listen to. I don't know. I'm a lover of music, so I know what I'm saying. All right, let's take more and more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and yes, somebody else said congratulations to them. And another person said, now CP find talent. God, I beg you. And another person said, you heard him right. Touch me if you dare. Okay. And Nelish Bridal said, the song enter wella. And another person said, I too like CP, I beg. Such a cute, big teddy. May your marriage continue to blossom. And yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And Sunshine said, Helen will give us one Pasaki video today. God will help Helen in Jesus' name. Amen. And another person said, you love your family like this, and yet you when I don't come now. All right, Strange Loom said, another person said, the difference between CP's wife and Mayu Edochie is that CP's wife is an asset, while Mayu Edochie is a liability. No man will let go an asset for the ladies here celebrating CP and his wife. CP's wife is a definition of a tough wife. She did not have just beauty and sex organs to offer in exchange of man's wealth. She came with success and helped build CP. She did not build CP 500K, 1 million with 1 or 2 weeks of dating. See, when I don't come with this money issue now, I don't want to be dragging anybody in this money wahala. I've told you people, see, our men, una don't know what una supposed to do. They're not supposed to shout for una. Like, why people bringing this up, this thing? They're talking about money, and you are making it look like, okay, the ladies will always, we love money. Oh. But then, I like the fact that you're saying that a lady should be, should add value to herself. Yes, we get it. But don't make it look like, because say we like money, you understand the whole matter for money, where money they calm down. But so our ladies, I no mean say I no go talk to una. More na they try, Anybody will go marry. If you want to marry Odogo, you go still put you yourself. So please don't present yourself as the Odogo where you want marry. So don't be say you want marry Odogo, you can't sit down for one place, expect the Odogo come find you. Okay, they play. I don't tell you, try add value to yourself. It is very, very important. But yes, we are still talking about Chief Cubana, Chief Priest. Let's take more and more comments of what people are talking and saying about this. And yes, somebody said they've awakened the dragon. It's gonna be a long week coming. Okay. And Mobile Welders Metal Surgeon said no one is talking about the lyrics of this song. Honestly, Chief Priest is a talented musician. And another person said this music thing is for him, no doubt. And another person said Helen is typing. Please, if people should leave Helen alone, let her have peace of mind. I think right now, yes, she's having a heart attack, but God will help her. All right, we're still talking about Cubana Chief Priest, and we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are actually coming out to say concerning this. And another person said, congratulations, bro, nice song. And Fashion Pig Plug said, and the song is so sweet. Oh. All right, Chicks Glam said, see as I they smile, like, okay. Oh. And Cynthia Shalom said, Mado, song too sweet. Congratulations to them. And Lily Posh said, this man actually sings so good. And Worldwide said, my all-time favorite. It is beautiful. So our next gist, and I still say congratulations to CP and his wife. So we're going to move into our next gist. And our next gist is that a woman has actually come out to say a lot of things about her friend who got married to her cheating fiancé. So the story is like the woman actually is a friend to her friend and also knows the fiancé. And it happened to be that the fiancé, cheated on the lady one time, and she had to take pictures. You get what I'm trying to say? And send to the friend, that's her girlfriend, at that. And the girlfriend they had, which actually caused their breakup. So, but while later she saw her friend, posting her ring and flexing the rings and everything, and it happened to be that the same friend got married to the same fiancé that actually she broke up with. Do you understand? So she's saying that when the friend came to her and to tell her that, okay, I'm getting married to this person, that we have to forgive, and that she actually blocked that her friend. So my question is, can cheating be one of the reasons why ladies, leave their relationship these days? Because come to think of it, ladies know they back out these days. Oh. If you like cheat 100 and it is actually true. If you like cheat 1,000,001 times, some ladies, they come outside the shout, say, it's not good to cheat. I go leave my cheating. Bro, no be like that. Oh, as they outside, don't be so they inside. They if you talk finish, talk waiting, they go talk finish. They will go inside. They will see. Now then go self, can't use their hand, can't they apologize? I'm like, oh God, what is all this? But come to think of it, I think this way, the way cheating is going on, and men don't have, regard for a lady anymore. It's painful, actually. Me, I cannot take it. I'm saying basically for me, I cannot take it. But I don't know. For all my ladies, I'm sure you will speak for yourself, because me personally, I know if you take her. And waiting that girl do block her, I think is the best thing to do, because when the lady come they dance for the marriage, you understand, when she done they dance the song for the marriage, she go know who will come fight for her. But then a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things about waiting the reaction this lady don't take and waiting she do, whether it good or it bad. But a lot of people are still talking about the way infidelity and the rest of them are just between the ladies and the guys, and there's a lot of things. And I just feel that if it's somebody, that's why I always say, I bet if they date person, or if you want marry person, maybe you shall marry the one who love you. And marry the one where you fit say, okay, it they intentional about you. You can't go marry person where you go marry finish. He say he like you, but you go still there outside to cheat. And you still rub it on your face that, okay, I have somebody else. I know say you go feel bad. And even to the men, to the guys, to ladies do the same thing. So I'm not even trying to side with anybody, because the thing are two sides. But make we try this 2026 to avoid wahala. But let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. Let's take some comments. And yes, somebody said you helped to cement the relationship now. God, I beg you. And Princess Star said, person will ignore signs, go later see wonders. Abio, if you ignore the first red flag, inside the marriage, you're going to see lightning and brimstone. I think that's the right word for it. And Forbes Mega said, we are not crossing paths anymore. I think that's the best thing. And another person said, who sent you? Abio, ask her. And Beauty Fix said, all right, another person said, Saiti friend, be happy for her while waiting for your saint. Okay, to all the saint people. That means she has said, don't go ask saints now, block her friend Abby. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. And yes, Udo Sweet said, it's good that you blocked her. And you too, you can mind your business. You they put mouth for relationship. You will learn, and you will learn the hard way. It is well. All right, to all my ladies and to all my guys, wanna try the date person where you fit. Say no, make nobody pressure you. Don't allow anybody put pressure on you. Say you must marry. You say because of that you won't go enter relationship where they go beat you as man and they go to beat you as woman. Sha, know what you they do this year. The words, how did they take talk? All right, the word is enough for the wise. I be the wise is enough for the world, but then that is it. All right, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we have a guest joining us. I'm sure you don't want to miss this segment, so please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
And yes, welcome back, beautiful people, back to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub. And yes, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we have been talking about a lot of things. And right now, we have a guest joining us. And yes, you know, gracing our screen today is a minister shaped by grace, light, and spiritual depth. From an early calling into songs to leading the sanctuary choir, his music is purposeful, crafted to inspire faith, hope, and worship. And yes, let's welcome Oluwafemi Dion Daniel to the show. How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel great. I feel honored to be here.
I feel, you see, steeze and composure. These people that have money, they don't need to talk too much. They just maintain their steeze and composure. All right, so tell me, Oluwafemi, how's your week been for you?
Well, it's been great. It's been fine. Working in Lagos in and out has been sometimes can be so hectic and traffic here and there and everything.
So have you been coping up? Lagos and traffic now 5 and 6.
You just have to find
maybe
a way
we don't even go there, but we know say Lagos and traffic now 5.
You just have to keep finding our way around it. So that's what it is.
Oh, wow. So come to think about it, I saw your name and I'm like, okay, D. All right, Oluwafemi. Dion. So tell me, what's the meaning of your name?
My name is originally from, I'm from Badagry.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm from the Egun part of Lagos. Oh, wow. So the name means something that is good, Nkotoda, Yoruba.
Okay, wow, that's nice. All right, so let's talk about your music. That's the part that's very interesting right now. So tell me, how did you come about doing music?
Well, I was born into a church where everything around me speaks music. You know, I was born and brought up right there in the choir, right in my church then, and unknowingly I get involved in most of these things. Yeah. And while growing up, these are the things that actually they are just bit by bit are depositing there till right now that those things are not manifesting. So what actually brought about the music, I always find myself within that space. As I grow up in everything I do, I always find myself. And then music is life, so I also fell in love with it. And then,
wow, that's nice. So at what point do you say, because a lot of people, while growing up, they always had this music inside, like you said.
Yeah.
So what age did you know that, okay, this is my calling, I need to go into music?
Apparently, I won't lie.
Yes.
I personally knew that I can do this, but for a long period of time, I've been trying to run away from it. not until recently.
Okay.
And this is what pushed me there. So currently I'm the music director of my church, the new church I am right now, Sanctuary of Transfiguration. You know, I wasn't there by mistake. I was there by purpose. You know, and while I found myself there, you know, leading the choir, you know, I just had I just had the energy, the spirit, you know, just to, you know, start doing songs.
Wow. And that's, you know, I've listened to a lot of your songs. So what really inspired you? Because I know that people, do you have any people that, like any musician that you've been listening to while growing up, you listen to a lot
Yes,
of, because for you to have said, okay, that I had this in me, but I've never really had time to bring it until now. So while growing up, did you have anybody that you listened to, you know, constantly listen to?
Yes, yes, I do. And this might sound a little bit old school.
Okay.
You know, the likes of Sonny Ade,
Sonny Ade, yes.
Ade and the likes. Because I remember back then, in our house, early in the morning, that's the first thing that
that wakes you, yes.
My dad would always play those songs, King Sonny Ade, Ebenezer Obey and the likes, Orlando Owo, and, you know, coupled with different Christian songs, like Imole Ayo, the likes of Babara and the rest. So most of those songs, you know, really inspires me.
That's really nice. So talking about, we're still talking about your songs. So you write your songs, right?
Yes, I do.
So how has writing been for you?
Well, I'm a student of literature.
Oh,
I did.
Is no one. You see all these people waiting. You see the reason why they talk, say, you see people when they study literature, their lines, they cry you. Make I just shall tell you what is actually beautiful. Yeah.
Back in secondary school,
yeah,
I joined the literature class, and that has also helped me in writing my songs.
So come to think about it, in all your songs, which one would you say? Because I've listened to a couple of them, and especially the last one you really dropped recently, Obani. Yes. The lyrics of it, they were so specific. So what really inspired you writing that particular song?
So there's a lot of backstory for that song.
All right.
Yeah. So, you know, I said I was leading a choir.
Yeah.
It's a song I actually write for that choir, but along the line, I felt, let me just do this myself.
Okay.
So the inspiration of that song actually came while I was in the bus.
Oh.
Like I was actually going home.
Yes.
I was coming from work, so I was going home, and within that period of me being in transit, while I was going home, I was just thinking a whole lot, you know.
Yeah.
And it got to a point right there while I was thinking, I was just, all of a sudden, the song just come just like that.
Just like that, yes.
Before I could know it, I started stringing one or two lines together, and then all of a sudden,
so you know, a lot of people still get inspirations, maybe through dream, through writing.
Yes, of course. There's a lot of ways where people can get inspiration from.
Yeah.
It can even be just mere looking, you know, sleeping, talking to someone.
Yes.
You know, inspiration can come from anywhere.
From every angle, yeah. So tell me, what was your first performance like? I know that you've ministered in some churches, and definitely you have gone to so many places to minister. So tell me because I would like to know your audience. How did they really take your song, and how was the flow with them?
Well, my audience has been great.
Oh, wow.
That's all I can say. All glory to God. And I remember some years back that I ministered in one place.
Yeah.
And the crowd was actually very much. And all the instrumentation were right.
Yes.
The intros were right. And for me to deliver, I just went out of key. It is normal. Right? I just went out of my key. So, but thanks to my instrumentalists, they're able to find me, and to the glory of God, that musician was not a flop.
Oh, okay. So I would like to ask this particular question because a lot of people have been saying, Precious, ask this question. So what are the challenges you faced in music currently?
Challenges I faced in music.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that hitting the right audience, number one.
Yes.
I remembered when I dropped, or when we released this latest of mine, Urbani,
Yes.
someone that listened to it said, even though I like the song,
Yeah.
the lyrics look old school. And if, so he now suggested that, okay, probably in the future, I should try and do something that would inculcate Gen Zs.
Yes.
And I was like, the lyrics of that song is not something too heavy.
Yes.
You know, it's pretty straightforward.
Yes.
And yeah, I kind of get it that sometimes people might not really get the depth of what they are trying to bring out.
Yes.
But of course, there's a lot of there could be a lot of challenges, you know, when you're doing songs,
Yeah.
right? But we just try as much as possible to make sure that all those issues,
Yeah.
you know, we try and touch them so that.
So I would like to hear the Urbani, because definitely that's the particular song, the lyrics I heard, and I'm like, oh wow, this is really good. So let's hear Urbani from you.
Okay.
Yeah.
We call you king, we call you king, Adonai, we call you king. We call you king, we call you king, El Shaddai, we call you king, king of all the earth, most glorious God. You have made everything to reside in your glory. You have made everything to bow down before your throne. Oh, Ọbani, 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 Ọba, bá lórí ohun gbogbo. Ìbà mi màrè o, Aláàfin ọ̀run o. Ìbà mi màrè o, Aláàfin ọ̀run.
Amazing. I didn't want it to stop because this is good. So tell me, what message does your song put out to people?
Yes, so this song, the message is quite clear.
Yeah.
It's quite straight and, you know, very, very open.
Yeah.
The message is that above what we can think of, beyond ourselves, beyond our horizons, beyond whatever it is that surrounds us, beyond our problem, or whatever it is that makes up a woman, there is a God behind everything. So, and then in all of this, all the glory, or all the honor, all the praises should always return to that King. And that's our God.
Wow, and that is amazing. So tell me, are there any projects you're working on right now?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a project I'm working on.
Yeah.
But as time goes on.
Oh, you don't want to tell us what we should expect?
Well, my target is the first quarter of this year.
Oh,
so we are still working on it, hopefully.
Nice. So tell me, have there been any testimonies? Because I know that you've ministered in so many places, and have there been any testimonies so far so good from all your songs, or basically from your ministration somewhere?
Yes, of course.
Could you share anyone with us?
You know, there's a word that says that music is life.
Yes.
Right. So we've had quite a number of testimonies of people listening to our songs and how their spirit has been lifted, just by listening to our songs. We do not take all this for granted, and we return all the glory back to God.
Back to God. Wow. So, a lot of people are listening to you right now, and they're like, oh, but I really want to go into music ministry. And coupled with the fact that I talked about something today where Tonto Dike, the normal actress, our Nigerian actress, had reconciliation with her husband Churchill. And, her transformation has been something not short of words. It has been beautiful. Seeing her come to give testimonies every day in church, and it's actually a lot of people see that, and they're like, oh my God, this is actually beautiful. Seeing her that way. So, what would you say to the body of Christ right now? A lot of people are really, transformation and the things like that. What would you say about the body of Christ, basically?
Well, what I would say about the body of Christ is to continue to propagate what Christ himself would want us to do, which is to go into the world, and make sure that people are being saved. So once we carry that torch on, hopefully the light will keep shining.
All right. And to all the people that are also aspiring to become maybe a gospel minister too, what would you say to them?
Well, to everyone that is planning or inspiring to be a gospel musician, is just keep looking out for what is good. Keep looking out for something that would put you on the track. Keep learning. If it means that you need to do a particular course to make you better, try as much as possible to do it. I know that some courses might be a little bit on the high side in terms of the cost and everything, but the internet is there. You can always go to the internet, YouTube, and every other places where you can learn one or two things from. So that as you are growing in age and in numbers, you're also growing in your talent, your God-given talent and God-given gifts. So that you are building those things till the time you are able to properly transform those gifts into skills.
Wow, thank you so much. And so tell us, if Oluwafemi is not doing music, basically, what would Oluwafemi be doing?
Well, I'll be doing, so I'm actually an entrepreneur, so I do quite a number of business. So,
okay. So you would just have to venture into your business?
Yes, I just have to venture into
You could share one with us. What does it?
Well, in terms of business, I have, let me just mention two.
Okay. So there are plenty. When I see it at the talk. All right.
So number one on the list is Citro Press. So at Citro Press, we do general printing, branding, and design.
Into painting and design.
Yes.
Oh, that's
then the second one is called City Movers. At City Movers, we help people to move their properties when they want to relocate from one houses to another.
Okay. That's lovely. Come to think of it. Thank you so much, Oluwafemi, for sharing your light here on the Spotlight Show. And trust me, I actually enjoyed myself. I'm sure our viewers also enjoyed themselves too. And yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us here on the Spotlight Show. Trust me, it was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and tell your story with heart. And please don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live. And don't forget to subscribe for more updates. And yes, more updates. And until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet. And don't forget, till next time, we meet again. Bye for now.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality, but no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela, shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the quiet corners of rented apartments, the relationship between landlords and tenants has always been a delicate balance. But that could soon change. I'm Maureen Ogolo, reporting from the Lagos State House of Assembly, where today's public hearing could reshape how rent, eviction, and property rights are handled in the state. It was landlord versus tenant inside the Lagos House of Assembly today.
But landlord should give tenant at least 5 years before any increment of apartment fee. Government is to provide housing for all. Unfortunately, when government build houses, people now buy these houses, invest in them, some buy 2, 3, 4 flats, now sell. And government is concerned about high rents. You cannot control rents outside. I will want a situation where when you build houses, sir, Honorable Commissioner for Housing, ensure that people do not sell them and people who are going to live in there are owner-occupier. But when they do now want to rent, control the rent in your own houses before controlling those people outside.
There are several areas in which the House of Assembly has looked into that they deem as fitting. However, it is not commendable in the fact that they did not make use of the legal and the enacted professionals who should guide them.
The purpose of public hearing is for professional bodies to come around and guide us and tell us and the public to come and tell us what we need to know and what you want. Laws are made for the people, and that is the purpose of the public hearing.
As the Tenancy and Recovery Premises Bill 2025 came under public scrutiny, the one-day hearing at the Latif Jakonde Auditorium in Elausa brought together landlords, tenants, legal experts, property developers, and house advocates.
So we are here to support the bill, but we have concerns. And our lens, the lens at which we are looking at this is the social justice lens. As an NGO, we are concerned about some social justice issues, and the first one is discrimination. We have noted a concerning trend in Lagos where houses are reserved for certain category of persons. The vacancy that is advertised, you will see that it's usually said that the houses are not for single persons, single women, single mothers, not for Igbos, only for Igbos, not for Yorubas, only for Yorubas. We think this is concerning. Firstly, the Constitution, Section 42, outlaws that kind of behavior. It calls it discriminatory. It outlaws it. So to allow that to persist is not good for the sector. So we are recommending that the bill should take on this particular challenge and include a provision in the bill where anybody who discriminates by virtue of sex, religion, or where they come from, or economic status should be penalized by the bill.
The memorandum has been submitted, the public hearing has been heard, and of course, we had a lot of contributions from the public. We will go back, look into the bill, properly get their memoranda, check them properly, and sieve and add and subtract what are necessary to be in the bill for it to become a law.
As debates wrap up inside House of Assembly, the one thing is clear: the bill could change the face of renting in Lagos, for better or for worse. For tenants, is a hope of stronger protection. For landlords, is a call for clearer rights. But until the final law is passed, the tug of war over rent and eviction continues. From Alausa, I am Maureen Okolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from Kenya, where President William Ruto has said he would seek court interpretation
on the legal status of political party manifestos in government policy implementation. Citing repeated legal challenges that have slowed the rollout of his administration's agenda, Ruto said judicial clarity was needed on how far an electoral manifesto could guide policy once a government assumes office. Ruto, who spoke during the swearing-in of 15 newly appointed Court of Appeal judges in Nairobi on Wednesday, stated that he would soon approach the court to help him understand the place of a policy document called a manifesto. The president questioned the place of a manifesto when its implementation faces court challenges, particularly on grounds such as public interpretation and participation. Against that background, he said he would want to understand where a manifesto stands when its implementation is challenged, sometimes on account of public participation to the detriment of millions who voted for it as a policy document. In another development, and still in Kenya, Kenya's Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary, Korea Singoe, has held high-level discussions with senior Chinese finance officials to explore innovative development financing options for Kenya's flagship infrastructure project. According to reports, the meeting in Beijing brought together senior officials from the China Development Bank of China and the Bank of China BOC, including the Vice President of the China African Development Fund as a CAD fund, Chang Hui. Speaking after the meeting, Singoe said the discussion focused on financing solutions to support Kenya's ambitious infrastructure agenda aimed at boosting economic growth and connectivity. He also held bilateral talks at the China International Development Cooperation Agency with Vice Chairman Hu Zhangliang, praising the agency for its role in shaping responsive development policies aligned with FOCAC priorities, as well as facilitating regulatory approval for concessional funding for Kenya's projects. Away from that, and in Uganda, government says it will not compensate individuals or companies that suffered losses during the internet shutdown that it imposed around the January 15th election. Defending the government's position, Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Chris Beyonusi, said national security outweighs economic losses. He stated that though the government understands the implication of the shutdown, they must be weighed against security concerns. Beyonusi declared that whatever was lost should be taken as a sacrifice, stating that if the entire country had burned because of misinformation and disinformation, even businesses would not thrive. According to an African Union election observation mission working in conjunction with 2 regional blocs, the shutdown, which was implemented 2 days before the vote, restricted the flow of information, hindered freedom of association, and disrupted economic activities. Still in Uganda, Wine Byanyima has dismissed as inaccurate the latest statements by the Uganda's ICT and National Guidance Minister, Chris Beyonusi, that she was not listed as next of kin to the ailing opposition leader Kizza Besigye. In a post, Byanyima said the claim of not being listed as one of her husband's next of kin was also aimed at causing public confusion and creating division in the Besigye family. She urged the Ugandan prison service to publicly deny the minister's statement, since she was legally registered as Besigye's next of kin alongside his sisters. The government had dismissed the wife's claim of Besigye being seriously sick and unable to assess his personal doctor, with the minister saying that he only suffered from minor diarrhea and was treated by his personal doctor. He added that Bisergi was going on with his life in prison. And in South Africa has announced a temporary withdrawal from the G20 following a request by the United States, which takes on the rotating presidency for the year 2026, following on from South Africa in 2025. This comes after over a year of bilateral tensions, which Pretoria hopes to ease by taking a step back. The climate of tension has been growing since January 2025, climaxing last November when US President Donald Trump boycotted the G20 summit in South Africa, accusing the country of pursuing policies hostile to American interests. Trump even said that South Africa, which in 2025 became the first African country to chair the forum, would not be invited to US hosted events in 2026. To appease Washington, South Africa's Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana confirmed that the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, that the country will step back from its G20 engagement during the United States presidency of the grouping. And in Rwanda has said that it has filed an arbitration case against Britain over an asylum deal that Prime Minister Keir Starmer scrapped in 2024. Under the scheme signed before Starmer took office, Britain agreed to pay Rwanda to take in migrants who had arrived illegally in Britain. However, it only sent 4 persons voluntarily to Rwanda as the plan was stalled by legal challenges. Following the cancellation, however, Rwanda stated on X that it has submitted a notice to the Hague-based Permanent Court of Arbitration, accusing and arguing that Britain has breached the financial agreements and arrangements of the migration participation. It added that Britain had asked it in 2024 to forgo 2 payments of £50 million due in April 2025 and April 2026 in participation of the formal termination of the treaty, underlining the threats. Rwanda said it was prepared to agree provided the treaty was terminated and new financial terms negotiated and agreed upon. However, it explained that the discussion did not ultimately take place, adding that the amounts remain due and payable under the treaty. In another development, the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, says it repatriated 34 Rwandans, including 15 ex-combatants from the rebel group Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda. According to reports, the repatriation was done through MONUSCO's disarmament, mobilization, reintegration, and stabilization session, and those repatriated included 19 members of the former rebels' families. As confirmed by a Rwandan official, the latest repatriation brings the total of 60 persons, including 33 ex-combatants. The returnees were repatriated through the Congo-Rwanda common border between Goma City and Rubavu district in Rwanda, where they were welcomed by Rwandan authorities. MONUSCO said there has been an increase in voluntary surrenders among Rwandan rebels in the outskirts of Goma in North Kivu province in recent months, following the capture of the city by M23 rebels last year. Moving on, French President Emmanuel Macron has invited his Chaldean counterpart, President Mohamed Derby, to Paris as both countries seek to renew and improve future relations. The verbal invitation was delivered by President Derby, to President Derby by the French ambassador to Chad, Eric Gerard, during a meeting at the presidential palace in the capital, N'Djamena. In a statement, Chad's presidency said Derby accepted the invitation, though it did not mention when the visit would take place. It follows a sharp downturn in Franco-Chadian military relations after Chad abruptly ended its defense agreement with France in November 2024. This triggered the renewal of French forces from military bases across the Central African region as it continues to grapple with serious security challenges. At the time, Chaldean authorities said the historical accord with the former colonial power was obsolete and offended no added value to the country's modern security needs. Moving on to other stories, the Malawian government has called for international support to alleviate the suffering of flood victims as the Southeast African nation continues to receive torrential rains. The Department of Disaster Management Affairs, that's DOMA, said no fewer than 40 persons have died across the country and thousands of others displaced and rendered homeless. The flooding also caused massive damage to infrastructure, including roads, which have cut off from the country. Commissioner for DODMA, Wilson Maleni, told newsmen that the nation was heavily bleeding following this calamity, adding that Malawi is overwhelmed by the rising daily needs of the affected people. Maleni said the country is already overburdened and cannot manage this situation on its own, and was therefore appealing to development partners to complement on its efforts. While acknowledging the amount of support already channeled to the country, Maleni noted that due to the continued incessant rains, the numbers of flood victims have also continued to rise, thereby raising the needs of the affected persons. Well, you're still watching the African News right here at Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, very good afternoon to you and thanks for joining the conversation.
My pleasure.
All right, then, joining us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Njue. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst, a financial advisor, and also the CEO of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the analysis segment of the African News this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much for joining. Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Joseph Opul. Dr. Joseph is the director of Opul Skilling Foundation Africa in Uganda. Well, I understand that Dr. Opul has not joined the conversation, but let us start off from the studio here. Well, Barrister, interesting conversation has made it to the headlines, and that carefully is the torrential rains that have been consistent in Malawi. Interestingly, Barrister, this has become so enormous that the government is clearly asking for international support right now because the suffering of flood victims around the Southeast African nation continues to soar because of torrential rainfalls that have bedeviled that country recently. How much of these help do you think Malawian government would get with these international call from their part as a government?
When things like this happen, you now know that African leaders, don't have their people at heart.
How do you mean by that?
Because they are never there when they needed them. Seriously. This is the time you know that, yes, a government cares. These flood victims now, what are they going to do, David? They're on their own, no? They are likely going to be on their own. But when you need their vote, you will go and be harassing them for your vote. After voting, you don't care about them again. It's unfortunate. Let them reach out to international organizations. They are the ones that will come in here and help them. If they depend on their government, nothing will happen.
Well, as it stands, Barrister, it is the government that is asking for international assistance because the numbers of people who are dying as a result of this torrential rain is increasing by the day. As a government, is this an indication that the government is totally overwhelmed from handling this kind of situation? Because this is what it seemingly looks like when the government is calling on international organizations and donors to come support the country and her people.
When it comes to matters of the poor and the downtrodden, they don't have enough to help them. It is when their matter come up, that when they will go for international donors. That when they will call for help. Okay. When there was no flood or rain, how far did they go in helping these people? You and I know the answer. So the government is not overwhelmed. It's just that when it comes to resources, they don't want to give to the poor. They believe when they bring out all the goodies, all the nice things and all that, there will not be enough for them to see. And so they will keep it and then call for aid from outside.
Now, Barrister, this is another conversation that is really disturbing because given past corruption scandals about disaster reliefs that have been sent to the country, should international donors now ask for stricter accountabilities before given to the government? Because now the government is calling for attention and help.
It means that they want to dodge their responsibility. What have they done before calling for help? What have they actually done? There should be emergency and contingency fund somewhere. We have them mobilized it. The answer is no. The answer is no. They don't want to tell the whole world that they are trying to do something. Meanwhile, inside you, you are not ready to help anybody.
Now, Barrister, before now, international donors have given relief aids to Malawi, and there have been reports of millions of dollars being strapped up by corrupt officers. As it stands now, Barrister, now the government again is calling for international donors. Should the international donors ask for or demand for stricter accountability before sending any aids at all?
Look, these people are not ready to help the poor. That's why they are calling for aids. Okay, in times when there was no flood or rain, how far did they go in helping the poor among them? They don't care about them, David. That is just the crux of the matter. They don't care about them. This aid they are calling for now, if they have done the needful, maybe most people will not be in that bracket. If they are, in the time of good weather and all that, maybe this thing wouldn't have gotten worse like this. But they will wait until there are things like this. They will start running around. They're making me to believe that they are helping the poor. They are not helping them. Because they see them as a distraction and the irritant. Those who are come to share the goodies of the country with them. And so they wouldn't want to extend it to them. That's just the truth.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Nairobi, Kenya, where Mr. Martins is standing by. As a financial advisor, really, same question I asked the barrister is what I'm going to ask you. There's been the conversation of corrupt practices, particularly on foreign aid that was delivered to Malawian government in the past. Now, the government is asking for more support because as it stands, no fewer than 40 persons have died across the country as a result, and of course, thousands of others displaced and rendered homeless. Now, with the call for international donors, should the international donors ask and demand for stricter accountability for every single pound or dollars that will be sent to Malawi? Well, you may have to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly, Mr. Martin.
Sorry for that.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think these countries should call their house to order. One thing is that every country has what we call disaster management fund, which caters in the case of an unforeseen eventuality, which is like may it be adequate funding and what have you.
Right.
But now we see that this country, not only Malawi, it is something that is happening across the continent, whereby you find this disaster management fund is squandered or is not prioritized. It is taken to other channels, or rather it is being routed. You find now when a disaster comes, the company started to destabilize the situation. And this happens when the what we call foreign aids cannot sustain this issue. They are calling the foreign aids because right now their disaster management kit as nothing. It hasn't been routed, and now they are burying their hands on the sand. So what it is, every country should manage its own affairs. The foreign aids comes as an added advantage to hasten the process of returning the country into normality. So where corruption has taken the place, there is no delivery of service. So let this country call their house in order, so that they can be able to foster any issue that arises in the future.
All right, then. Well, I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Martins. Well, interestingly, there's been a world conversation as concerning climate change. Now, with this kind of development, is this clearly exposing the failure of African governments to prepare ahead of climate change? Because this seems like it's exposing most African nations with this level of call for support by the Malawian government. Are we clearly seeing a continent that has leaders who are not preparing, and thereby they're being exposed to lack of preparedness to these climate changes?
I think the International Committee in Climate Change, they have prioritized this matter to the wrong ends. When you give this kind of system to the Africa hands, it will not serve its purpose. You will find that the committee soon call the African end of state to appoint the committee from the continent, not the president themselves. Because for this process to be successful, it has to have an independent oversight, which is a committee from Africa country. But when it is given to the end of state, that where now corruption takes root. So, and it cannot succeed. It will be a narrative: come here, come day shine, come rain, and it will not succeed any time longer. So the only thing, we should have a committee in Africa countries, or Eastern or Western Africa. That committee is the one that should steer this forum. But when it is given to individuals who have their personal interest, it will not progress into the climate change we are looking to see.
All right, then let me bring this conversation back to the studio. Barrister, proactiveness and reactiveness. As it stands, some have said that the government of Malawi clearly is showing an act of being reactive and not being proactive, because countries like Bangladesh consistently prepares for flood-resistant infrastructure, how much more Malawi? Because when I use this country together by GDP, Malawi is even better than Bangladesh. What should we make of a country that its leaders are not being proactive beforehand? And I'm also not looking at just Malawi. I'm looking at other countries in Africa. How much of these kind of disasters can be preventable before time?
This thing that is making them to be reactive in a Senate climb, it makes some leaders to showcase their talent in conflict, in disaster management.
Right.
But here, instead of doing the needful, they are calling for international help. And it's not as if when the help will come, they will use it for these people. No. Half of the money will go into their pocket. They will ask you, why did you become poor? Who made you poor? Why are you poor? So I am not amused. Maybe international community may help these people, regardless of how they see the government. That's what I feel here.
All right, then. Let me change, of course, switch up this gear and talk about one recent, of course, information that made it to the bulletin. Barrister, interestingly, as it stands, 34 Rwandans, including 15 ex-combatants from the M23 rebels and, of course, the FDLR, have been repatriated from, of course, using the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Barrister, what do you make of this? Ex-combatants giving up in fighting the fight in the eastern part of the DRC and wanting to return back to Rwanda. Of course, 34 of them being repatriated. What do you make of this, Barrister?
They are tired of fighting, and they are not being taken care of. These are two major reasons why a soldier will do what you just said now. They abandoned the battlefront, and they want to come and rest. After all, they didn't see the need for the fighting. They didn't see the need. So the government that drafted them into this mess, shame on them. Because the people are saying we are not fighting again. If we and force them to fight, or you send your own son.
Barrister, is this changing the conflict dynamics, or are we looking at symbolic gesture for international approval?
No.
Because you would recall that Donald Trump is in this mix as well.
But we didn't see his guns blazing there now. So these other guys now, they are tired of war. They are tired of fighting. They didn't see the need for the fight. That is the only reason I can adduce to what happened. They are no longer interested in fighting because they didn't see the need for the fighting. That's the truth. Maybe they have seen their compatriots die and all that.
All right, then. Well, because of time, really, let me take this conversation to Kenya. Well, Mr. Martins, this again, some have said that as it stands, ex-combatants giving in and wanting to be repatriated back home is some plus for MONUSCO. But again, the concerns of these ex-combatants returning back to their same old act is a major conversation. Looking at this level of repatriation, is there a possibility that these guys might go back to wanting to pick up the gun from where they left it off afterwards, if they are not properly taken care of, according to some other sources? Please unmute your mic so we can hear.
This issue needs a collaborative diplomatic engagement, so that the both correspondence between the country can have an engagement that brings this matter to the successfulness. Secondly, it's about we look into the policies of human rights. Human rights matters has to be relooked unto them. So repatriation issue, there must be a collaborative and the policy brought to table to ensure this matter is successful in a way that is commensurate.
All right then. Well, looking at the economical value, is there the possibility that if these people return back into working class for the economy, would this really add some value to Rwanda? Because we see these kind of conversations of ex-combatants returning back into the society in Sierra Leone, and it was no good for the economy. But from the part of a financial advisor, do you see this as a plus for the economy?
It is good for the economy as well. And as we look to the bigger picture, it's about the return into the country. What is the return to the country economy as well? So in this issue, looking at its aspect in the economic aspect, it has pros and the cons. And the pros and the cons has to fall in a place where the policy is addressing some of these issues and the policy at the same time.
All right then. Well, let me just stay with Rwanda because the situation surrounding Rwanda taking the Britain, I'm talking about United Kingdom to court, is one that has made it to the bulletin today. Well, it has said that the UK sent just 4 persons voluntarily to Rwanda. But the concerns of taking UK to the Hague-based Permanent Court of Arbitration is a major conversation that we should be having right now. Interestingly, the 2 payments of £50 million due in April 2025 and April 2026 in anticipation of the formal termination of the treaty is an underlying factor. Looking at the fact that Rwanda is taking the United Nations to court for an agreement that they have said that the the United Kingdom government have failed to adhere to, should this payment be made, or should the sanctions, which again several other unions have given to Rwanda, stand? Because that again is a reason why Rwanda is not getting this money from the United Kingdom. What's the position, Mr. Marsh?
Thank you. One thing is that as far as there is agreement in place, and this agreement has fallen into what we call international law of how the agreement should be drafted and how the policy should be checked. Pros and the cons have been addressed on this contract. Secondly, you see, Rwanda is looking at the bigger picture of the euro, 1,000 euros in this contract. Right. That money, when it comes to the economy, it fosters the economy to grow in a certain area. You find an institution that is that need to address the issue of their country. They end in the budget. They end the budget and these finances when it comes. This is where it is will default. So when the contract is not addressing the issue that it was ascertained to, it means that agreement is not binding the 2 countries. So I think that we are now the matter of international and diplomatic legal aspect for in place to address the issue of the contract in terms of monetary value. And where monetary value is not factored, that agreement is not binding.
All right, then. Well, let me bring this conversation back to the studio here. Barrister, right now, we're still staying in Rwanda. The Rwandan government is taking the United Kingdom government, I'm talking about Britain, to court. I'm talking about the Court of Arbitration in Hague, because of the £50 million in the agreement of the asylum deal that the UK had with Rwanda. Barrister, as it stands, some have said Rwanda gambled her sovereignty by turning itself into a paid asylum warehouse for the Western powers. Is this the situation clearly? Because not agreeing to pay the £50 million, which again was in the agreement between Rwanda and the United Kingdom, how much of an impact is that going to have on Rwanda, even though the sanction is still on them based on their affiliation with the M23 rebels? Okay, Barrister, because of time, really, what's your position really on the situation in Rwanda asking for the Court of Arbitration to sanction the United Kingdom to pay the 50 million of the asylum-seeking deal that they had together.
Can you force them to do that? Is that a question of when you were misbehaving, Inga, they didn't talk about that, Abi? Look, they can't get anything out of that. Yes.
But there was a treaty signed.
Hold on. You breached it. By your conduct, you breached it. That was why the Western world said, we are no longer interested in, because inroad he made in DRC.
Yes.
What was the reason for that, David? What was the reason for that nonsense? And you still want the Western world to be paying you money? No, now you got it wrong. So you can't eat your cake and have it. Nothing will come out of that thing. It's not by force. We are helping your economy, and you are misbehaving. Continue what you are doing in Congo now. Whatever you get there, you take.
Oh, well, while we'll wrap up this conversation, Barrister, in one sentence, the wife of the opposition figure in Uganda who is imprisoned, I'm talking about Kizza Besigye, is clearly saying that she is the next of kin to the opposition leader who is still in prison anyways, because the information minister has said this woman that is talking is not the next of kin to the opposition leader in prison. And of course, the woman did say that the doctors, the doctor of the husband, have not been allowed access to the man, and thereby his health is deteriorating. But the information minister in Uganda has said this is not true. His doctors have checked him. He only had diarrhea, and he's doing fine. What should we believe in all of this mixed, Barrister?
It is the man that will tell the whole world who is his next of kin, and not you. Are you a member of the family? Why would you be saying that because the man is in trouble now, you don't want anybody to speak on his behalf? That is wrong. Allow the man to choose his next of kin. And I didn't see a situation whereby the man have said, no, don't come to me, you are not my next of kin, or something like that. Is that why you don't want to treat the man? If he dies in your care as a government, the problem will be there. The international community will ask you questions. The ICC is there. You cannot remain in government forever. When you step down, you go and answer questions somewhere. So the earlier they allow that woman to intervene in the husband's case, the better.
All right, then.
Before you start choosing who is the next of kin. Okay, you want to be the next of king, Abi? You want to be the next of king? Oh, yeah, go now. Go.
Well, huge question there. Mr. Martins, in 30 seconds, what's your position with that same situation where the information minister and the ICT minister, beg your pardon, has said that the wife of Kizza Besigye is not the next of kin? But, of course, the different narrative is what we're hearing from the wife of Kizza Besigye that is still in detention, but, of course, is not granted access.
Mr. David, this is sand, and it's in humanity, whereby someone who is aiding, wife is the best person to be the person of interest. And we have seen from the time Besigye got jailed, it is a wife who has been consistent on addressing the issue of inhumanity, kind of Besigye has been taken into communicando. So it means that the government is giving wrong information to make sure that they have considered what is happening into this man. So I'm appealing to international community of human rights to address this issue, and we see this man got out of the bars, so that he can proceed with his political and democratic rights as any other person in the Republic of Uganda. So this is stand, and a minister giving information on how the Besigye is aiding, that is wrong, that is misinformation. The doctor himself is the one that should give the medical report on where this man is aiding, or what is happening, or what has transpired. That information should not be borrowed. It is misleading information. and
right,
we
then.
wish BCJ a quick recovery.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martin Sivering Dre, financial advisor, public and political affairs analyst, and also the CEO, Worldgate Insurance Agency. Thank you so very much for being a part of the analysis segment of the African News. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Stuart.
Also, big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here.
My pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, South Sudan insists not at war amidst heavy fighting. This and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here at Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. South Sudan's government has insisted that it was not at war in spite of heavy fighting against rebel forces over the past few days. According to Information Minister Ateni, the ongoing security operations in northern Jogli state is a lawful and necessary measure aimed at halting the advance of rebel forces, restoring public order, and safeguarding civilians. The United Nations has said the clashes were occurring at a scale not seen since before the 2018 peace agreement. A spokesperson for UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said its mission in South Sudan, UNMISS, is concerned that the clashes could put hundreds of thousands of civilians at risk. President Kiir's forces and those loyal to his first vice president, Riek Machar, fought a brutal civil war from 2013 to 2018. The fighting in Jogli state has already caused the displacement of over 180,000 persons and threatens to reignite the civil war. And in Somalia, Somalia's National Intelligence and Security Agency, that's NISA, says it killed a senior Al-Shabaab commander in an airstrike targeting the terrorist group in the town of Kunyo Barrow in the lower Shabelle region. The spy agency identified the terrorist as Abdullah Abdi Kosoble, also known as Abdullah Wadad, describing him as Al-Shabaab's chief finance officer. NISA said Wadad was responsible for overseeing extortion and managing illicit funds extracted from Somali civilians. In a statement, NISA said the operation was carried out in coordination with Somalia's international security partners. It added that Abdullah Wadad also led the group's so-called taxation unit in Lower Shabelle and Benar regions and was notorious for abuses against traders and civilians. And from that story, we'll move straight to business stories, where the African Union's ratings watchdog has warned that Fitch Rating risk misinformation investors if it continues to issue credit assessments of Afrexim Bank after the lender severed ties with the firm. Formerly known as the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, the bank announced the decision citing concerns over the quality of the agency's approach. In a statement, the AU's African Peer Review Mechanism said it considered Afrexim Bank's decision justified, noting that any future ratings by Fitch in respect of the bank should be unsolicited and therefore risk misinforming investors. Fitch cut Afrexim credit rating to one notch above junk status in June, citing high credit risk and weak risk management policies, and put it on a negative outlook, a rating agency terminology warnings of another future downgrade. However, APRM said it did not consider Afrexim's decisions related to the downgrade, adding that disagreements over the quality of Fitch rationale, analytical framing, and interpretation of risk resources were sufficient grounds to sever ties. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Meanwhile, three-time Olympic gold medalist and middle distance great Faith Kipyegon says she is now focusing on some of her efforts off the track after announcing plans to build a maternity facility in her hometown, Keringate, in Kenya. She noted that women living in Keringate have had to travel about 35 kilometers to access hospital care, which puts mothers and newborn at risk, stating that the new facility, named the Dare to Dream Maternity Ward, will provide a safer birth. The five-time world champion over 1,500 and 5,000 meters recalled that while growing up in Keringate, and actually still today, she sees something that breaks her heart far too often. Kepiong said it is of women going into labor full of hope, carrying life, carrying dreams, but too many times they come back empty-handed because the care they needed was too far away, too limited, or simply not too good. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Dare to Dream Maternity Ward was held on Sunday and will be funded by Kepiong's shoe partner, Nike, as a legacy project. And with that story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dele Utomi, and this is the Maritime Frontier Show. On today's show, we have a guest, Mr. Emeka Obinali. He's the Vice Chairman of the Apapa chapter of the National Association of Government Approved State Freight Forwarders, NAGAF. He's here to talk to us about the issue that happened over the week. There was a slight disruption of services at one of the terminals of one of the shipping companies, resulting from an increase considered arbitrary by stakeholders in charges that they pay to get their goods cleared. And so it has become somewhat incessant that charges are increased arbitrarily from time to time. And we have an economic regulator within the sector, the Nigerian Shippers Council. And today, we ask the question, arbitrary increase within the maritime sector, is the Nigerian Shippers Council, the NSC, a willing tool in the hands of shipping companies and terminal operators? And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Emeka Obinali here to answer some of the questions. Mr. Obinali, you're welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you for having me, Pat. Tony, it's been a while. Let me say a Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, sir.
Thank you.
So, sir, earlier in the week, a particular shipping company, the Mediterranean Shipping Company, that's the MSC, had its premises encroached upon by, well, let me not use the word encroached. There was a strike action by stakeholders, clearing agents and freight forwarders, owing to the fact that there was an increase there were increases in charges. And in their own defense, they said that the charges were approved by the Nigerian Shippers Council. What do you have to say about this, sir?
Well, Pat, what you said was true, but I would not use the word encroach like you said. You know, in the time past, we've been having all these incensed increased by shipping companies and terminal operators. You understand? So, like When this one happened from MSC, the freight forwarders in general said they could not take it anymore because you cannot just wake up one morning and say you want to make increments from 10% to almost 40, 50%, you know. You are making things difficult for freight forwarders. And already most of them have charged their importers. How do they go back and tell their importers as they've increased shipping charges?
Was it sudden, or were you given time to?
I don't want to know. Even if you said you are doing this thing from this time to this time, you understand? We should know what is happening in this country for now. You know, everybody's crying. The times are hard. There is difficulties everywhere. You know, like you shouldn't come and add more problems, you know, to the people, because either you like it or not, at the end of the day, this thing goes back to the final consumer. Because an importer that imported a container, we calculate its cost. Do you understand?
You never run at a loss.
Yes, but we don't want to continue in that light. You just wake up one morning and you increase terminal charges and you want people to be paying it. You know, and I don't know what the Shippers Council are doing about all these things. These people come to you to have discussions with you. What I expect them to do as a regulator is you call all parties on board. You know, like sometimes 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I keep telling people this thing. This is not the first time that this thing happened. It has happened then when even shipping companies and terminals, they increased charges by 200%. You know, something you are paying 18,000 plus, and they wanted to do it 100 and something thousand now. And I was like, no, this thing cannot go like this. I know what I did. You understand? I know what I did with the help of the president of NAGAF and Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko. You know, we stood up and said, no, we cannot take this thing. We even took the fight to Shippers Council. You understand? We took it to Shippers Council with our members and so on and so forth. NAGAF has been in the front in what has been happening in time past. Because if you keep saying it, you say NAGAF with their troubles. It's not trouble. We emphasize things. We see things before they happen. Do you understand? Something that we've seen 3 years ago. Now people are not seeing it now. You understand? We are not going to take it. We are not taking it from anybody. You understand? Because we don't have any country to call our own. Nigeria is our country. And we have to make it better, whether they like it or not. If you are talking about this increment, what is the essence? What led them to the increment?
So, yes. No, they didn't do this, make this increment. They didn't effect this increment on their own because they have there's an economic regulator, the Nigerian Shippers Council.
Oh.
And they insisted that they went through the mills of approaching the Nigerian Shippers Council, and the Nigerian Shippers Council approved this increment. Shouldn't it have been that you directed, you members of the stakeholders, directed your anger towards the Nigerian Shippers Council?
No, that's what I'm telling you. Like, you know, the Shippers Council, did they tell agent directly that there will be an increment or call for meeting? You understand? There are different ways to take a fight to people. You understand? Because you can also go to Shippers Council and tell them, and they will tell you they are not aware about what is happening. You know the country that we are in. Or they will tell you they are in discussion, they are discussing. You understand? They are discussing, or they would have got to you people that we are looking for a time to call you people to address the matter with you people. So we cannot continue like this. You understand? That is the reason why they have to go to MSC, to barricade that place, and tell them, you understand, you can't be doing these things to Nigerians. You understand? You can't be doing it. What is the essence of the increment? What is the essence of the increment? If we are talking about when dollar rate was very high, then you say, okay, dollar rate is high. But now you can see the dollar is coming down.
Did they tell you particularly why they had to effect?
They did not tell us anything in particular. What are they increasing for? Because they'll tell you that things are high in the markets, stuff like this, blah, blah, blah. If you're talking about things are high in the market, is it now that the dollar rate is coming down, the price of fuel is coming down, and everything is coming down? You understand? And you are now infecting things. You are bringing hardship to the economy, and we will not be part of that. You understand? It is our collective goal to make sure that things are stable. You understand? And we are not just taking the fight to MSC, we are taking it to every other regulators that are not doing things right. We take it up to them. Because if you, like in Naga, my president, I know over time he has been writing and also trying to make sure that he calls all parties on board to make things easy for freight forwarders. Because things are so difficult with freight forwarders. You find out somebody collected the job and you go and borrow money to make sure you deliver that containers. You understand? Because as a professional, you cannot collect a job and you go back and tell the person that gives you this job after you've charged that this happened, that happened. Things are not done that way. Also, I would like to thank the likes of Alaji Ibrahim Tanko, our founder. He's a big player in all these things. We find him like he educates us and tells us that when is this is what you do, when is this is what you have to do, don't do. You understand? So things are being taken in the right approach. Not to forget about my former president, who is somebody that is known in the industry, is a big player, Increase Uche. I knew what he did about these things. I knew what he wrote to Shippers Council. He even wrote to MSC, trying to tell them that the things they are doing is very wrong. You understand? So we are learned people, and we have to do things the way learned people do things. Because I know letters flied before people even took to the streets to go and make sure they barricade that place.
Funny enough, as you people were embarking on the strike action, some members of the Nigerian Shippers Council joined you guys, because I saw a picture the following day. I think that was about until Monday, Tuesday or so, or Wednesday. They joined. What was their point in coming to join people now when they were the ones that approved the increase?
You know what is happening in our country. Do you understand? Even when things go wrong, some people, they cannot talk to their bosses directly. You understand? They can, but they are not approved of it. You understand? Because, like I say, if things go sour, everybody is going to suffer it. Yeah. You understand? So I believe they are also part of the union, and they should join. You understand? Because if that thing is happening to one person, if something affects your eyes, it will not take long. It is going to affect this eye before you know it affects the nose, definitely, and everything is on the face. You understand? So anybody that like good things would like to support. When you see one, you want to support. You understand? So that is the reason why I feel they joined this thing. Otherwise, if they are doing what is right, I don't think those people will have to join. You understand? So that is it. And sooner or later, what they see is just a tip of the iceberg. They are going to see more. Because I had a letter was written to us, like in APMT, they invited us and told us they want to increase. And I'm just looking at them. Yeah, they want to increase. They wrote the letter, they want to have discussion with us. They want to increase. What are you increasing for? You just increase how many years from now? Do you understand? And now you are talking about increments again. What are you increasing? You understand? So I don't know. These people are taking us for granted in this country.
Okay. Now, because I guess the strike action affected the Shippers Council, that's moved the Shippers Council to take action, because they immediately wrote a letter the second day of your strike, and I have the letter here, which is dated 13th of January 2026. It says, part of it says, the council wishes to clarify that the recent adjustment was approved strictly in accordance with its statutory mandate as a port economic regulator. The council affirms that all tariff reviews were conducted in a transparent, structured, and well-defined regulatory process. These processes include detailed technical and consultative engagement with affected service providers, aimed at examining the cost drivers, operational realities, investment obligations, and regulatory compliance. Now, if they had gone through all this and knew that the increase is justifiable, why do they double down on it? Why did they go back on it and ask them
I'm not a member of the Shippers Council. You know, I'm not a member of Shippers Council, but what I want to tell you is this for sure. You know what's right and what's wrong. If there had to be any form of increment, all parties should be called on board.
There must be a discussion.
There must be discussion.
Okay.
Do you understand? And reasons will be given. Do you understand? If those reasons are valid, we are not demons. We all run businesses. Do you understand? We also sit down and think of it and say, okay, if you had to do this, you can do adjustments here. You can do adjustments here to be able to balance it so we can meet at the middle. You understand? Not you just coming to increase something and maybe our boys that are on the field will come and tell us that they've made increments. The stakeholders are not being carried along. That is the paramount thing in this thing. Stakeholders are not being carried along. Before you do anything, I think you have to involve the stakeholders, relevant
policies and programs.
Thank you.
Regulator.
Yes.
Yeah, and why do you think the regulator, the Shippers Council, didn't do this? Because they are not saying, oh, you MSC, Material Shipping Company, go and talk to the stakeholders before increase, which means that this increase is only suspended, it's still subsisting. It will still be affected sometimes in the future. They only said, let's suspend it, but go and talk to the stakeholders. Why don't you think that they are not, why do you think they are not talking to you guys?
Who is regulating who?
Because it looks like now the dog wagging the tail. The MSC is now regulating the NSC. That's Material Shipping Company is now regulating Nigerian Shippers Council.
Who is regulating who? That's why I asked you the question.
It's supposed to be the Nigerian Shippers Council.
If things are properly done, I think the Shippers Council will call for a wider meeting, invite MSC, invite the freight forwarders, how do I put it? Invite let me say freight forwarders, invite them, call them on a roundtable discussions. You understand? We're able to mediate within the two parties. You listen to these other persons, you listen to these persons, then you will not draw a conclusion. You understand? That is how things have been done. You cannot tell the Shippers Council you cannot tell the MSC to go and discuss with freight forwarders because they are their clients, they are their customers. Now, I'm your customer, you understand? I'm getting something from you, and now they are not telling me and you to go and sit down on it. I don't think there will be an headway because me being your customer, I will have to dictate for you. I will tell you because the word says customers are always right. Then if you are telling me you have to increase, because me too, I would want to get the better part of you. You understand? I'm not allowed to tell you that if you increase, I don't think I'll be using your shipping company again. Yeah, I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to tell you. So before you know what is happening, your business will be going down. So I don't think that is the right thing that Shippers Council did. The right thing is you call both parties together. You sit down in between them. You be the mediator among the both parties. Now you now tell them what is your complaint, what is your plight. You understand? They'll discuss. And you being a regulator, you will now tell them, okay, let's do it this way, let's do it this way for both persons to be happy. You understand? So they didn't do the right thing. They didn't get it there. So for the MSC coming to talk to us, they are wasting their time. Let me tell you for free. They are wasting their time. It's either they revert to the normal or nothing. And I believe they revert to the normal. You understand? So that is just it. We should do things the right way in this country. Do the normal thing. When you do the normal thing, you find that things will fall in place for you. Understand? It is when you do things out of proportion, you have issues. So I think that is what they are facing now.
Okay. What's the action that the Nigerian Shippers Council, that's the NSC, has taken now? It looks like putting the cart before the horse. What they were supposed to do before, they are now doing it now. Now, people have been saying that the person at the head right now, the executive secretary, is not an industry person. He doesn't know what he's doing. and he should be removed. What do you think about the person of the executive secretary now?
The ESO. Now, let me tell you something about life. I don't pry into things that are not my business. If I'm calling for that person to be removed, me as a freight forwarder, will they replace that person with me? The answer is no. You understand? They know what they saw in that person. They know what they saw. You understand? So for them to have used that person as the ESO, so they know, they believe he's capable. Do you understand? That was why they appointed him. So
well,
for
the man,
reason,
the man is a brilliant lawyer. He did well in a particular profession where he has grown over the years.
He has not stayed up to 8 months now. He has not stayed up to 7 months.
He has stayed up.
No, he has not. I think he came, June. I think it was June last year. That he came. Do your findings.
Okay, it's all right.
I think it was June last year.
But even 3 months is enough for one to have a grasp of what is to do at a particular place. Being somebody that is very well educated, I think he has a PhD in law. It's only that it's a lawyer and not shipping companies administrator. He has no prior experience in this sector before he was brought in. I think that is counting against him.
You are saying he doesn't have. You know, it doesn't take anything for you to go to courses. You understand? Me and you, now we are not saying he's a lawyer. We don't know the number of courses he has attained. We don't know he has attained. We don't know the number of lessons that he has passed through. We don't know how he has been brushed. You understand? So we are not talking on our own, based on our own idea and what we know. You understand? So I don't want to delve into that because I don't want to say what I don't know because I don't know him as a person. You understand? I don't know the lessons and the things he has done as a person. You understand?
But people keep referring back to the man who was there about 3-4 years ago, Hassan Bello. He seems to be the standard. Virtually everybody in the industry, every stakeholder still talk about Hassan Bello. Why do you think that has persisted? Is it because of the standard he set, or because of his person as an administrator, or because of the fact that he was a company, he grew along the ranks to become the ES then, and then he did well?
My brother, to be candid with you, we all came into this life without professions.
Of course.
We don't even know what we will become as persons. But I want to believe, regardless of what, anything one attain in life as a person, anything someone attain in life as a person is based on, one, your upbringing.
How many more minutes?
Your upbringing, you understand? One, your upbringing. Two, the things you've aligned yourself as a person with. Do you understand? Three, your readiness to do this thing. This is what I would like to do, and I want to get it done. You know, Hassan Bello, we are talking about, he did very well, yes, because this is what he wanted to do. You understand? He did not just start up one day and say,
grew along the ranks,
yes,
within that,
yes, and you understand? So that is it. Even this other person can also do better if he's been given time. You understand? Because you have some people that are professionals too, that are there with him. The only thing he has to do if he wants to get it right, to me, the only thing he has to do is, you know, those people that grew through the ranks, you engage them, you ask them the way the practice has been before now. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Now, they integrate you with things that has been happening there. You sit down and you check. Then before you know what is happening, you also engage stakeholders in a meeting. You hear their plight, you ask them the way things have been done before now, ask them the differences, what is the differences with now and then. Then they will now tell you, you sit down and you accumulate everything. You go to your own crisis and you analyze. Before you know what is happening, you come up with something reasonable. That is how to do things. You understand? So, but like, I just believe they should just give him some time, like he's going to come up better. To me, I don't know. I don't know.
But why do you think generally the Shippers Council right now is not? They are not playing their role as an economic regulator to the satisfaction of everybody, both stakeholders and Nigerians. Looking at it, why do you think they are not playing their roles?
Because if truly you as a person, because you cannot say one sector is not functioning, then the whole Shippers Council, because you have manager of this, you have manager of this, you have this manager, you have this department, you have different kind of department there. If one department is not functioning, that doesn't make the Shippers Council not to be functioning well. But we have, if like 5, 6, 7 department is not functioning, you know that they are not taking their businesses, they are not taking their profession seriously. That is what is affecting. Like, there was a time we had discussion with them. Let me digress a little bit, sorry. We had a meeting with them sometimes last year, I think the first week of December. And what was the cause of this meeting we have with them, the engagement? Because of the rate of blockage that is affecting the industry. Do you understand? What guidelines say?
The blockage by, is it the customs or the police or?
Different kind of agencies. Different kind of agencies. But the worst one we are talking about now is the Nigerian police force, maritime police. The maritime police. Because even at that meeting, I was so angry. Because I was trying to let them know one or two things. Angrily, and I had to tell them that, come, you guys will hear from us, but by the time we barricade shipping companies, terminals, and the rest of them, then you guys will know we are serious. Because how can containers that have not been examined, before you know what is happening, the maritime police, they blocked it. I want to ask you a question there. How do they get the manifests? Because they are not part of the people that manifest is being given to. How would they get manifests to block containers that has not even gone to custom portal, that is still in traders portal? They blocked it. Something that you've not even done examination of. They blocked it. And
is that possible?
Yes, and I'm telling you, they go to shipping company, they also block. Do you understand? So we are in that meeting and we are trying to make them understand that this thing is not the standard. This is now how things is supposed to be done. You understand? And you have police in the ports that are also included in examination. Do you understand? They are also included. They get involved in examination, and before you know what is happening, you still block your container. You have to, after every other thing, maybe you've gone through listening to write your TD or terminal delivery order, you now have to go to Obalende. Do you understand? Counseling house. You go there. You now have to go and start discussion, negotiation, or what have you. Do you understand? It will not take you
What
days.
are usually their reasons for blocking?
What are their reasons? Well, their reasons are not genuine. It's not genuine. What reasons? See, there is this adage that says, give a dog the bad name and hang the dog. Do you understand? They don't have any genuine reasons. Because all these things are containers that we are positioned to examinations conducted, police, Nigerian police force in the terminal, in port, they came for examination. So why are you blocking the containers? What are you blocking them for? If you have any intel, what you're supposed to do is you inform the controller of that command that we have an intel about this thing. Let this thing be positioned, that we want to be part of the examination. So they will now position the container for examination and you'll be called. You understand? So all these practices are things that are not normal. They are not right. It's happening in the industry.
Somebody also raised an alarm that it's like it's an arrangement between the police and the Nigerian Shippers Council. What do you say about that?
I told them bluntly there now. I told them in that meeting. I said, this thing is arranged between you and the Nigerian police force, the maritime police force. Yes.
Why do you think it's
and they said they were not aware. They were not aware that they are not part of it. And I said, if you are not part of it, why are you collecting You are collecting this thing from them, and you now have to send it to a shipping company. You send it to terminals. So if you are doing that, you are part of it. Before you know what is happening, 250 containers will be blocked. So almost daily basis. Daily basis. So they are not facilitating trade. They are killing trade.
Now you're talking about Nigerian shippers.
Yes, they are killing trade.
So why do you think they are not acting to defend you, the stakeholders, when the police does this?
That's best known to them. I don't know. I don't even want to know. But I promise them one thing. I have told them. I said, it's coming soon, and it will be sooner than later. Because we've been speaking, our voices is being heard all over the TV, in the radio stations. We've been trying to talk about all these things. But before you know what is going to happen, we'll hit the streets. And by the time we hit the street, we'll hit the street really hard. That is going to affect everybody. So at that time, I think maybe the government will now come in and now said, what is the problem? So maybe we'll now sit down and analyze and see if truly that is how things are supposed to be done. Do you understand?
I got I'm privy to a letter written by one of the associations within the sector to the presidency. I guess it's part of the reason why the increase in charges were suspended. What did NAGAF do in terms of writing letter, or apart from the fact that you guys were also involved in the strike action? Was there any kind of communication?
Like I said before now, like I said something before when I was talking to you earlier before now. I mentioned one person in particular. I don't want to mention names. In person of Increase Uche. I said he wrote even to Shippers Council. He wrote to MSC. I talked about my president, Tochukwu Akwiye, of which you know is someone that doesn't take all these things for granted. Because once things are not being done properly, not to talk of the man himself, the writer, Alhaji Ibrahim Tanko. You know, they were not happy when this thing happened. You understand? And I told you now that Nagas are former people. They are educated people. They believe in writing. They believe in indulging. They want to indulge in conversation with you. You understand? Either through writing, orally, or whatsoever. They did that. They did it.
And moving forward, what do you think the Nigerian Shippers Council should do or should be doing in order that the sector becomes more stable and the growth that people envisage will be realized?
What else would they do? They should go back to the drawing board. They should go back to the drawing board. Because if you're a regulator and somebody walk up to you, a shipping company walk up to you to tell you that this is what they want to do, and you give the go, only for the people you are regulating take up to the streets and say they are tired. You should ask yourself some questions. Did I get this one right? If you find out that you didn't get it right, what will be the next thing for you to do? You trace your step. You understand? Because nobody is perfect. Nobody can be 100%. You understand? You trace your step, and the places you felt that you didn't do well or you're not doing well, you call yourself to order and make sure you do the right thing, you do the needful. And those people you feel that you took decision against that is not right, you call them for a round table discussion and you apologize to them and tell them that going forward, that you don't think this thing will happen again. You understand? So they can believe in you once again. So you people can now coexist. That is just the best way to go about it.
Okay. I'm not holding brief for the Nigerian Shippers Council, but I've heard from one of their or two of their staff saying things like they are handicapped by the fact that the law setting up the Nigerian Shippers Council did not give them the power to really punish offenders. So it's funny because you are a regulator, the economic regulator of the sector, and you're telling us that you do not have the power to punish erring players within the industry. Right now they've gone to the House to, for a review of the bill that set them up, and so that more powers could be added to them. And it's like they are having some kind of a pushback because what the new bill that they are presenting to be assented to by the president will now give them power even to regulate some of the agencies that are competing with them, some of the government agencies. So they are saying that if that power is given to them, things will be better. Do you think Nigeria should wait? So if we wait for the next 10 years and they are not given that power, this is how we are going to continue to do things.
In all honesty, I don't believe in this philosophy you are just telling me about now. I'm in the school of thought that if you are put in a position or in a place, it is not mandatory for you to say you have to go by the books. Sometimes you make use of your initiative. Like my finder will always tell me something, Dr. Anebunam. He always say to me, Amy boy, it's better you take a decision and take the wrong decision than not taking a decision. Yeah. Do you understand? Now, someone knows fully well that if you go through this route, you'll be committing an offense. And that offense is punishable by the law. And you still went ahead and committed that crime. What do you think will be meted to that person? Do you understand? There are some things are so visible that ordinarily, even when you do this thing, you'll be applauded for doing it. You understand? You take your chances. Sometimes you take the bull by the horn. Even you doing that thing will now make even the relevant authority to say, oh, this thing that this person did is supposed to be in the arts. Do you understand? It's supposed to be in the arts. So next time, if somebody else try that thing, because this person has done this thing, that person will not even try it to know that, okay, doing this thing is wrong. You understand? So I wouldn't do it. You understand? The relevant authority will now say, okay, based on what this person is doing, let's include this thing in the bill. You understand? But if you just sit down there as this is what this I should do, and I will do it, you understand? You'll be making mistakes. Just like if it's in the Bible. You know, when Jesus gave them talents, one said, this master, a wicked person, do you understand? If I go use this thing trade now, I count the money now, I count. He went and buried the talent. Now someone else said, okay, make use of that talent, made more profit, and the one that went and hid his own was taken from him and given to someone that made profit.
I invested in.
Do you understand? Now, God rewarded him for what he did. I don't know that you understand what I'm trying to tell you. So you don't just be comfortable on your comfort zone or with what is being given to you. Try to make some innovations. That is the reason why we go to school. You understand? You go to school, that doesn't mean going to school is, I will come and do this practice. You go to school because you know you can create things. Do you understand? That is the essence of going to school. Going to school, you have these innovations. You want to put this thing into this thing to get these results. So if you have given a particular role to play, be a big player. Make sure you do something that people, after you might have left, they'll keep talking about you. So that is it. So sitting on the defense and say that this thing, we don't have the powers to do these things, all those things are excuses.
Okay. Yeah, I think you have a point there, because we know that Nigerian Shippers Council is the economic regulator of the industry, but also we have an agency that also regulates some certain aspects of the industry, like NIMASA, and they are also doing their own bit, and they are not giving any excuses why they are not to perform. They are even going about bringing innovations like the Deep Blue project and Nigerian Customs is doing their own bit, and they are not complaining. So why is it that the Nigerian Shippers Council cannot perform? Because if they do well, if they perform creditably well, the industry will grow. Why can't they do their job?
It is left for them, like what I said to you.
Yeah, that's the reason why we are talking about it.
It's left for them, you understand, to sit down and check. You have three arms of government. You understand, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. If me, as a legislator, the people in the nation are complaining, and I now find out that this complaint is coming from my own side as a legislator, the judiciary and the executive, they are doing perfectly well. I don't have any other this thing than to sit up, because while I was going to school, my dad used to tell me then that, Amy boy, come, first or nothing. And even when you are not getting the first, you have to put in every other thing to say, okay, man, I had to go hit on this first. Do you understand? Even when you are not getting that first position, they are looking at you. You understand? They are looking at the effort you are putting. The effort matters. You understand? Now, the Shippers Council should put up a fight. What is the fight? The effort. To make sure. And find out if there are people in that Shippers Council that is trying to sabotage their effort. If there are people trying to sabotage their effort, they have to remove the rotten eggs from the good one. Because I don't want to believe that it's all section of the Shippers Council that is bad. I don't want to believe that. Do you understand? So they should work on themselves. The bulk of the load now is upon them. The onus is within them to say, okay, enough is enough. We want to stand up for what is right. Do you understand? The Shippers Council from this time to this time will be the best sections that people would never ever imagine of. Do you understand? So, and once they get it right, man, the maritime industry will blossom.
You said something earlier that you've never met the executive secretary of the Shippers Council. Why is that so? Is it that you don't have businesses going there, or but do you speak with some of the?
Yeah, like I said to you, I said we had a meeting. I think earlier December. I'm the vice chairman of Apapa chapter. I have my chairman, which is in person of Ezo Uchendu. And we know how this thing rolls. Once the chairman is on seats, is the father of the family as at that time. Of the family, is the family. Is the father of that family in Apapa chapter. The decisions, the bulk of the decisions lies within his table. Do you understand? So he should be the one with the secretary to attend meetings. Yeah. You understand? You cannot go above your chairman.
No, actually, what I'm asking is this. Aside from association, is there no reason for you as a freight forwarder, as a stakeholder?
No, if I have business to discuss with him, do you understand? If I have any business to discuss with him, I will go see him and discuss with him. If I have anything to tell him that will help him, that will propel him as a person to be able to do better, I will go and meet him, do you understand, and have discussions with him. But for the now, I don't think I have any reason to go meet him. But going forward with what is happening now, I think I'll have to engage in a discussion with him, you understand. But like I was saying before now, my chairman, my secretary, they always have meetings with them. Now, the last meeting that I was privileged to go, that my chairman called me and said, very early morning, said, Emeka, where are you? I'm at home. So we'll be having a meeting with Shippers Council. I said, sir, I'm aware, and I know you'll be going. And I said, no, I can't go. I want you to go there and deputize for me. You understand? You go with SYZ, you understand? You guys should go there and deputize with me. You understand? And I said, okay, no problem, sir, I will do that. Unfortunately, the ES was not around. You understand? So that meeting was shared by someone else, by a lady. You understand? So that was it. You understand? So if there's any room for conversation, I think the room will be created and we'll have to discuss, because it takes two to tango. And You know, they always tell us this thing from our childhood that two good heads is better than one.
Yeah, yes, two good heads are better than one. Then, people have also complained that the man is not actually available. So even if you want to go and see him, because of course we know that he has a political ambition. He wants to become the governor of his state, Benue State, in the next dispensation. That's the next year's election. And that is not always available, and that this is part of the reason why the Shippers Council is not functioning properly as it should. So if you want to see him now, how do you go? Because it's not always available, according to some stakeholders.
But I don't want to believe you are in the back age. I think this age that we are now, you cannot just go to someone's office and say you want to see that person. You understand? We are in computer age. You understand? At least call.
Yeah, but you must see him if you want to see him. Even when you schedule appointments, if it's not available, it's not available.
No, it's not a must that you
see him physically.
You go see him physically. Do you understand? Yeah. It's not a must that you go see him physically. There are some things that can be discussed. You can also do meeting online. It's been done.
Of course.
You can do meeting online. Like now, if he's not around, and maybe a meeting has been scheduled within me and him, and he will not be around, at least it is my duty to tell them that, sir, if you know it's not convenient for you, I don't know your schedule. You understand? I don't know your schedule. I don't know if you'll be having a meeting over there with the federal government. I don't know, maybe you are doing one or two things as a person, and I cannot question that. I think it will be better we go virtual. Do you understand? Virtual, me and you. So there are some things, some vital information I would like to give you. Or can we do it via WhatsApp call? Do you understand? And if he feels the need for him to see you as a person, do you understand? He will now have to be the one to say, no, this thing cannot go through virtual. This thing you are telling me is so important, and I want us to see one-on-one. You understand? And I want to believe, like I said to you now, with all these things going on, he's not a wood. He's not a wood. He has been hearing, he has been saying. Do you understand?
Like you hear and he see this one.
Yeah. He's hearing and he's saying. I think he will make himself much more available for people to be able to access him. You understand? Because he's well read.
He should and must do that, because the Nigerian maritime sector, according to experts, has the potential of making as much as between 30 to 90 trillion naira annually. But the record that we have at our disposal says that in 2024, the whole maritime sector only made about, that's from on the government side, only about 8 trillion naira. Between the customs, the Shippers Council, the MASA, MPA, all of them together, and NIWA, putting them all together. Now, that's just a scratch on the surface. The economic regulator needs to be up and doing, to wake up from its slumber, to stop sitting on its hands, and then do the necessary things. Don't you think that we should, when they do that, they should we should be able to realize at least a large chunk of this realizable annual benefits?
Parts. In all honesty.
Dele
told me, sorry. With all honesty, and I have to tell you this from the insides me, I don't think that one is the fault of the economic regulator. I don't think.
But they should share in the blame.
Yeah, no. 90% of the blame shouldn't go to them. Or let me say 60% of the blame shouldn't go to them.
Why so?
Now, let me tell you the reason why. You know, importation generally in the nation has dropped drastically. You find out people importing 5 containers, 3 containers, now cannot import 5 or 3 containers like they used to do. So one importing 5 is importing 1. And this thing happened when dollar skyrocketed. So most of them, they've gone to market, they buy their market, and only for them to import. Before you know what is happening, the price of dollar skyrocketed. Do you understand? And what they made from that, the proceed, was not enough for them to go back and buy. Now, if you are talking about that one, even the Form M issue that came up then, you understand? And most of them could not, you understand, meet up with the guidelines of getting Form M. So now it frustrated so many people out of business. So that is the reason why we are talking about the ease of doing business. Now, even after people have gone and they've sweated, they've even borrowed money from banks and so on and so forth, before you know what is happening, the consignments come into the country. Other relevant agencies, you are now making it very difficult for them to be able to carry their consignment. You don't have to blame shippers councils on that one. You understand? You don't have to blame shippers council on that one.
Yeah, the economic regulator.
No, listen, the reason why I have to tell you that you can't blame shippers council, for instance, customs, you understand? Something that maybe you are paying duty of $1,500,000 before, they now tell you that they've reviewed that you are supposed to be paying 6 million. Is it the fault of the shippers council? If you call customs will tell you from custom arts that this is XYZ. You understand? This is the reason why this thing has to be like this. You understand? So you don't give them the bulk of the blame. There are places whereby you blame them. You understand? There are places whereby you know that these things are not their fault. The only thing that will make us to be able to get things right in this country is by the time we sit down and tell ourselves the earnest truth. Once you tell yourself the truth, you find out that line will fall in places for you. Like, for example, let me tell you something. I'm a businessman. Now, I bought this watch, do you understand? 30 pieces. And I'm selling them for 1,000 naira. I'm selling them for 1,000 naira. I want to do away with the 30 pieces so that I will be able to rush down and get more and bring down. If I had to say, okay, I want to sell it at 2,500 naira, you find out that you might send 10 pieces. 10 pieces with 2,000, 10 pieces for 2,500. Multiply it by 10 pieces, 25,000. But if I'm selling 1,000 for 30, I've sold it under 1 week. I'm done. The cost of my transportation to go and sell, I've reduced it. Do you understand? My cost of feeding outside my house, I've reduced it. Everything has reduced drastically.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Now, if you want to do things right, they should make the costs of clearance very affordable for people. Do you understand? So, but when you increase things, hike here and there, you are frustrating the importers.
You have a point there. But then, it's not only through importation that the government makes money or gets revenue. There are so many aspects of the maritime sector. They are not just regulating. There are so many aspects of the maritime sector where the government can make money. That's what I'm actually talking about. Let them look at the maritime sector holistically and not just about the issue of imports and export and the whole other gamut of the maritime sector, so that they can make it more viable. And well, we are running out of time, sir. Mr. Emeka Obinali, just give us your parting shot. Tell us what you think that they should do within the next 30 seconds, and let us round up.
Well, what I think they should do as regulators is call the people you are regulating, know what are their grievances, know what are their challenges, the bottlenecks in the industry, in whatsoever areas they are coming from. So you'll be able to tackle it, you'll be able to work on it and get a better result. And ask them the places you feel you guys are doing better, then improve on it. It's not only where you are not doing well. Even where you are doing better, you have to improve on it. Where you are not doing well, work more to make sure you get your results.
Thank you so very much. This has been the Maritime Frontier Show on the VOP television. My name is Dele Utomi. Stick with us next week as we bring you another edition of the show. Have yourself a wonderful week ahead. Thank you so very much.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shakes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
I'm Sarah Nyström from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
With every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Microphone, Mike, don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Let me start from.
Hello there and welcome on board. Of course, I heard People's Voice on VOPT Voices and Story Shape, the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. 2027 election at risk, Senate accused of delaying Electoral Act passage. To join the conversation with experts and citizen perspective, of course, I would like you to share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Reps Committee lauds Abia Governor's strides in healthcare delivery. The House of Representatives Committee on Healthcare Services has commended Abia State Governor Alex Oti for his unprecedented achievement in the health sector. The committee's chairman, Dr. Amos Magaji, made the assessment during a walking visit to the governor's office in Umuahia. And away from that particular one, 166 Kaduna worshippers still in captivity 10 days after abduction. 10 days after bandits abducted worshippers from Kumiwali village in Kaduna State, 166 victims remain in captivity, raising concerns among families and religious bodies. The Arawa Consultative Forum and the Christian Association of Nigeria have urged the security agencies to intensify efforts to rescue their immediate, of course, the adopted ones, and of course get them released immediately. But the concern here is the fact that for every other situation that happened, that the government actually agreed that, oh, this particular thing happened immediately. In one way or the other, they got them released. But for this particular one, that first the government denied initially, the Nigerian police force in Kaduna denied, and we don't even understand what is going on. Of course, we heard that the kidnappers had given, they've given their demands as regards to what they want as ransom before they can release the people they adopted. But we're yet to hear anything afterwards. And this is just 10 days. How many more days are we to count before we get the release of these people? Is it until the US government, come in to intervene again or to decide to strike? And yet they would say Nigeria is a sovereign nation, that the Nigerian government shouldn't give the US such rights or authorizing the US to strike in this particular country. We have to be fair to ourselves. We have to be fair to our people. We don't know the condition at which 166 people, innocent worshippers, are actually going through as we speak. So we would want the Nigerian security personnel to look into this and see what they can do as soon as possible. We wouldn't want to start counting weeks or months. Away from this particular one, let's go straight to the Kebbi State quarters now. Kebbi State trains 500 vigilantes to strengthen communities' security. Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris has inspected 500 vigilantes and hunted 500 vigilantes, of course, and they are undergoing a refresher, a tactical training program in Cargo local government area. The initiative aims to strengthen grassroots security structures and complement conventional security agency in responding to growth security challenges in the Northwest. And sincerely, for this particular one, I would actually say this is actually a laudable, move for the Kebbi State government. This is what we're talking about. If you prioritize the life of your people, you would actually, look for every other thing, possible, and every other possible way to see that you protect lives and properties of your people, you being the chief executive officer of a state. All right. I remembered that on one of our programs here in the station called Political Lens, we had someone from the community, from the Kaduna community, who joins that particular program, and so much was said. And I remembered that the presenter asked the question as regards to the JTF. Okay, we also have JTF in Kaduna, where they were meant to protect, the communities, go all around to make sure that things are, in order. But for a while now, I don't know for exact how many years, but at least I can actually say for 3 years now, the JTF have not been really functioning. Just maybe the government is not really looking into their side, and that's the reason why some things are quite easy for these bandits to just come in and pick anybody at their will. Looking at what Kebbi State is doing, this is just a very clear, communication here that, we know we have the Nigerian, police force. We know we have the military personnel there, but we also want to have our own vigilantes, okay, that will do us well as regards to protecting both the communities and also our forests. Before they are even overwhelmed, of course, the police, the military would join them, but they want this, local security, which is what we are talking about here. Every life matters in Nigeria. That's all we're saying. And that's all we want the Kaduna State government to do. And let's come back to the East. Abia leaders back OT for 2027 re-election. The Abia Council of Traditional Prime Ministers have endorsed Governor Alex Oti for re-election in 2027, citing his unmatched performance in the state. The group praised Oti's transformation of Umuahia and Aba, describing them as a smart city presently. They also commended the governor for raising the status and emolument of traditional rulers by over 300%. I don't think Ojus or Kalu would like this particular comment. I don't think he would like this particular comment, because I remember that Ojus Okalu said
that Alex Oti has not done anything or is not even doing anything. And he went on to say that all he has been doing is purchase more paints and painting the roads that he actually constructed in his administration, meaning that Alex Oti is just a painter. That was what he said. And I'm surprised that, traditional rulers in the states are actually, commending, Alex Oti for a good work. But truths don't lie, facts don't also lie. Since Alex Oti has, his facts and figures clear there, and of course, we can actually check all of his projects, and you would agree with me that they are real in the state. So I think his 2027 re-election bid would be a smooth ride. I think that's all I would say for now, until we have someone who can be a formidable opponent to him. But if it is about party, this is not about, Abia State is not about party. I would actually say this, with all sense of humility, that Abia State's election would not be about party, but it would be about the person. And that's what Abians wants, right? So let's move from there back to the city that has been hot for 72 hours as we speak. I'm talking about Kano State. Kwankwaso made this assertion: Governor Yusuf will regret leaving NNPP. What a very serious one there. Former presidential candidate and leader of the new Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, has expressed conviction that Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf will regret leaving the party. Kwankwaso said Governor Yusuf's exit from the NNPP came as a surprise to many, that he initially felt it was a dream. Okay, sometimes they say dreams come true, so I believe we're all in reality now. So much is going on in Kano State as we speak. Some people actually gave a speculation that he was not going to leave, again, but he told his boss he was going to leave, and the boss said, no, you don't have to leave. But he has decided to leave, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. And I read a particular article from, the inner caucus of Kano politicians as of this morning, and the person said that, why is Kwankwaso this surprised? Because the same Governor Yusuf stopped communication, with Kwankwaso a few weeks ago. Kwankwaso tried reaching out to him. He didn't take the calls. He tried sending people, all efforts was proven abortive. And he even gave, instructions that Kwankwaso shouldn't come to the State House. So what I was saying here, so he has given, all of the moves, he has given all of the signals to show that he was about leaving. So no one should be surprised, including the Kwankwasia's, movement. Okay, let's come to the Yayi's quarters now. That's what we call him, and that's what his nickname is in the streets of Ogun State. Ogun professionals to grill Senator Adiola on 2027 ambition. Ogun West Professionals Group is set to meet with Senator Olamilekan Adiola to scrutinize his plan for the 2027 general elections. The meeting aims to promote unity and coherence among the people of Ogun West Senatorial District in their bid to win the gubernatorial election. Adiola, who is popularly known as Yayi, a frontline aspirant for the Ogun governorship, is expected to speak on his 2027 agenda and outline his vision for the states. Right, away from that particular one, supporters decry Malami's continued detention. Supporters of former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, SEN, have expressed concern over his continued detention, describing it as evidence of selective justice and a threat to Nigeria's constitutional order. They urge security agencies to respect constitutional procedures and ensure due process is upheld without discrimination. And of course, on this particular one, if I'm just going to say anything about it, it would be that this is not about the EFCC anymore. This is about the DSS now. And they're actually, holding him down for something totally different compared to what the EFCC said as regards to fraud. Okay, so we should understand the difference here now. This is about DSS. And DSS said that it's been funding, terrorists. So if it is, it is otherwise, or is innocent of that, let due process, be made. That's what we're saying. Nobody would actually be happy that they've lost one or two of their person or their loved ones, friends, in all of this particular, insurgency, insecurity situation in the country, and you think that person will be happy to see that someone who has been sponsoring either bandits, any terrorists, Boko Haram, what have you, should, go scot-free. This is not political. This is just about us getting things right in this nation, that's all. So if the DSS had actually waited that, oh, when the EFC is done, we would actually start our own. What are we saying here? So that's just it. So it shouldn't be, let's not always have sentiment and emotions as regards to things like this. Away from that particular one, federal government plans improved security for schools in border and riverine communities. The federal government has actually unveiled plans to strengthen security in schools located in border and riverine community under the Safe School Transition Plan for 2026-2030. The strategy aims to create a safer learning environment nationwide by deepening collaboration among security agencies, state governments, and local communities, while expanding psychosocial support and emergency preparedness for students and teachers. That's quite a laudable one here, because we're still asking the question, when you ask students to resume, back to school as regards to Kebbi State, every other, communities that some, bandits came to adopt the school children. Of course, they're free. But the question is, what have you put in place? What are the measures you've put in place? So if these are the measures, we would actually want you to do even more so that they can actually have a safe environment to learn. NLC urges government accountability amid tax overhaul. The Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has welcomed the newly implemented tax reform, but emphasized that workers will only benefit if government revenues are properly managed to deliver public services. The reforms aim to simplify tax administration, reduce multiple taxation, and promote fairness. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live on YouTube. We are a voice of the people, and of course the hashtag is People's Voice on VOPTV. Don't forget that you can just hit our subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting this conversation together. 2027 elections at risk. Senate accused of delaying Electoral Act passage. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The Senate is facing criticism for allegedly delaying the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, which is crucial for the 2027 general elections in Nigeria. Former Director of Voter and Publicity Education of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Oluwole Osaze Uzi, claimed that there is evidence of deliberate delay by the Senate. If the bill is not passed, Nigeria will have to rely on the flawed 2022 Electoral Act, potentially compromising the credibility of the 2027 elections. The delay has sparked concerns among civil society groups, election observers, and lawmakers. They argue that the delay will affect INEC's preparations, voter education, and overall credibility of the election. With the February deadline for INEC's proclamation of the notice of election looming, stakeholders are urging the Senate to prioritize the passage of the bill. We're now being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimihele, a journalist, political and public affairs analyst, a member of the Guide of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Savior.
It's another wonderful Wednesday.
Yeah, wonderful Wednesday. How's your day?
The day is here, as we can all see.
Yeah, it's a good one.
So would you want to respond to any of the news story?
Yeah, the Abia story and the Kano story. I think those two caught my attention.
Okay.
I want the Abians to actually know that all those people that are, conspiring against Oti.
Alex Oti, yes.
Alex Oti, the present governor of Abia State.
Yeah.
Those people are the enemies of Abia. Yes. Who are they? Senator Ojo
Okalu. The deputy senate, the deputy rep speaker, Theodore Oji, yes, former governor as well.
Then Ikpeazu, the governor that just left. Then the deputy
speaker, deputy speaker of reps,
House of Rep.
Yes, Benjamin Kalu.
Yeah. Then there is one of the ministers too. I think the minister for whether women affairs be labor. Those people, all those people that are ganging against Alex Oti are the real enemies of the Abia people.
Benjamin
Abia
Kalu.
People must watch them.
Benjamin Kalu, the deputy,
the deputy
speaker reps.
Yes.
He said that time has passed that he would ask Alex Oti to join the APC. Like I saw that statement. Like like Mr. Avis, you gave me an opportunity to do something and I didn't do it. Now you are seeing it like, oh, I am out of being favored. He said he was not ready to talk to Alex Oti as regards to the APC or moving to APC anymore. That the time he actually talked about it had gone, and this time around, so much would actually change in the state, and they are taking over power. And I was just surprised. And my question: you guys talk about this power like it is not about the people.
Yeah,
this is democracy.
You see, that's where they are missing it. That's where they are, and that's what has now made APC to become a maker of sort now that everybody is now like, oh, I have to go into APC before I can win election. 2027 election is not about political party, Savior. You got to be about the contestant, the individual candidates,
that's it.
And the people.
Yes.
If a particular party feeds a candidate that the people believe in, the people will follow that candidate. If that political party, no matter how popular, no matter how they believe they are, now they are in power, they have allocated the power to themselves, feed a candidate that they don't want, they will lose. If election is actually free and fair, even some of the sitting governors will lose their elections.
If it is free and fair.
Free and fair, in quotes. That's what we are, that's our next topic. That's what we should be talking about. That's why we should remind Nigerians that it is our right, that our election, that your vote and my vote must count. Because I am interested in who my leader will be. My choice must not be jeopardized.
Sadly, for those of us, we would actually, either be at the office or going here.
I know. But at least, even if we are not voting on that day, we are in the office. But we have constituencies.
Yeah.
We also have people who believe in us. And even as we are talking in the studio now, some people are listening to us. They also know that yes, these people are actually speaking the truth or not. I said the election for 2027 is going to be between the candidate, the person who is contesting, and the people. And not the political parties. If we want to talk about political party, in 2014, Nigerians were like, PDP has disappointed us. We need a change. The Messiah has come. Ignorantly, we fell into the hand of Tinubu. By 2018, 2017, Nigeria, 2019, Nigeria became the poverty capital of the world. Tinubu, Buhari plunged us into that. Then in 2022, 2023, before he handed over, insecurity became worse. That's where we are today. So Buhari, that we saw as Messiah in 2014, 2015, disappointed Nigeria. That was a person that Nigerians believed in. And APC came with all the campaign and all their propaganda. So Buhari disappointed Nigerians. Here we are today. Tinubu said, I'll continue from where Buhari stopped. We have not seen any difference. He has not fared well. So we are not looking at political parties this time around. Let them begin to make APC a maker of sorts. But Nigerians are waiting in the trenches. That come 2027, what happened in 2023 will not repeat itself. Even if there is no electoral reform, as the Senate is for dragging, Nigerians will defend their votes to the letter. Go and mark it. It's not business as usual. We have been bamboozled enough in this country. For 65 years, we cannot get our leadership right. Then we call ourselves, when it comes to some other person want to assist us now. That's when we'll not be hearing we are a sovereign nation. What do you mean by sovereignty when you cannot get your leadership right? You cannot, nothing is gotten right in this nation, from infrastructure now to human resources and all. Then you are now remembering that you are not a sovereign nation.
If you are saying from infrastructure to human capital and all of that, Atiku's son made this assertion as regards to saying that Tinubu would win the election and nobody can actually beat him because Tinubu has actually done so many infrastructures, reforms, human development. He said all of this particular things.
Which one is affecting you? Just yesterday, national grid collapse. On the 24th, national grid collapse. That is affecting you and I directly. Yeah. Forget about Atiku's son. Maybe he has solar, he can afford solar, he can afford generator. His dad's only generator company. Let's not be going into that. We all know that. Since he can afford that and he was brought up with silver spoon, you and I that are not brought up with silver spoon, that cannot afford it, we rely on the facility that is supposed to be infrastructure that is supposed to be provided by the federal government for us to enjoy being a sovereign state. As we call, we are a sovereign nation. And the constitutional requirement of any leadership is the security and welfare of the people. All these ones are missing. Then where do you now put President Tinubu? If he's saying that he's coming back, there's no other person that can, he has done well. How many of his people can go to farm?
But some people have actually made different assertions. I remember even yesterday when I talked about his reforms, and I said, what can the president point to, or what can we actually point to, or what can the APC also point to say, because of A, B, C, the president should be re-elected. And some people actually answered and mentioned different reforms, and some even said for him to take the bold step to remove the fuel subsidy, that was quite a very good one, because Obi would have also done same and Atiku would have also done same. And I said, was it meant to be immediately? And they said, of course, that Obi also planned to do same.
It is not about being immediate. You understand? It's not even about being removal of fuel subsidy. It's about, since the removal of fuel subsidy, the money that has been coming from to the coffers of the government from the removal of fuel subsidy, is it affecting you? How is it being channeled? I said it some time ago that before the removal, even when Abacha was going to introduce fuel tax, he brought in Petroleum Trust Fund that will manage that fund. When Jonathan was going to remove fuel subsidy in 2012, he set up Shopee that will manage the fund. When Tinubu removed it on May 29, 2023, there was nothing on ground to manage it. Today, that money is in the hands of governors. The governors are now junketing around the world. The governors are now doing White Elephant Project. The governors are now so rich that... Did
you actually see David Umahi's comments? I think yesterday? Yes.
Yeah.
He said that he's 10 times more powerful now. That is no longer the same man he used to be when he was a governor.
Yes.
And there's nothing he and his family cannot acquire now.
Do you know why he's saying that? The Umufuru that is there is his boy. What is just that Umufuru is just doing the Mumu part. That is why we are not seeing what is happening in Rivers, happening in
Ebonyi State.
Yes. So whatever he says, he's not talking because he's a minister. He's talking because that state is under his coffers. His son has just won the local government primaries to contest as local government chairman. So it's not even a bad thing now. It's a bad thing now. It's not like a hereditary tree. When I finish, my children should follow. That's why he's talking in that manner.
So
he's not talking because the Abian people are, the Ebonyi people are enjoying the government. He's talking because he has been able to get, the government is under his palm, and he can command the government in whichever way. It's a steering. He drives it the way he wants.
So that means that we're not running democracy again. It is now about monarchy, right?
It's
monarchy system.
No, I don't even want to. I don't even want to describe it as like a monarchical government, because even in a monarchy system of government, we still have the kingmakers can even say no, this person is not too good. It's not good. They can even still challenge.
No, because we have all of those track records. Erufai's son is a reps member as we speak.
Yeah.
Okowa's daughter is a member of House of Assembly as we speak. Wike is preparing his child.
Wike is preparing
Oduagan. They have. And
the former APC chairman,
and the president, the Speaker of Lagos, Obasa, his son is the
local government chairman. So that's why I said it's no longer about democracy. So when they are not talking because they have been able to put Nigeria in a fold that they are not bringing in their children after themselves.
So you mentioned the name Abacha, and that's why I want to give us a backstory as regards to. I saw something, about this a small generator that they usually call the Manipur. Yeah. So in Abacha time, that gen, I think they said it was 2.5.
Yes.
2.5. And afterwards, in Obasanjo's time...
Even at that time, we still have better electricity than
yes.
now.
And during Obasanjo's tenure, the gen became, is it 5,000? Or yes, or there about 5,000. Yeah. And afterwards, after Obasanjo's era, Yaradua, the gen became 6,000. In Jonathan's time, the gen became 10,000. Now, from the time of Jonathan, the gen moved straight from 10,000 to 100,000 in Buhari's time.
Yeah.
That was where we were not getting the calculation anymore. And between that time, Buhari's time, to Tinubu's time now, the gen is actually roving around 150 to 200,000.
Yes.
For a past
yeah, that is.
When I saw that particular thing, I just said, Mr. Davis, no, that was out the answer of it.
Have you talked about Keke Marwa?
Let's not even go there. Let's not even go there.
When Marwa brought that Keke to Lagos, that is name after him.
Yeah.
How much was it? Today it's 4 million plus.
Since we're talking about elections,
then somebody
today,
is telling you that he's coming back and that nothing is going to.
Since we're talking about elections, and I love the fact that you picked it up from Abia State, and of course, you're yet to talk about Kano, but maybe you would actually lace it up with the conversation that we have here. Since we're talking about Electoral Act and our Nigerian, Senate, they resumed yesterday.
Yeah, they resumed.
That was our first plenary.
Wednesday.
Yes, and
on Tuesday. Yesterday, yes.
That was their first plenary, and we are still waiting, and we're trying to let them know that this should be the first, topic. This should be the first conversation. This should be the first, conversation in the House as we speak. But we don't know if they're actually doing this on purpose. I remember what Amechi said. Amechi said that there is no present government anywhere in Nigeria that would successfully pass, the electoral bill amendment, completely and adhere to it because it might not also favor the person. He made this assertion, I think, sometime in December or first week of January this year. And when I look at this whole situation as regards to our Nigerian Senate not passing this bill, what are the potential consequences of Senate delay in passing our Electoral Act Amendment Bill, on Nigeria's democratic process?
You see, left to the politicians, they will not want any amendments because they know how they got in there. They know how this one that we are saying it has some flaws, how it has favored their coming in there. They will not. But it is left for Nigerians to enforce this on them that we need that change. We need that Electoral Act that brought them in to be rejigged towards 2027 general election. In 2019, we saw President Buhari said, no, it was too close to the election and he was not going to sign. Then that was how we went into that 2019 election blindly. In 2022, he gradually signed the one that we used for 2023 election. But we never knew it also has some flaws, because the propaganda was so much that, election was going to be transmitted through electronics and IREF was going to serve as the means of transmission and all that. We're going to start watching our screen and see the result being uploaded. We're comfortable with that. So we're like, this Electoral Act of 2023 is actually moving Nigeria to at least a civilized nation where we can begin to talk of what is happening in Ghana, what is happening in South Africa. These are Africa, even in Kenya. I mean, I don't want to start talking of the civilized world. Yeah. I think at least we are getting somewhere because Jonathan introduced card reader, and before they now brought in the PVC. So everybody was like, go and pick up your PVC. At least we're hoping for a very credible election. But unfortunately, we saw that after the transmitting of the results for that presidential elections to National Assembly was transmitted through IREF. Was only one person went and switched it off for presidential election and said there was a glitch. The former INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakub. He has never answered that one before Nigeria. But Nigeria knows that.
No. Maybe you shouldn't be saying former INEC chairman now. Just call him our ambassador.
Because he has been so rewarded. He got a national honor after that, and he got an ambassadorial position. Okay. So what we are seeing is that the politicians always like to dwell in those great things that will bring them to power. But here is where the people come in Savior. Now that they resumed, I'm looking at Nigerians, the civil society organizations, and every other person that so loves this nation. That is talking about we need that desired change in 2027. This is the time we should be talking of occupying the National Assembly. Giving them another 1 week and nothing is mentioned about this electoral bill, amendment bill that we are talking about, we should now begin to talk of occupying the National Assembly. Every one of them that just came back from recess now, They went home with millions of naira to enjoy Christmas and New Year. You know how you and I did our Christmas and New Year. But we are the electorate that voted them. We're not even talking about them. But we just want a situation where we can be so assured that when we go out to the pool to vote, our vote will be counted, and we will rest assured that the person I competed for, whether he wins or not, that it was my choice and my choice was guaranteed, whether the person wins or not. So this is the time Nigerians should be looking at this. We have to let these people know that we elected them, and their responsibility is to do our bidding that elected them. And that is the making favorable laws that will give us respite and make us look proud of them whenever we say, okay, the pool has come again. For this very one, this is the time Nigerians should begin to break up.
Mr. Elvis, you have said so much in just a few minutes, which I want to pick some rushes from your conversation.
Yeah.
You talked about the former, which I said don't call him former
ambassador.
You talk about the ambassador now, presently, who you actually made an assertion that, of course, he switched a glitch, which we are yet to actually see that, as evidential that he did. But of course, so many people actually speculated that something of that nature happened. And I want to actually, take it simultaneously as regards to what the Deputy Speaker House of Reps, Benjamin Kalu, also said to Alex Oti, and also to what Ojuzo Kalu said. And if I am to bring all of this particular thing to make sense out of it, my question, do you really think that even if the Senate decides to actually look into this, pass this particular electoral amendment bill, for the election, for INEC to actually have a smooth ride and all of that, do you think that in 5 minutes, what happened in 2023 cannot still take place and would only get apology? That's one. Secondly, don't forget what happened in Edo State's gubernatorial election, where they had to go with church and all of that to a particular place where, and they were saying, no, go back, you stay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And we all saw what happened. Until date, we're yet to get, answers as regards so many questions in Edo State. But away from that particular one, also, we just concluded election in Anambra State. They were, vote buying. And the same EFCC caught some people with, a large sum of amounts in their briefcase, having a tag, which I don't want to actually pin it on any political party. But of course, if we remember, yes, they're all guilty, including the ruling party of that state, which happens to be ABGA. And afterwards, what has happened? So my question, sir, do you think, regardless of the electoral amendment bill, even if they pass it, do you think that we can actually get this clarity, we can actually get this transparency that we're actually craving for?
We'll get it. You see, before the Anambra election, some of the changes that are taking place in this nation have not taken place. We are seeing so many changes that are taking place in this nation now since late November to December to where we are now. Nigeria matter is also being discussed in other parliaments of the world, apart from even Nigeria here.
Okay.
Some other persons are now watching what is going on here. So I expect that if we get the electoral bill amended to a certain level, we will be able to also now let's sell it to the world and let the world know that this is where this extent we have gone. Number one, what happened in Edo State cannot repeat itself again in 2027 general election, because we have gone beyond what happened in Edo State. Everybody, because it was an off-season election, all of them mounted pressure on Edo State. All the Senate president and all of them flew down to Benin and made sure that everything was manipulated to the favor of the ruling party. That's gone. In the next election, all of them are going to be in the ballot, and they are going to be slugging it out in their respective states. So nobody will have all that opportunity to say we are going to mount pressure on one state. That's number one. Number two, we have a bigger headmaster now that is actually watching Nigeria now. So, and where Nigerians are not relenting, we are still calling on him to watch us more and do more. And that will also play a big role in 2027 general election. Then the people also have to come in. The people must be able to now say, no, enough of all this. We must defend our vote. We saw what happened in 2023. They came out to vote. But there were a lot of intimidation and all that. But that has passed. All that law that we got to the court, and the court started interpreting what those things that were not told before, those are the areas that we're now saying, no, we want those gray areas to be high on that, so that we can now know that we have a new bill. Let the Senate, National Assembly do their job. Let them do their job. give us a new electoral act. Then let us now know where we belong. Then those areas that we felt that so hurt us in 2023 general election, let's see that those areas have been amended as we are calling for. Then by the time we move into 2027 general election, it can't be business as usual. It can never be, Savior, because one, the political atmosphere now is already very charged. Nigerians are knowing their rights much more, and there are other assistants now, even from outside this country, that are having so much interest in this nation, want Nigeria to get it right. So you know what that means. If anything happens, that is not right, this nation might get into serious trouble by 2027 general election. And we don't want that. If we must call Nigeria after 2027 election, we have to do the needful now before we get to that election. And that's what everybody is calling on. The National Assembly must not jeopardize that opportunity. They must give us that right to make sure that this is done. Then we'll now move forward. Then we'll get to the pool. All this one. You know why this godfatherism is festering? Because the election is not free and fair. If the election is free and fair, all you are seeing in Kano will not happen. If you leave for another political party, how many people did you carry along? You succeeded in carrying your cabinet, and probably some part of your state house of assembly. You have not carried Kano people along to the new party. On that day of the election, they will wait for you and say, okay. Some of them will say, you betrayed us. This was not the platform we voted you in 2023. Now you betrayed us into this new party. We are not part of that, your new party. They will vote accordingly. But unfortunately, because the elections are not free and fair, that's why you see they can come and tell us that, whether you vote or not, we'll get it. And the next thing they say, go to the court. Why will it be that an election that over 5 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million voted for you in a state, then only 6 persons or 5 persons will now sit and say this is the rightful person? That's not democracy any longer. Democracy thrives on number. That's why it's called the government of the people. And democracy is all about majority. But when 5 judges or 6 judges sit down and begin to say, this is not the governor and this is not the president, we're no longer talking of democracy. So we have sold off democracy. So the people must have to work and get democracy back to their own fold because the government belongs to them. We should not allow it to now be like the judiciary that will now begin to tell us this is now our governor. That's what we saw in Imo State. Number 4 became number 1. And so you know what I mean. And
that number 1 now is the strongest.
It's not the strongest
in the whole of the East.
Yes, it's the strong, even in the governors forum.
Yes,
he's the chairman of the progressive governor. And you know how many governors they have in their fold now. Almost everybody have gone to join them now.
Yeah.
So such must not happen, because where you now give that opportunity to judiciary, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
So let it be that the people must have to hold this government, this democracy in their hands and work towards it and make it credible that whenever we say, so my candidate lost the election, I know he lost gallantly. That there was a better candidate, that's why he got it. In 1993, before the June 12 election, you know, the state governors have already been elected.
Yeah.
They were working with IBB, so we're just waiting for the president to come in. There were already functional state governors.
State governors, yes.
Yes, I remember it was 2 parties. And I could see that time that everybody, you know where you belong. You know where you belong, SDP or NROC. You can vouch for your, say, no, this is my candidate and this is my party. At least we still reach part of their manifestos then. Yeah. But today, the whole political party in Nigeria, I don't even know whether you know any of their manifestos or I know any of their manifestos. Everybody is just looking at who is this person, who is this party going to bring forward as their candidate. That's what we are looking at. So the parties have to make it transparent to the electorate, and the government and the people must have to enforce it on the government that we want more transparency in our electoral system. And that is the job of the INEC. INEC has a new leadership now. We want to see how he's going to, bring the integrity of INEC back. We want to see the reputation he's going to put in that office as the chairman of INEC and INEC in general, because we want to see deterrent. INEC staff that err against the people must have to go to court. Okay. Then the people who also now play into the hands of INEC staff to be used, they also have to follow. That's why we now bring transparency into it. All those are the things we are now saying, let these laws now be spread out in the electoral act that will take us into 2027 general election. Not just going in blindly.
Okay.
Say we have an election on hand.
Okay, Mr. Harvis, you've said so much. And of course, you touched Kano State as well, yes. And you talked about godfatherism, which I want to also, take it as a rider as regards to the National Assembly. First, for that of the godfatherism situation, these successors actually know the truth that some of them were not elected, they were selected.
Yes.
Hence, they need to be loyal to their godfathers. And that's the reason why some, predecessors are really, really pained as regards to their successors being, turning against them. Yes, that's it. Now, when we talk about electoral bill, we have so much in it, that is quite, robust as regards to giving us the guideline for the election and all through the election that would cover both primaries and, the general election.
Yeah.
Now, you are asking the Senate, the National Assembly, to pass a bill, to look into something that some of them were actually against, one, or secondly, some of them didn't even follow that of the 2022. I want to bring you up to speed. Did you remember that in the 2022 electoral bill, amendment bill, you were only entitled to get just one ticket?
Yeah.
You remember? So if you get a ticket for presidential, for your primaries, you are not allowed to have senatorial or reps. So if I may ask you, have you forgotten that Ahmad Lawa, the former Senate president, had a ticket for a presidency in their primaries? He didn't win. How did he become the senator? Which the other guy, Mashina, won the senatorial district.
Yeah.
So how did they change it? That is where we should ask our next questions. Now, the present Senate president, Akpabio.
I was thinking you want to forget your big uncle.
No, I wouldn't do that. Regardless, in as much as it's from my state.
Yes,
no, I wouldn't.
Your big uncle.
No, this is my job. I'm a broadcast journalist. I have to paint it the way it is. No, it's about facts and figures.
Yes.
So Akpabio also got the ticket for presidency to go head-to-head with Tinubu or Shibajo Amechi Ahmad Lawa. And you remember, we all watched, the primaries. He stepped down for Tinubu and asked his delegates to vote for him. How did Akpabio get back to the Senate? With which ticket? You only had one. How did he? So now he's the president of the Senate. I may start giving you more names. But my question is it the same people who did not adhere to the 2022 amendment bill? Are they the same people you are really pressurizing right now to actually do this particular one for you? And that's the reason why I was asking, do you think that this whole situation will be free and fair, transparent enough?
You see,
how might the delay affect INEC expiration for the 2027 general election? And not only that, don't forget that we have another election in February, just this February, which is Abuja Council elections. So I want you to take all of this as we close.
Let me tell you what
because it will affect the voter education and of course awareness for your campaign.
What happened in those swapping of tickets in 2023 that brought those Akpabio and Lawan back to the heavyweight back to the Senate? I'm telling you, those kind of things will not repeat itself again in this nation. Yes. One, those are even the things, those are even some of the flaws that we are talking about now that we need that electoral act now to be rejigged so that we can have a better say. Let it be that they have done their own part. Then leave the rest for the people. The people are much more aware. The people are now much more resolute in making sure that whatever they believe in, they execute it to the end. Because the people have come to discover now that the ruling party have actually done so much harm to their lives than expected. They have come to see it. What are we talking about? This is the second president now that APC is producing. After the Buhari, then this is the second one. And we have now come to see that there is no difference between the one that left and the one that have just come in. Forget about their propaganda. So whatever is going to take place now, as far as that electoral act is concerned, the people will monitor it. And it will be analyzed. And people will know their right and what they are supposed to do. That's why I'm telling you, Savior, this afternoon, that we are not looking at what they are doing right here. We are looking at what is going to be that is going to be beneficial to us. And that's going to make us to have that credible person that we're going to say, okay, this is the rightful person. At the time they now swap tickets, supposing the party lost her completely, will Akpabio be there? Supposing the APC lost her to another party completely under a free and fair election, will it be there? It will not be there because the manipulation continues. That's why they are supposed to say, okay, it was APC that still won the senatorial seat, then they manipulated him back to the seat.
They call it incumbency.
Yes, no, so incumbency is not a factor. If there is a better electoral act, and a free and fair election, incumbency is not a guarantee that you must come back to that seat. It's the people that owns even the incumbency. Let me tell you. It's the people that will say, no, he served us well, let us return him. It's people that will say, no, he didn't
We don't want this man again.
We don't need him again. That's the area we are saying that a Nigeria election must get to. Let that credibility come in. Look at Ghana. The only party lost the presidential election in Ghana on the 7th of December. Because they are getting it right. Do you understand what I'm saying? The ruling party lost the election in America. In this very election that brought Trump. They were in power, the Democrats were in power. They lost it.
It happened on both ways, yes.
It happens. So why we have to get our electoral act to a certain level that even if a certain party manipulate their candidate and all others, you cannot manipulate the people. The people will now have the choice to say, you have done your manipulation internally. That's not for us. The general election, we are waiting for you. And we are going to vote accordingly. We vote our choice. So if the person you manipulated now eventually lost in the general election, have you not lost?
So how can we undo these election malpractices? How can we undo it in closing in just 1 minute? And also, I want to take this as simultaneously. And of course, when it comes to accountability, and governance, how can the National Assembly ensure that there is accountability in the electoral process?
The handling electoral malpractices in Nigeria is that we have to set out laws, deterrent laws. We have not seen people being jailed because of electoral malpractices. They go into it and get away with it. There should be laws guiding it. Today, if you catch an armed robber in this nation, you know the laws. Electoral manipulation is even much more serious than robbery. Because when the wrong person is there, savior, you rob the whole nation.
Yeah.
The whole 22 millions of Nigeria, you are robbing them. Not just one person, rob one person, you say is going to face a death penalty. Anybody that manipulates the election, let it be as severe as that death penalty. Because you are robbing the economy, you are robbing the people, and you are robbing the future of the nation. Let it be as serious as that. Then that's why we are talking about we have to have a strong judicial system that will be able to talk. Because if the judiciary also know too that electoral system has to be so sanitized, they themselves will sit up. Because they know too well that the next person that is coming may be tougher than the person that just left. It's just because it has always been the same stream that, it's APC, let me do the bidding of the APC because they are coming back, so I can still retain my seat. If they know too well another party is going to throw out APC, the chief judge of the nation will sit well. All the judges under him or her will sit well because they know too well that these people that are coming, they are coming to wipe out those people that they call miscreant or whatever that bad eggs in that profession. So it's just because we have not gotten our electoral system rightly. That's why you see there are a lot of manipulation, a lot of crime at the top. By the time you know that your first year is the only one that you can guarantee, you don't guarantee the next one. Everybody working with you will sit tight and say, I don't know the party that will win. We are going to be probed if we do the wrong thing. But because it's like everybody is like a walkover. That's why you see this corruption continues, this manipulation continues to continue, and all of that. By the time we get our electoral act where we get our electoral system where 4 years, this 4 years is the only one you can guarantee. You're not able to guarantee the next one. Everybody working with you, your cabinet, they'll know that the next election, it may not be there that will come in.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Heavis. That was quite a very serious one there. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Thank you so much for being part of the show again. We would see next week Wednesday in another heated argument. All right, if you love world of sport, I'd like you to stay put. Coming up next is a locker room. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues. on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpehon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the front, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shapes meets every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, you're welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television. I am Jerry Apeliohai. and the UEFA Champions League is upon us. 18 games in one night. As talking about the other sides, apart from the first 8, just so to be a part of the knockout stage or somehow the playoff before they get to the knockout stage of the UEFA Champions League this season. Talking about the big boys being separated from the boys, the little boys being separated from the men. That's the word. And of course, it promises to be exciting on this edition of the show. Maiwa gets to join us virtually, and of course, the man needs no further introduction. Talking about Hafiz, I like to call him Hafiz, the Algerian Ogubanjo himself. All right, it's great to have you join us. So much to look forward to on this exciting episode of The Locker Room.
Of course, good evening, Jerry. Good evening to all the listeners out there. I mean, yeah, Champions League, one more, the biggest European football club competition. So I think all the teams are ready for it. It's match day 8. Some teams are looking to get into the top 4, while some are looking to get into the top 24 so that they can make, the playoff. Some teams are already through. Arsenal, the likes of Arsenal, Bayern Munich, they are already through to the round of 16, and there are other teams that are coming behind them. Today's games, all games starting by 9 p.m. Nigerian time. I mean, it's sure to bring a lot of excitement. Big matchups. Paris Saint-Germain against Newcastle is the big one. Barcelona are also looking to get 3 points. And you said something earlier. You said the big boys being separated from the little boys. There are some big boys at the last end. Looking at Napoli as it stands, Napoli might just be going home, completely. I don't know. Antonio Conte's woes with Europe seems to be continuing, but this night they'll be looking to get precious 3 points. So it's all about the big teams in the Champions League, and of course the Europa League, still coming tomorrow and all of that. But yeah, there are many, many football games to go down tonight, and it's good to be here, to break it all down with you, Jerry.
All right, and of course, let's start from the home front. They say charity begins at home. And of course, while we wait on Maiwa to join the show, let's talk about the Nigerian versus DR Congo situation. Okay, Maiwa, it's great to have you join us. I know you've been composing, though I know you are not Fela, or you are not related to Fela, or are you competing with the Whiskey FC? Well, it's great to have you join us. You have for Champions League tonight.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. My song is I'm still putting some finishing touches to it.
All right.
By Friday, it should be ready, and I'll premiere it for you.
Okay.
A lot of Champions League game today. I'm hoping the ambitionless club they end up losing again today to the club from Central Europe. That is Karabakh. I hope they lose to Karabakh today. But in any case, a lot of big teams, they have a lot of things to fight about. There's a Barcelona, there's a Benfica, there's a Galatasaray, and there's also, a Man City who's also fighting for a place in the top eight. But in any case, a whole lot of more to talk about. It's always amazing to be here on a Wednesday that, we have Champions League football everywhere around Europe.
All right, definitely a lot to look forward to. I don't know who he said, the club he said,
the ambitionless. Yeah.
I don't know who that.
You want to ask yourself that of all the teams, when is Manchester United playing?
Yeah. Are they playing on Thursday?
I don't know.
Are they playing on Friday?
Okay, maybe on Friday. They played twice in the weekend. Okay. They played the Premier League and the Champions League in one match. Okay. That's a Champions League game now. When do they want to play
the top team in the Champions League?
Yeah,
it's more like it's having a feel
exactly.
of what it means to play.
I think whenever Man United wants to play in the Premier League against the top side in the Champions, they should be using the Champions League ball. To play, so that it's just give them a feel.
Show them a feel what it looks like to play in the Champions League. I think you are making a good suggestion. UEFA should consider.
They should look into that.
And the Premier League should consider it.
Of course.
I think that will make my wife have a feel
of the Champions League.
As he's talking Champions League this week, he doesn't really understand. He only understands the analysis and everything, but the feel of having a club
of playing in the Champions League. Yeah.
Why do I understand? That's why you want to compose your song on Friday.
Your boss will say, Pamisita. It's better we put our disgrace in England than we go to Europe and, watch our dirty line there. And there's a particular club in Liverpool that is doing that, and, they might continue to do that this night. Only time will tell.
Anyway, you said that against Marseille. They went there 3-0, clean sheets. That's the hallmark of a team that understands his way around Europe. It's not I get that before. He did body. So anyway, let's talk about the confusion of the DR Congo versus the Super Eagles of Nigeria situation, a high-ranking member of the Nigerian Football Federation says FIFA has caused confusion in the football house with the manner in which they are handling the protest against DR Congo for fielding ineligible players in the World Cup playoff win over Nigeria. Nigeria protesting that around 7 members of the team of DR Congo who played in the game against Nigeria that handed them the ticket to represent Africa at the Intercontinental Playoff are in breach of the requirements to be citizens of DR Congo. For one to be a citizen of DR Congo, you must rescind your other nationality to get a passport. But the players in question are still holding bona fide citizenship of other countries in a clear violation of the constitution of the country. The protest hinged on the manner in which they got the passport that was submitted by FIFA to be cleared to play while still holding passport of another country. And of course, the IFR said, talking about the NFF, source said that a ruling is expected next month before the playoff in March, confirming that the NFF will no doubt lodge an appeal with the Court of Arbitration for Sport if they don't get justice from FIFA. So the NFF is serious. But the NFF should understand that FIFA doesn't work like CAF. They have ways they carry out their activities.
Yeah.
Just get your facts together. As far as you have submitted the case, I know FIFA will try as much as possible to be fair because the whole world is watching.
Absolutely. I feel like FIFA should, the NFF, they should be very, very careful in what they are trying to do. We've said it earlier here that FIFA, they don't do things hurriedly, they don't rush. They want to get their facts all together. You are, trying to protest against something, you need to get your facts right as well. But I understand what the NFF is doing.
All trying to make them not to make any mistake.
Yeah, the Intercontinental,
they don't know what they are doing.
The Intercontinental playoff is in March, so January is almost coming to an end. So you just have like a month in between. They need to speed it up and let's know whether we are going to play at the Intercontinental playoffs. And but like I said, you don't hurry FIFA to do things. It's not like CAF or even the NFF themselves that take ages to sort issues. But at the same time, I feel like it's a valid one. But then we have to look at it and say, it's looking like South Africa v Lesotho, part 2. What happened during the World Cup qualifiers, where the NFF also went to lodge the complaints. After the feelers were coming out that about the Tebo Homokwena issue. And as for this one too, we said something. We said the DR Congo, I think they have their own rules. They have their own rules within the country. Does it really apply to FIFA and football? That's what we are trying to, the question we are trying to answer now, because these players that are holding other passports while they are claiming to be citizens of Congo, it's against the rules of the Congolese. Does FIFA have a rule in their rule book for that particular situation? I think that's the question, and that's what FIFA will be trying to look at.
FIFA rule is clear on that. It said you must fulfill the rules of your country.
Yes,
to show that you are eligible to play for that country as far as FIFA is concerned. They recognize the rules of any country in terms of clearing a player. Then they will now check whether the passport is according to the rules and regulations of that country. Then you cannot clear the player.
But my fear in all of this, I don't know what I would think about that. My fear in all of this is that the way FIFA is being calm about it, and even the way the DR Congo Football Federation is even calm about it, it seems like they are so at peace. They know what is going to come out of it, and it looks like the NFF are just trying to mount pressure at this point because they know what they are doing.
On the part of DR Congo, I think that would not be safe to be calm in all of the evidence.
But for somebody to be so calm in the middle of all this pressure, it shows that something might just be right with them.
You might not be hearing from DR Congo because they are quietly mounting and creating their lawyers, making sure that they have a good legal team to counter whatever the Nigerian team has.
That's possible.
They might know that they are guilty, but are already preparing a defense to go to the Court of Arbitration for Sport in case things don't go their way eventually. But of course, Maiwa, this situation is going to be on until the end of February. But this twist is that the NFF is not comfortable with the way FIFA is handling it, but it is what it is. There's still a lot of time to wait for judgment to be passed before any conclusion can be made. But it's good that the NFF is putting pressure, one, and also preparing to go to the court of arbitration for
Yes,
sports in case things
if FIFA don't get
their
to
way.
do, yeah.
Well, I think we have to first of all start from CAF. I think CAF do not know what they are doing. How did this slip past CAF? How? That's the one. Number two, if it was found out that, DR Congo violated the rules, then the spot that DR Congo, occupied was supposed to be given to other persons. I think if I were to be the team that finished below DR Congo, I'll be suing CAF, to be honest with you, because it means, CAF allowed, a country that treated ineligible player to go through and at my own expense. And I don't understand what Musepe is doing. Are the rules not clear? Is it that CAF cannot, handle these things in-house before it gets to FIFA, and we have to wait on FIFA? I will refer you back to the case of, the South African case. It was until when FIFA made the proclamation, and this was supposed to be handled by CAF. So for me, I don't know what CAF is doing. CAF again has showed how incompetent they are. How do they allow this kind of thing to slip behind them, and they couldn't catch it? That's that. For DR Congo, I've said it consistently, if, they are found to be wanting, then definitely, if you commit the crime, you should do the jail time. Definitely, they should be banned. But the key question we should answer is this. If DR Congo have fielded in a new player throughout the qualifiers, they made it to the playoff, will it be unfair to every other team that played them? It's not going to be unfair for FIFA to take away that particular slot and just give it to Nigeria because at the expense of all other teams that DR Congo played. And this is what the confusion will bring. So for me, I think this will probably happen. I think probably FIFA might probably turn away this case because of the kind of worm it will open. Because if at the end of the day FIFA finds them guilty and try to give the slot to Nigeria, if I were other teams that play DR Congo, I will lock FIFA in CAS and I will not allow DR Congo to go ahead probably maybe Africa for that particular slot because it will be unfair to them. So what I'm thinking is this: I think probably because of this, FIFA will let this slide. But I'm hoping to see where the pendulum will swing, to be honest with you. But all the blame should go to CAF because of their incompetence.
But let's look at it this way, to my understanding, I think CAF can be let off the hook because this is World Cup qualifiers again. And FIFA has the major role to play in terms of certifying teams that play in the FIFA World Cup qualifiers. Okay. And as at CAF is concerned, I think they don't have issues with any players that is made available from any country in terms of whether you're eligible as far as FIFA clears you. Once FIFA clears you already to switch allegiance to play for any country, they already believe that FIFA has done their job. So automatically CAF feels that is enough standard to clear any player to play in the qualifiers. But whether CAF Africa or FIFA.
It's Africa we are talking about.
It's Africa, but the World Cup qualifiers is still being controlled by FIFA as far as the World Cup qualifiers is concerned. And let's not forget the goals, the game between Nigeria and South Africa was in Lesotho.
Yeah, Lesotho.
Talking about
Lesotho.
the point.
Yeah.
Everybody had to wait for FIFA. CAF had no say. It was FIFA that had to make the decision. So as much as eligibility is concerned to play for any country, FIFA has the veto power over any union, whether it be, even when it comes to UEFA, UEFA has to wait for FIFA. Yeah, UEFA has its own rules, but FIFA vetoes as far as eligibility is concerned. So that is why CAF can be let off the hook as far as this one is concerned. Then when it comes to countries who feel bad, the thing is that, I think I made an analogy the last time, Emmanuel was on with us, that it doesn't concern FIFA whether Cameroon was also in a situation where they were cheated. Yeah. Well, what concerns FIFA is that who reported the case, who came and made a case that this. But
it can still be affected and delayed because trust me, when the case starts getting a headway, Cameroon is going to get involved.
Yeah, if Cameroon,
they are going to get involved.
If Cameroon gets involved, then if FIFA invites them, but they've not made
FIFA inviting them.
They've not made FIFA
inviting them. They might make a case.
They might.
Of course,
they've not made a case. You know, there's a window. There's a window that you're allowed to make a case.
With all of this, have the NFF made moves officially?
Yes. If they've not made moves officially, FIFA will not be talking about it. They've made official move. Even if NFF has come out to make official statement that they've written already a petition to FIFA. That is why we are talking about this. Because there's an official petition from the NFF to FIFA that about
I don't think they'll be eligible. But there's no timing for laying complaints at this point.
There's timing.
There's no timing.
There's timing.
There's no timing.
There's timing.
Is it in the FIFA rule? Have you looked at the FIFA rule?
Even as much as the Lesotho issue.
No, there was timing for that.
Because from now till March. Okay, now this is January. January is already out.
But we know we had issues with the timing, even for that, even for the Lesotho story, for the Mokoena story. There was issue with the timing.
FIFA does not work like CAF or like our Nigerian court system. No, the way they work is, everybody was agitated. I think the anxiety should just be calm. There's still February. February is a long period.
Anybody can come in to come and lay complaints at that time.
If you make your complaint, FIFA will consider it if within the rules it states that you can still make your complaint. If the rules says so, fine, well and good.
Okay, Maya.
But Jerry, the thing is this. Let me first by saying the proceed from crime is also crime. The point that those people got in court now is fraudulent because they fielded players who are ineligible. That's one. Number two, yes, FIFA has the right say and the rest of that. Even when FIFA clears you, you are still tied to your continental FA, to your continental body. It means before all this tournament happens, there should be a mechanism in place such that this kind of embarrassment do not happen in Africa. Where in Europe do you see this kind of embarrassment? The same CAF that was clueless enough to allow conflict of interest to fly in our group, that allowed 3-4 countries play in the same country, in the same federation that's allowing this to happen. So CAF has a role to play. So if you are saying you want to exempt CAF, then there's no point for CAF doing the draw. The draw should have been done by FIFA directly. There's no even point for CAF allocating teams in group. Because, draws were held in Africa. CAF were the ones that decided to split the group. FIFA gave us a number of slots. CAF decided to split the group. CAF had, the overall control over how the competition is run. Yes, it's under FIFA, but they have the control on how the competition is run. Fine. So I would not want to exempt CAF because CAF is responsible.
Yes, I understand in terms of the organization because FIFA cannot be everywhere.
Okay.
But when it comes to eligibility of players, if you notice, even Nigeria, they have to wait for players like Felix Argo, even Alex Iwobi to be sure. Even Ademola Lookman, we knew how the process went under Amaju Pinnick era. Yes. They waited till all the I's were dotted, the T's were crossed before he could play for Nigeria.
Okay.
So when his eligibility was sorted out by FIFA, before he could play for Nigeria. Same applies to any country, whether it be switching allegiance from one country to the other. But in this case, where the players still hold, the thing is that FIFA will only attend to evidence before it.
Okay.
DR Congo presented evidence that, okay, these guys have DR Congo passports.
Yeah.
They are now eligible
to play for DR Congo.
Congo. And FIFA accepted it. You get. So, and there's nobody came out to say, they still have an international passport of this thing, but the DR Congo law says...
I think this is just efforts from the NFF. They just want to qualify through the back door.
Forget about the NFF. This is a lesson. Even other countries have suffered the same situation. This is a lesson for other countries.
Okay.
Most especially African countries.
Okay.
When you want to make sure that a player switches their allegiance, make sure you do your job diligently so you will not be affected with such situation.
Okay.
If you don't do your job diligently, it will affect you. Even I think I just saw a story that even other countries like Malaysia and Co have also suffered the same fate.
Okay.
Yeah. So if other countries have suffered the same fate,
and like Malaysia,
and they don't take instruction, that means they are going to didn't learn the lesson from what has happened to others. They wanted to play smart. That's how it looks like. They wanted to play smart, and now it's coming to bite them.
Well, I think where I will agree with Maya on the terms of part of CAF is that, look at the AFCON. These same players even went to the AFCON to go and play. So that one for CAF, you can say yes, maybe CAF is dwindling on their own parts. But yes, it's a FIFA competition, it's a World Cup thing. But let's see how it's going to go. Like we said, we have February to see. But trust me, I don't think Nigeria will just automatically qualify. I think the Cameroonians want to lay their complaints. Other teams as well
they should do it
that
now.
were involved in the World
Cameroon
Cup
should do it now.
Okay, just imagine other teams in the World Cup qualifiers also come out to say, look, these players played through the qualifiers. We did deduct points and bring things back to come and play after
if they have presented their evidence and written a petition, it would have been considered.
If they do that now.
Do you know that even as
they can do that now?
As we are speaking, do you know whether Cameroon has already written?
Is it not when this?
Wait,
is it not when
Cameroon has already written? And people say, you are writing late. Oh, Nigeria is already written.
No.
Calm down,
Jerry.
If Cameroon had written and it has been accepted, would have heard.
Jerry, it was when the Super Eagles raised voice for the Mokona story. That was when Lesotho and Zimbabwe. That was when they woke up and they were still accepted. They were still accepted.
It shows you that in spite of the fact that we somehow criticize the NFF and so on and so forth, at least they have something they get right.
No, they are reactive, not proactive. They are reactive. We are not supposed to be celebrating being reactive.
That you keep quiet and you injustice is being served.
Come on.
Yes, no. Injustice is being served, and you have to react. Man, go ahead. Yes.
Don't take away credit from locker room. You mentioned it here first.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
You mentioned it here first.
Yes, I remember we kept on hammering on it. Yeah, we kept on hammering on it.
They were clueless. We mentioned it here first. We brought the news first that this is happening before the NFF went into archive and started checking. Or to start shouting on this show before they did anything. We showed how clueless the NFF we have. And they are also clueless. We should not absorb them of the blame. They are also clueless. NFF could not complain about conflict of interest. They are not conflict of interest to slide. They didn't make any complaint. Or to start shouting about it on the same show. So the NFF is clueless.
If the Super Eagles are qualified, would there be any story of this coming up?
Yeah.
Would there be any story of this coming up?
The thing is that if something
so that is being reactive.
See,
that's being reactive now.
I agree with
you. You are the same person that said the NFF sleeps. Now you are.
I agree with you.
Now you are siding them for waking up late.
No, I'm not siding them. I'm saying that it's better they even reacted at all because they have been useless all this while.
Okay.
If this had been on, and we have the awareness that it's on, and NFF has not made a case, have not written a petition, it would have been worse.
Okay, so it's safe to say you are praising them for not being useless completely.
I said
for not being useless completely, Abi.
For still being useless and still doing something. Because they are still useless, completely or not. They are useless. They just did one thing. Doesn't mean they are not still useless.
If the Super Eagles don't qualify for the World Cup, will you come on here and is that being useless completely? Even after shouting?
Completely or not, they are useless. Completely or not completely, it doesn't qualify them. They have been useless all this while. They've been the weapon fashioned against this team. Had it been the NFF played their role well, we will not be talking about playoffs.
About this one.
Yeah, we'll not be talking about playoffs. We won't even be discussing playoffs. Look at that team. That's the same team everybody has been talking about. We saw them the AFCON. Imagine that team in the World Cup qualifiers with the structure they took to the AFCON and they played World Cup qualifiers. They would have qualified with one game in hand. Or even 2 games before. Of course. With that kind of performance. But it shows you that the NFF is the problem. They are the weapon fashion against the team. They brought in Maiwas Finidi Ball, who kept on telling us that he don't need tactics to win games. They delayed Pacero's situation. We all know. Paul Onachu was our top striker at a point. The other Victor, who doesn't, I don't know, he has decided that he doesn't want to score for the Super Eagles. Was our top striker.
Your brother who played, Tanimu was also there one time.
Tanimu was being invited for a World Cup qualifier.
Don't let us scapegoat there. Let us scapegoat anybody.
Tanimu that cannot even Unity Cup friendly, he's not even qualified to play Unity Cup friendly. You took him to a World Cup qualifier. So that is how bad it is. Sentiments came at play, and of course, we are
paying the price, of course.
We are paying the price dearly, and the NFF definitely is going to get the hard knock. Whether the Super Eagles qualify for the World Cup or not, Goso has failed. That board has failed. They should go.
They should.
We've seen enough.
They should.
Even if they go and win the World Cup, we have seen enough.
Of course.
Goso should just find his way out. Yeah, it's pretty an ugly situation, but we'll wait and see what's going to come out of the whole situation. Because if by February it shows that the Super Eagles is going to the World Cup, everybody will start preparing to be in Canada.
But the thing is, we'll still be praising the NFF. That's
Who
just
praised
the
the
sad
NFF?
part.
Those are the people
Jerry,
who don't
you
know.
know how it is in Nigeria. They're still going to praise them for saying, okay, look, we could still act at the last
Not
minute.
on this platform, Sha.
I know that
platform.
Maybe not. Maybe yeah. Of course.
Yes.
Not,
Maybe
definitely
somewhere
not on this
else.
platform.
As far as local room is concerned, definitely will not be those who will be singing the praises of the NFF because of this.
Because of things like that, of course.
Yeah. Because they failed to act when they needed to.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the situation of George Eleni Hena of French side Monaco. European football governing body UEFA has confirmed that the duo of George Eleni Hena of French side Monaco and Honest Ahano of Italy were registered for the Champions League with Nigerian passports. And last week, the football body posted that Eleni Hena has smashed the record set by his fellow Nigerian Kan Nwankwo in the tournament's history by becoming the youngest African player to reach 15 appearances in the competition. Eleni Hena achieved this milestone at the age of 19 years and 157 days following his 18-minute appearance for Monaco in the 6-1 defeat to Real Madrid on Tuesday. In a post about the nationality of players who have played in the group stages as the tournament comes to an end, UEFA used the international passport of the players to determine their country. And also, 17-year-old Atlanta defender Ahano was classed as a Nigerian, and he has so far made 5 appearances in the tournament in what is his first season with the team. However, both players have so far shunned approaches to play for Nigeria, insisting on waiting to get the passport of the country where they are applying their trade at the moment. So it's up to them. But why are they still using the Nigerian passport? They should have claimed no nationality.
I think it's maybe based on the rules of the country where they are now. I think they were born.
Need to be identified.
I think they were born, in those countries by Nigerian parents, and of course maybe there might be
citizenship.
The citizenship. They are just trying to get their passports. I mean, look at Honest Ahano. He is 17. Even the Italians they are looking to get him into the team very, very soon because he has proven to be one of the best defenders for Atalanta this season, one of the first names on the team sheet. So honestly, even personally, I actually want the Super Eagles to look at such a player. But the last time they did so, he still claiming that he's Italian and is waiting for the Italian national team to give him a call-up or even for the age grade competition. As for Eleni Hena, he's been dragging for a while now. I mean, there will be times where you see he's French. When you check him up, you see he's French. You check him up again, you see he's Nigerian. I mean, he should stay in one place. I remember the time that when they were saying he should be considered for the Super Eagles because they were short of forwards that were doing well at the time. So for me, I think it's good. They are Nigerians. They have Nigerian parents, even though they were not born here in Nigeria. But of course, they have Nigerian parents. That's why they are still holding the Nigerian passport for now. But let's see how it goes, in the future. These two, should they eventually, get to represent Super Eagles of Nigeria, I think there will be gems because they are good at what they do, especially Honest Ahano of Atalanta.
All right, of course, these two players are much talked about, and it will be good to have the addition. Eleni Hena has been awesome for Monaco, and this season he scored against Real.
He's not been playing.
Yeah, but
still young,
last season he was very good, getting some goals. Though because he's still young, they're still blooding him into the team.
Yeah.
So with time, he is a player for the future.
Of course.
Well, the thing is this, they remain Nigerians until they get their passport. I think they will get that another 1 or 2 years. For Elena, I think when he turns 21, he gets the French passport, so definitely he can continue to claim French. Or probably maybe they can fast track for him. For the 17-year-old that plays for Atlanta, I think he has 1 year left for him to be able to get a passport. And that's just them. I think we should not be begging people that don't want to play for Nigeria. I've said it consistently. If you feel, yes, Nigeria, we have a lot of issues. We just spoke about how incompetent our NFF is in the last segment. I think that's enough to scare people away. However, Nigeria comes first before any other person. If you don't deem it fit to choose Nigeria first, then there's no point, saying you want to choose Nigeria second. So for me, if they are spoken to them and they say they don't want to play for Nigeria, I think they are better off playing for, their adopted country if they feel they have a better chance to progress than in Nigeria. Nobody should beg anybody to play for Nigeria. So a good one that they are Nigeria for now, but in the next 1 year, they'll probably be representing other countries.
Of course.
Yeah.
I agree with my on that one. If you don't want to play for Super Eagles, there are players right here that were discovered even in the Unity Cup, and we saw the likes of Benjamin Frederick. Players can still come in from anywhere. So if you don't want to play for Nigeria, if you want to see Nigeria as a B team for you, a B option. I mean, we don't do that here. I mean, I think with the way Eric Chell has handled these players now, we can say, look, if you don't want to play, you are free to go. Yeah, let's bring in players. We are even looking to ship players out. So we want other players to come in as well. And if those two players, again, if they are asked after getting their passports of those countries, if they are still asked if you want to play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, a yes or no final decision. Okay, yes, I want to play for the Super Eagles. You are welcome. Okay, no. We are move on and let's look at other players that's even still waiting to get called up by the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
All right, of course. So let's see how that pans out. And that takes us to talking about the big stage. This time around, Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola is talking. He said that Man City players must step up to help Erling Haaland end his goal drought. And he said this on the eve of his team's crucial Champions League match against Galatasaray. The Norwegian last scored against Brighton from the penalty spot in early January, but has not found a net from open play since before Christmas. Guardiola recently said his star forward, who remains top of the Premier League goal-scoring chart with 20 goals despite his lean spell, was exhausted. And he left the 25-year-old out of his starting lineup for Saturday's 2-0 win against bottom club Wolves, explaining the decision was to clean his mind, his body. And Guardiola, speaking at his pre-match press conference on Tuesday, said his team needed to play better to help Erling Haaland. Yeah, that's the most debate I have about Erling Haaland. Yeah, it shows you how poor the attack this season in the Premier League has been. Maybe because Salah has decided not to show up, other strikers have become lazy. Nobody is even putting pressure. At this time of the season, Haaland has 20 goals and he's comfortable because he knows nobody is chasing him. And he can afford not to score for the next 2 months in the Premier League, and he will still get the golden boot. What's happening to the attackers this season?
Well, I mean, we were saying it just before I came on air that it's like the attackers in the Premier League are really suffering. I mean, if you look at it across board, all these new strikers that have been signed, I think it's only Dominic Calvert-Lewin that has been, trying to push his weight, scoring goals for Leeds United, and he even started out from recently, I think just before the end of last year. But we've seen strikers like Igor Thiago step up, of Brentford. He has 16 goals, just 4 behind Erling Haaland, and also we've seen maybe the likes of, I can't even call it hard. It's hard to look at across, but Nick Votemade started really well for Newcastle. It seems the goals have dried out a bit. We've seen the likes of Tieno Barry of Everton. He is scoring, but then, not giving that much of a productivity. It's not that prolific. Victor Gyökeres is also serving as well in the Premier League. 5 goals for, close to a £90 million signing. It's nothing to write home about at this point. So Randa Kolo Muani is there as Tottenham, still not delivering on the goal scoring side. So I think Erling Haaland is still looking at it and saying, look, you guys are not even much of a competition. Alexander Isak has been battling with injury. Ugo Ekitike also started well, not scoring as much now. So for me, I think it's across board. But for Erling Haaland, who hasn't scored an open play goal, since Christmas, I think it's the standard they have set for himself. 20 goals, and the manager is still looking to say, look, you are suffering. You are on a goal drought. 20 goals. If some certain strikers get 20 goals, the manager might just rest them for 2 months and say, look, go and rest, you've tried. But for him, his standard, has been set so high by himself for his coach to say, look, there's something wrong with you. You are more than this. So for me, I think he's going to get back amongst the goals. That's one thing about Erling Haaland. It seems like whenever people complain about him going on a goal-scoring drought, he can just pop up and score a hat-trick. And they are playing tonight. It's an opportunity for him, to get goals in the Champions League and also use the opportunity to bounce back in Premier League and score goals. I mean, Erling Haaland is not somebody you can, keep out for a long time, trust me. And, even with him still being comfortable, it's looking like it's Igor Thiago that has to even do more of the work to try to meet him. He's so comfortable and he knows that, when he gets back, he's still going to score more goals. So I don't think, Pep should be much afraid at this point, even though it should be, because if you look at the other options, maybe the likes of Omar Mamouche and Antoine Semenyo, they're not really, doing the job, and they're not even up to the standard of
the Champions League. That's why he's worried, because he can't play the Champions League so far. Except maybe when they get to the knockout phase, they'll try and see if they can register him. So
well, it's just a game. It's just this game. He can still, navigate this one with a certain Omar Mamouche and Haaland. So when the knockout stages come around, of course, Antoine Semenyo should be registered, due to, he's a big money signing and he has been doing well so far. It might be another player in the City ranks to take the hit, of not being, registered. Oscar Bob is actually leaving to Fulham, so Antoine Semenyo might take his place and be registered in the Champions League. I think Erling Haaland will bounce back. He might just take a hat-trick tonight. Then the next thing, you see him banking goals in the Premier League. That's just who he is.
Hat-trick tonight. And of course, I'm not really happy with Erling Haaland because he's the captain of my FPL and he's been running dry. Those 2 points.
Sign another striker now. Sign another striker.
Yeah, I've done that already, but...
I remember when I sold you got Thiago. I saw you got Thiago and next game he scored a hat-trick.
Wow, that's really painful.
It's very painful.
Really, really
and I bought him next game, he didn't score.
Wow.
That's just the beauty of the FPL.
If you don't have Juju, you cannot.
Ah, really?
You can't really do it. I really wonder those guys, how they do it.
Yeah.
Something like, I think some hackers are really.
But FPL is actually, FPL is nice. FPL, yeah. I've seen some people saying they don't want to play FPL, but FPL is nice.
Yeah,
it's just that you have to be mentally strong to play FPL.
Yeah, what's happening to the attack in the Premier League? Everybody looks like they're waiting for Haaland to take the golden boot. Nobody's even dragging it with him.
This season is just dry.
It's really poor. And in spite of the fact, Arsenal stopping the league, I was going to bring that in.
Mm-hmm.
The Arsenal stopping the league, who would expect that this would have been the season for players like Goyokores, who by this time having like 15 goals, Isak to be having like 16 goals. All of a sudden, those guys are not even showing up. Salah, who was the El Dorado last season, he has decided he does still want to...
Isak.
I've just mentioned Isak. That one, he has decided that he just wants to enjoy the new money, new life, new vibe. He doesn't want to score. What is happening, Maiwa? And Erling Haaland right now is on holiday and still yet he has 20 goals. And it looks like he's going to take the golden boot, whether he scores for the next 2 months or not.
Well, it's very simple. Take a look at the Arsenal forward. Gyökeres, more than 10 games in the EPL. If it's not penalty, he's not scoring goals. Bukayo Saka, Madueke, and the rest of them, they are not finding a lot cylinder. Let's go to the Anfield side. There is a £120 million, giveaway that has not been able to score any goal. Ekitike started well. Maybe Salah went to Egypt because of him. He has stopped scoring. Salah is not finding a lot cylinder. And you have Erling Haaland who has not been scoring in the last 3 weeks. However, he's still leading while others are unable to catch up. Whatever they, apart from scoring own goals, the only thing he knows how to score these days is own goal. He doesn't know how to score again. And that is the reason why, you still have an Haaland, leading. I would not be surprised if Haaland still end up scoring about 30 goals because all of that strikers
why you didn't go to Man U? They have Buemo. Last season he was on fire.
No.
You signed Sesko.
No, Man U.
Kunha.
Man U.
It's only when they see Arsenal.
It's when they beat Arsenal.
They will rise up.
You see how
all those strikers you buy.
You see how he didn't put them.
Sesko.
He didn't put them. He was mentioning names. I was looking at him.
I even thought that Sesko was a defender when I saw him on the pitch. But this is one of the attackers they signed at Man U.
Jerry.
Go ahead.
Jerry, did I mention anybody in Tottenham? Did I mention anybody? Manchester United finished 17th for heaven's sake.
It's not a big team. Okay.
No, Manchester United is not a big team. Forget what we are doing at the moment. Yes, we are bigger than Liverpool, but we are not a big team. We are not a team to be talking about.
Defending champions. So we should talk about the team that is bigger than defending champions.
They are ahead. They are ahead.
Any of your strikers. I think any of your strikers is not even in the top 10 goal scorers this season, or even top 15.
No, obviously, we are spreading the goals. We are spreading the goals around.
Dogu is out for 10 weeks, so who's going to collect his goals next?
It doesn't really matter. We are scoring goals. Don't worry. We are beating top teams. But in any case, I will not be surprised if Haaland end up scoring about 30 goals because I think he still has in the team and other strikers are not stepping up. Can the other strikers step up? Unless something changes, I don't think so. Probably we'll still see Haaland win it again. Haaland can come back, like Afis rightly said, can come back and start bagging in the hat-trick, and before you know it, Haaland is already on 30. Before everybody, starts sleeping, Haaland is already on 20, and nobody can catch up. So I think the draft for Haaland will probably stop very soon, and this is a good time for him to be able to score. Tonight is a good opportunity for him to show what he's good, and I think he'll probably do it tonight.
All right, of course, let's talk about the big one tonight. It's all about the UEFA Champions League. 18 games all are happening at once. I don't think there's been any time when we've had 18 matches, apart from recently in the UEFA Champions League. We had the last season. It was a blockbuster day. But this one, I another roller coaster. And of course, I can't wait to see Osimhen scoring against Manchester City. It will be a very interesting match at the Etihad Stadium. Seeing Osimhen maybe bagging a hat trick and Haaland getting
with a weakened defense actually.
Without goals. And of course, it looks like Gueye is not going to play this one because it's also
ineligible. Yes,
ineligible to play. So that defense line is in trouble.
Should be Kusanov and Ake.
Wow. I think Osimhen will be licking his lips on this one.
Of course, I mean, well, I think he should step up. That's talking about Victor Osimhen. Manchester City, trust me, they are not an easy opponent. Even we know with the likes of their players out injured, the likes of Diaz, Vardiol, all injured for now. Even John Stones, but then they are still not. Easy not to crack, they're hard not to crack, talking about Manchester City. But of course, if you look at it, that defense line and the attacking options of Galatasaray, you could say that there's a chance for them. And I want to see the return of Leroy Sané and Ilkay Gundogan, back at the Etihad Stadium. They are former Manchester City players. It's going to be an interesting game right there at the Etihad Stadium. And also there are other big games to look forward to.
Big games to look forward to. Definitely, there are big games to look forward to tonight. Maiwa, definitely, I just have to talk about the game between Man City and Galatasaray because Man City needs to win that game.
Of course.
They've not been having it rosy. Bodo glimpse, glimpse them, giving them a glitter of no good. That's one. And of course, Real Madrid away to Benfica is also another big game. And of course, Arsenal, we just want to do the Oliver Twist. Anyway,
get their 3 points over Kairat.
Anyway, they are at the Emirates Stadium. After that loss against Man U, I don't think they want to do Kairat Almaty any favors.
Of course.
Because Man U has made it worse for them by beating Arsenal at the Emirates. So they would not want likely to strike twice. And of course, big games as well. PSG up against the Newcastle United. Newcastle United were punching above their weight last season, but it looks like this season they are not interested. Unfortunately, nobody told them that if you don't do well in the Champions League, you'll not be playing the Europa League like you used to be. Maiwa.
Well, I think a whole lot of big games. Leroy Sané and Gundogan returning back to Etihad, and let's see what they can do against a weakening side. Kusanov, he has not been that confident on wide playing. The same thing goes to Nathan Ake. I think Osimhen should be able to exploit that, inconsistency and incompetency in the defense of Man City to probably do something fantastic. For Real Madrid, this is an opportunity for Arbeloa to prove himself, in the Champions League. This is an avenue for him to show that he's got class. Will he be able to overcome a Benfica side? Well, let's see. I think Real Madrid, if I'm not mistaken, Real Madrid struggle against Portuguese side, especially when they play away. I'm hoping tonight will be different because the jury is out on Arbeloa for him to be able to deliver. For Arsenal, well, I think maybe the bad spell has started. They lost against a Manchester United side. A Kairat Almaty, can they do it? We've seen Bodo Glimt do it against Man City. Can they do it against a wounded Arsenal side? Well, I don't think so. I think this is an opportunity for Arsenal to be able to bounce back and to be able to boost their confidence against, their game they were playing against Leeds United over the weekend. PSG, Newcastle United, the inconsistency continues. I wonder how long, their coach is going to stay on the job because of the kind of inconsistency we see. PSG also, it has not been rosy for them in the Champions League. Can they do something fantastic against an inconsistent Newcastle side? Probably maybe tonight you'll be able to say, but I'm hoping that, a Newcastle side step up. I would like to see them play in the next round.
All right, of course, still looking at the fixtures. So much to play for. Let's take a club. He made mention of the playing away in Portugal for Real Madrid side. Yes, that takes me to the fact that Benfica has not lost a game and this season, most especially at home. And no man you can hold for that. That is Jose Mourinho. Definitely, he will be stingy tonight against Real Madrid. He doesn't mind playing a goalless draw in this one, even though, of course, he will have a point to prove against Real Madrid. And who says that they can't beat Real tonight out there in Portugal?
Of course, it's a big game on the part of
even though they win, they have nothing to lose because even though they win, it won't make it
Really
won't
say
matter.
much. I mean, it was a very poor start, for Benfica. But I think Real Madrid, they are in a good run of late, winning their last 2 games in La Liga, and they want to, continue that form up against Benfica. And yes, it's like a Jose Mourinho derby, his current club against his old club. I think he wants to have something in the bag. But then I feel like Atletico Madrid, they've done it against him, and I think it's time for Real Madrid to also do it. So it's going to be a tough fixture for Benfica. But I think Real Madrid, with the likes of Kylian Mbappe, the likes of Vinicius Junior, Jude Bellingham, getting amongst the goals in their last La Liga game where they scored. I mean, it was the last Champions League game where they scored 6 against Monaco. I think they want to, still get back and do that. And yeah, for another game I'm looking at, there is Napoli against Chelsea. I think Napoli as well, they want to get precious 3 points, but it's going to be hard because where they are, as it stands, they will be heading home. They are in 25th place, and up against Chelsea, at the São Paulo, I think it's going to be a tough one. I remember 2012, where they defeated Chelsea 3-1 with Edinson Cavani getting a very beautiful goal in that game. But Chelsea ultimately qualified and went on to win the Champions League. But this time around, the likes of Kevin De Bruyne in Napoli ranks, Romelu Lukaku, who is also back. He was back in that loss against Juventus, where they lost 3-0 at the Old Lady. But this time around, the likes of Rasmus Højlund as well. I mean, I think Napoli should have something, for the Blues. That's going to be a tough one. Looking at other games, Paris Saint-Germain against Newcastle as well. I think, was it 2 seasons ago when Newcastle were in the Champions League, they defeated Paris Saint-Germain 4-0. So 4-0, at St. James's Park. But this time around, I think Paris Saint-Germain will want to have something for them differently. Likes of Vitinha, likes of Ousmane Dembele, Kvaratskhelia as well. Big games to look forward to, but I think that's one between Benfica and Real Madrid. I think Real Madrid should win at the Stadium of Light tonight.
All right, of course, if I look at this table, it's dangerous. Galatasaray will have to win by as much as 5 goals because they have a 0 goals difference and they're playing away at the Etihad Stadium. It's going to be a very difficult game for them, except Osimhen is on goals galore tonight alongside his other attackers. And if Man City doesn't score goals or win this game, they might not be in the playoff spots. If the likes of Juventus, Inter Milan, Atalanta all win their games fair and square, we might be seeing Man City drop out of the Champions League.
So it might be Ademola Lookman's team that won't let Osimhen.
Wow. It's going to be high tense.
Yeah, I want to say something. I don't say something, but am I allowed to say it? If Atalanta knows that Galatasaray, you should not go and meet Ademola Lookman and tell him it's a team game.
Yeah, I've heard about the rumors that he's being wanted by Galatasaray, but let's see how it pans out. It's going to be an interesting one to look forward to tonight. 18 games in the UEFA Champions League. A lot to look forward to. And of course, big thanks, Maiwa, for being awesome on the show. Though I know your team will not be a part of the 18 games, but definitely enjoy it because you're going to see the big boys. Liverpool and Anfield against Karabakh. Make sure you watch that one. And of course, you see Liverpool win.
You watch it.
Well, definitely. Yeah, definitely my team is not there, but we hate watching. I'm hoping that Karabakh do the magic and put pepper in the eye of and his boy.
So you will sing 2 songs on Friday.
So I'm watching. So I can perfect my song. While I'm watching, I will be perfecting my song.
You can even do 2 songs.
Okay, you say you can do 2 songs. You can start an EPO.
You can start an EP.
I feel to manage you.
I'm ready, don't worry. I'm with you.
Just bring the money home, sir. Anyway, all the best. Thanks, Mayowa. And of course, thanks, Afis, for being awesome on the show.
My pleasure.
And of course, big thanks to the guys behind the scenes who make sure the show is great. Talking about likes of Manfred, Alex, and not leaving out Jeremiah, and of course, Hassan. And of course, big thanks to all the comments on YouTube. We see you. This one is coming from Charles. He says that, can we please advocate for the amendment of NFF status? It keeps bringing these clowns. All our age grade teams have failed. Yes, Charles, we recognize your comment, but it is what it is. We'll discuss that on another day. Just keep it locked on VOP TV. Anytime Locker Room comes your way, just subscribe, hit the notification bell. We're always here to serve you 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. My name is Jerry Apelhai. Saying stay safe, and if not anything at all, do it the sports.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay.
But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija.
That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resiliency no go walk. 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
Leave bribery, wash your hands. Come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see am. Security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
Hey, 7 promises, and me, go fix our Niger.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Niger, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz.
Hello there, good evening, and welcome to Political Lens. Now, this is Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. And in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV, channel 264, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. I am Chukwuma Okoro. On this show, we'll travel to Port Harcourt. Now, Port Harcourt seems to take a lot of political spotlight, because anytime with something that's happening in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, by the way, either the minister of the FCT or the state governor or the House of Assembly or the state party chairman, everything, or the president intervening in Rivers State and all of that. So we'll go to Port Harcourt this evening, where there seems to be a certain level of uncertainty as Fubara romances ADC ahead of 2027 general election. And from there, we'll go to the central level where Tinubu is in Turkey and pushes defense and economic ties with Turkey, as closure of Onitsha main market by Soludo has sparked some kind of reaction from the public. Well, let's bring in our guests. We are joined in this virtually by Barrister Asim Adams. He's joining us from Port Harcourt, by the way, where the whole thing is happening, politically. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer as well as a political affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Barrister Adams, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Okoro, and good evening, Nigerians.
Good evening, Barrister Adams. Thanks for having you. I appreciate your time and your presence on my show. Now, let's get into it. Governor of Rivers State, Sim Fubara, has debunked speculations that is supporting the candidates of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, for the forthcoming by-election scheduled to hold on February 21, 2026. That's about less than a month away from now. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has slated the by-election to fill 2 vacant seats in Rivers State House of Assembly. In preparation for the said election, the All Progressives Congress, APC, recently conducted its primary, resulting in the emergence of Napoleon Okaliben and Bulabari Henrietta Lolo for elections into Ahoda East Constituency 2 and Kana State Constituency 2, respectively. Since both candidates are known allies of the former governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, many analysts have been interpreting the situation as a minus for Fubara, with some alleging that he, Fubara, was planning to support the candidates of the ADC instead of the APC during the election. However, Fubara has dismissed the allegation, describing it as blatant lies from the pit of hell. He said those peddling such falsehood were doing so with the mischievous intention of creating divisions within the APC in Rivers State. The APC in Rivers State is one family. What happened was that in the build-up to the primaries, the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, intervened and asked everyone to support the candidates of the former governor and minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, for peace to reign. Now, this is coming from Governor Sim Fubara himself. I just quoted him. So if these candidates are members of the APC, still quoting him, and we are all members of the same party, how can I be supporting the candidates of another political party? This is coming from Sim Fubara. These are blatant lies from the pit of hell. Well, the governor said it was unfortunate that political detractors were always busy fanning the embers of division, even when there was none. He assured members of the APC in the state that he will continue to support the party and ensure its victory at the polls. Well, in the same vein, Fubara urged citizens of the state to remain focused on issues of development and not be swayed by baseless claims. Barrister Adams, reverse of trouble, is at it again. Wike's men and loyalists have claimed the tickets for the upcoming by-elections in Ahoda and Kana. What does that say about the power play in Rivers State? Lead us through all that you understand in the power game that is going on in Rivers State.
Thank you, Mr. Okoro. You see, the point is the power play in Rivers State. In fact, is there any power play in Rivers State? There is no power play in Rivers State, Mr. Okoro and Nigerians. It is just the problem of the Philistine carpetbaggers, the opportunists, mostly on the governor's side, who are trying to castrate and choreograph, skirmishes where these do not even exist. You see, it is Ernest Benn, a German philosopher, that once said, when he defined what is politics, he said politics is the art of looking for trouble, whether one exists or not. That is, it's a philosopher and a writer. He said, what he said, define politics. I said, politics is the art of looking for trouble, whether it exists or not. That is what is happening in Rivers State. It's like Ernest Benn saw Rivers State years back before he made that statement. And let me break it down for the understanding of the people. Governor Sim Fubara, that we know, or that we knew before the election, was a peace-loving man. If you go through the videos and visuals and audio tapes that this young man gave before the elections and even after the elections that made him governor of Rivers State, you will know that he's a peace-loving man, a young man that has the fear of God in him, a young man that has the respect for elders and his political leaders. But when he now became governor, he was still very loyal and very humble, moving around until some infiltrators, those who do not want peace in Rivers State, now started hobnobbing with him. One of them was a member of the House of Assembly before, who later was appointed, as a kitchen cabinet member of, the government of the day. And on a daily basis, you find out that they look for trouble wherever it is, even where there is no trouble anywhere. Now, let me tell you why I said this man is a peace loving man. You know that when in the heat, before the state of emergency was declared, there was this news all over the place that this man and the political godfather, they are apart. Before you knew, they went to sign an agreement. See, Fubara went to Abuja and sign the agreement. He came back. The moment he came back, the hawks in his government and the Orina crisis, we call them Orina crisis in River State. That group that wants crisis, that they thrive where crisis is. That is the only way they can make money. That is the only way they can feed. They started, pricking him. Why will you go and sign this kind of agreement? What kind of agreement is this? This agreement is, before you knew what was happening, the young man repudiated that agreement that was signed. Before you knew what was going on, he started confronting his godfather. This is a man who came out once and said, after God, it is this man. Before you knew, he started confronting the godfather. Then at the end of the day, a state of emergency was declared. Before you knew what was going on, he now went back, he now realized himself and went back to the same footballer that we know before. And now was pleading for peace and said, look, the man there is my godfather. He's a father figure to me. I want everybody to stop. Please don't say anything that will make the state boil politically. He even said that his group, there's a group they call Simplified, that it should be disbanded. And warned the supporters that let it be that it is only, those that want to support him that, will listen to him. And he did this on the night that the elder statesman, E.K. Clark, was to be buried. That's the funeral oration. He made a statement and said that even as it is, because of how these things are going, that his heart has even left the government house because of this crisis. This man does not want problem. And you had that little whatever. Before you know, he went back, and these people were not telling him, why will you go and make such statement? Before you knew what was going on, the political whatever heightened again in River State, state of emergency was now declared. As a peace-loving man, he went back again after realizing himself, for the sake of the state. Before we knew, he didn't tell his supporters again. He went to Abuja to sign an agreement because he wants peace. But those who are following him do not want peace. This is the problem we're having. It is the same thing that is happening now because of time. It is the same thing that is happening now. Now, the news was that the candidates that won the first primaries or whatever were his supporters or were those he endorsed. That was the news that was making the round. And those his supporters were jubilating and saying that he has captured the APC, whatever, in River State, and nothing more. He's the one that, worked for those candidates. But in the 2 hours of the day, the real information and news came out that people who won that particular, primaries were those who were loyal to Yeso Wike. And when the governor has just confirmed just now that he never, supported any candidate against that of the minister of FCT. Because part of the peace, whatever they agree, was that it should support candidates brought forward by the FCT minister. So you now ask yourself the question, where did that particular list came from?
Okay.
So when this thing happened, when that news did not fly, they are now saying he wants to join ADC.
Okay.
But the man has come out open to say this is not true.
Barrister Adams, a lot of people will say that they wouldn't. I can hear you. Can you hear me, sir? Barrister Adams, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for this.
I can hear you.
Yes,
I can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much for this very extensive insight. Now, a lot of people will say that, look, the governor has no alternative than to come out and say what he had said. And quoting the president himself, he said, look, Mr. President said this is what we should do. Now, you have said quite a lot in the past minutes that you have intervened. And, well, let's see if we can do some surgery and pick out what is relevant or what we can interrogate further based on what you have said. Anyone listening to you will work out or come out with the impression that, look, because when you say that Fubara is a man of peace, but he's been going back and forth, someone will come up with the impression that, look, he is not his own man and has been teleguided and manipulated by his supporters and enemies of the FCT minister. Is that what you are presenting? Is that the picture you are painting of him?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so he's
absolutely
not his own man.
Those who are teleguide, he's not his own man. They are the people who are supporting him, they are teleguiding him. Those who are washing him on are those people who are his enemies and enemies to the FCT minister.
Okay.
You know why I'm saying this? The FCT minister and this governor, they were sleeping to, according to the information we got, was that they were living in the same, apartment in the FCT's compound, FCT minister's compound. The FCT minister was the person who campaigned for him. It was a father and son relationship until these Philistine carpetbaggers came in. Those who want problem every time. We know them in River State.
Okay.
Those who want problem, they created problem for Peter Dili and Amechi. When that one elapsed, they now created problem.
When you say
Amechi and Yeso Wike.
Okay, now Barrister Adams, when you said they created for Odele and Amechi and now Yeso Wike and Sim Fubara, are you talking about the same set of people?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you, Barrister. Go ahead. I can hear you.
The same set of people that have been behind the crisis from 1999.
Barrister Adams,
are those of them. Some have died.
Okay, we are on.
But there are those who are alive.
Okay, we are on national TV. If you cannot name those people, by the way, can you give us some description that will lead us to know? Okay, it could be this person or this person. If you are talking about a particular set of people who, by the way, from what you have said, looks like they are trying to hold River State to hostage. Are you able, if you can't name them, can you give us some kind of description, characterization, so that we could understand maybe it is this person or
this other person? If I name them or I describe them, people know them.
Okay.
And like you said, we're on national television. I will not call or describe them, but people who are genuinely interested in River State know them.
Okay.
That is why you see the respected clergyman.
These people you are talking about. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. Respected clergyman.
The respected clergyman, David Ibiome, came out the other day and said the River State problem is a perennial and peculiar one, more spiritual. There are those who have held the state by jugular. They don't want peace. That is why you see the successor and predecessor must quarrel. That has been what has been on since 1999.
Okay, all right.
And check your records.
But Barrister Adams,
these people know themselves.
These people know themselves.
Yes.
Rotimi Amechi said that much. Rotimi Amechi said that, look, Rivers has become the capital of betrayal, talking about how he betrayed Odele, how Wike betrayed him, and how Sim Fubara is now betraying Nyesom Wike. Now, these people that you are talking about, have they at one point served in government? Are they traditional rulers? Have they? What kind of players are there in River State?
The players, some of them are politicians. Many of them are politicians.
That have served in government at one point or the other? Have they served in government? They have
served in government, both at the national and state level, they've served.
Okay.
They have served. Some of them, one of them was at the helm of affairs also in this River State.
Okay.
A lot of them are politicians who lost their positions. Some were senators and House of Reps members.
Okay.
Some of them were there. They lost. And see, let me tell you, they were once. They have been in the same family. These people have been in the same family right from 1999. But when it does not favor them, they create problem, form a group, join that group, plunder the state. When it's not favoring them again, they create problem, form another amorphous group, plunder the state. That is how it has been right from 1999.
Okay.
And these people, they are just political jobbers. They have no job doing. Now, let me give for an example, a good example. Are you aware that after the state of emergency was lifted by the president, even though I didn't support the state of emergency, after it was lifted, you find out that for that period, these people were underground. Nobody said anything at all. They went about other businesses that they were doing. But immediately, the issue of presentation of budget, not presentation of a budget between assembly and whatever, the people now came out again. And they now went to the House of the Governor and started telling him, don't present that budget, don't do this one, don't do that one, as the case may be. Before you knew what was going on again, it became a heated argument between the executive governor
Okay, we seem to be having a tech glitch there, network glitch. We've lost connection with Barrister Adams. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, let's see how we can get a connection back to Barrister Adams. When we return, we'll continue with the discussion. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
And if you are just joining us, this is Political Lens, and we've been able to re-establish connection with Barrister Adams. Barrister, good to have you back. I'd like for you to land on your thoughts so that we can proceed.
What I said is that the governor today has clearly spoken about those people again. He described, there's a word he used in describing those people who are interested in crisis and churning out fake news and giving rumors of discord. So those people are known to all of us.
Okay.
And the governor knows them. That is why he keeps saying, he keeps referring to them. Those people who are, churning out these rumors and fake news are those who do not want, the good of River State and do not want his good. And they want perpetual problem in the state.
Okay.
So this is the situation.
Okay, it's interesting to understand how the governor, gets caught in the web of, he keeps running back to these people and they keep misadvising him and he keeps running into trouble. Now, Barrister, let's proceed. Let's come back to the main issue here. Now, Fubara said that Mr. President said, look, support the FCT ministers' candidates for the by-election. Does it appear that the president is kind of giving some form of tokenism, you know, to appease Wike's ego and allow him to have his way in small things this time and probably reserve the big booty for Fubara in 2027? Does it look like that? I mean, why would the president intervene in a matter as little as, you know, having to elect people to fill vacant seats at the assembly? Why would the president, I mean, descend to say, okay, support this person's candidate? Why? Does it look like he's just mere tokenism to appease his ego?
See, the president has been straight. President Tinubu has never, by conduct or words, recanted the interview he granted on national television, the words he used, wherein he said, when Ruben Abati of a sister station and his other journalists were with him in that presidential interview, they asked him about Yesu Wike. You heard what the president said about Yesu Wike. That is a performing governor. That this man is the anchor of his administration. And that this man is his political confidant. That this man is very close to him. It was just a thin line. The president would have said,
we seem to be having another technical glitch, and we've lost connection again with Barrister Asim Adams, and I hope
I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Barrister. Go ahead.
I said the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has never been unwavering whenever it comes to whether he gives support to Yesu Wike or not. He has been there. He's been constant as the Northern Star. He has never wavered. He has never, by word or conduct, denigrated or
Okay, all right.
He stood by his words.
He stood by his words, you know, for Wike. Now, Barrister, if we have the situation where the president has never wavered in his support to the LCT minister, Nyesom Wike, in real terms, don't you think that Fubara should make some kind of a plan B, just in case the president settles for the minister, regarding the choice of who should be his point man in Rivers? If he could ask them to support Wike's candidates at this time, do you think that anything will make a difference in 2027? Probably the president might also say, well, minister, you have a say in who becomes the next governor of Rivers State. At that point, Fubara will be lost. So don't you think that in political terms, as a real politician, he should make a plan B, like, well, looking towards the ADC or any other party? Recall that he did that during the local government elections that were cancelled. When PDP became much of a problem, he went to APP, and I mean, his candidates took all the seats in the local government until the election was cancelled. Now, don't you think that based on the rumor mills, he's going to ADC and all of that, shouldn't he make plan B as a politician that he wants to be?
Every human being should have a plan B. Not only a politician, every human being must have plan B. Even President Tinubu has plan B. Yesu Wike has plan B. Sim Fubara has a plan B, or may have a plan B. But the problem we are talking about, the plan B that you have, will it save you or not save you? Is it going to be a case of between the devil and the deep blue sea? Which one do you choose? Now, in this scenario, the plan A and the plan B of Sim Fubara, for me, is to align with Yesu Wike. Because he understands Yesu Wike more than any other person.
Now, Barrister Adams, I hate to butt in at this time, but I have to because we are running out of time. If he aligns with Nyesom Wike's vision, and Wike says, look, you won't be governor again, and he wants to be governor, how would that alignment help him?
But the point is, you people are forcing it on him that he must do a second term.
No, he wants to. Not people
has told you. Him. No, he told you people that his mind has left that government house before.
Okay, so who forced him back to the government house?
That is what he said. Did you force him?
Who forced him back?
Did you force? No. He went back there to complete his tenure. They told go and complete your tenure. And the way people are looking at it, say he must go for second term. Can you tell me where Fubara has spoken to you or anybody at all to say, I want to do another 4 years in Rivers State as governor? Has he ever spoken directly to anybody on that?
Barrister Adam, the same people Barrister Adam, the same people you say that are teleguiding him are telling him, you know, in his face, nobody can decide who becomes next governor of Rivers State. We still want
that
you
is,
in
do
office.
You know what
so
is
what gives you the impression that he will not listen to those people?
Let me tell you, Mr. Okoro, do you know that those people were against him when he wanted to be governor? I am going to tell you that by the time he's getting close to the primaries of all the political parties, those who are supporting him, some of the main people who are there, they have ambition. They may even challenge him if he wants to contest in any political party. They may even challenge him and saying that, look, we supported you that time, not because we love you, but it is my turn now. If he even goes to the ADC, as the case may be, is he going to be a liability or an asset? In my own case, or in my own whatever, if he goes to ADC, there is no place for him. Amechi is already there. Amechi has made his mind very clear on his style of politics and principles he wants to adhere to, on who becomes governor of Rivers State. And Sim Fubara is not one of them. Are you aware that Rotimi Amechi has been angling for about 2 times now to install a governor in Rivers State? He has not been able. So it will be something that he would like to install, you know, a governor in Rivers State. He supported Dakuku Peter side. Dakuku Peter side lost. He supported Awara. He brought in Awara. When that Dakuku Peter side was there, the problem was there. Awara could not get it. The last election, he floated a Tonye Cole. Tonye Cole could not get it. He is bitter politically because for 2 or 3 times he has tried it, he has not been able to do that. He has an anointed candidate, either among those who have listed, not Sim Fubara. And ADC in Rivers State is the property of Chibike Rotimi Amechi. So if you are going there, you are going to be like a tenant, and they are going to be deciding and dictating to you what you have to do. So he might get in there and he will get more troubles.
Okay,
because in that particular whatever, Amechi will not even there.
So apparently, Barrister Adams, your position is that, look, ADC is not an option for Sim Fubara.
It's not an option. He can go to APP, like you rightly said, he was in APP.
Okay.
And they did a kangaroo local government election, and they won it. He can go to APP, but not ADC, because there's no room for him in ADC.
Okay, all right. Now, Barrister Adams, you are in Rivers State, Port Harcourt, to be very precise. Can you tell us where you think, you know, by your calculations, by your estimation, your assessment, where the pendulum will swing, you know, by the end of 2027? Between Amechi, Sim Fubara and his men and Nyesom Wike. I know you have sympathy from Wike, no doubt, but try and be as dispassionate, you know, as you can, at least on this show. Let us try and speak to, you know, the realities on ground. What do you see on ground? I can hear you.
I will not sit on the fence. Yes, that is not business. Yes, so we is the one.
No, Barrister Adams. Barrister, on this show, you are not appearing as a politician. I know you were the spokesperson for Beatrice Utubo and Peter Obi campaign organization in Rivers State, but you appear on this program in your capacity as a political analyst. So that's why I said, can you try as much as you can to be very dispassionate? Where do you think that the pendulum will swing in 2027?
That is.
No, even if it is weaker, you give us the reasons why you think it's going to be weaker. Not because you are sentimental and emotional about it. Okay, go ahead, sir.
That is what I wanted to say. I wanted to give you reasons why I feel it's weaker.
Okay.
I wanted to give you reasons. Now, the reason I choose a yes or weaker over an Amechi I choose the Yesewike over Amechi and any other block. I don't know any other block. Let me give you, for instance, when Odili left power, Yesewike came in. It is on record, and it has not been denied by Chibuike Rotimi Amechi and his supporters, that when Rotimi Amechi had problems in PDP, it was Wike that rallied round, gave him the succor, gave him the moral support, gave him all the brotherly support he needed. Even when they went to Ghana, it was Wike that did everything, took Amechi to Ghana, came to Nigeria here, and started pursuing the court case. I still remember Amechi and Yeso Wike wearing the same PDP short-sleeve shirt in a picture they took after the victory at the Supreme Court. It was Yeso Wike that went around the judicature here in Nigeria and won that, and did one or two things and made sure that Amechi, was now made the governor of Rivers State. That was why Amechi even made an interview. I literally said that he was to give to a position of a commissioner in his cabinet. But something else said no, because of the work this man had done, he will be the chief of staff. That was how I became the chief of staff to Rotimi Amechi. That is number one. When Amechi and Wike had a problem, Wike was able to surmount that problem and became a minister under Jonathan. And his political influence, was heavy on the government of Amechi in Rivers State. Which are contesting in 2015. The opposition and post of Amechi was able to Amechi was a popular politician. He was a support, so popular, he was ebullient, he was so dexterous, he was so sagacious. But a Wike came, who was former chief of staff and minister of education, came in and torpedoed the apple cart and now became governor. He became governor also, and he did two terms, defeating Amechi's candidate in the first election and defeating another Amechi candidate in the 2023 election that brought him, a Fubara and installed a Fubara. So, and he's been there. We were thinking that a man like Yeso by now would have been politically spent. But instead of him fizzling out, he has become an avatar. He has become is down and out. The midboy bed of Phoenix, has characteristics, and that is what Yeso possesses.
Okay.
So to begin to serve in APC government and not just serving there, serving in one of the best ministries.
Okay, all right. All right, Barrister Adams. Okay, Barrister Adams, I'm sorry we okay, so by your assessment now, Wike is the man, to bid in 2027. Well, it's very important we understand all of this. Well, 2027 is around the corner. We'll see how all of this pan out. Now, let's get into our second topic of discussion. Yes. President Bola Tinubu's third visit to Turkey focused on strengthening Nigeria's defense, security, and economic ties as the presidency dismissed health concerns following a brief stumble during a ceremonial welcome in Ankara. Well, officials explained that the president merely missed a step on a poorly laid carpet, suffered no injury, and continued his engagements as scheduled. Presidential aides and media advisors stressed that the visit is a strategic one, not routine, aimed at boosting bilateral cooperation in defense, manufacturing, security, trade, and investment. According to Special Advisor Daniel Bwala, key Nigerian ministers are holding sector-specific talks with their Turkish counterparts with expectations of tangible outcomes that will benefit Nigeria. A security expert and NSP chieftain, Abayomi Nurain Mumuni, described the visit as timely for enhancing counter-terrorism efforts and military cooperation. He noted that Turkey's experience in defense technology Intelligence sharing and insurgency management could strengthen Nigeria's security capacity, improve training and technology, transfer and support long-term national stability. Barrister Adams, President Tinubu is in Turkey days after returning from Europe and UAE, looking for economic and defense collaboration. Turkey, why Turkey? One will ask. That is the question I'm asking you at this moment. Why Turkey?
You see, first of all, I just want to wish our president well, even though he stumbled or slipped or whatever they want to say. World leaders, I've seen world leaders slipped. And Awolowo once said that the fear is not in slipping, stumbling, or falling, but in rising up each time such occurs. So we are happy that he's back on his feet. I can never join the bandwagon or pantheon of those who begin to make jest of what happened to him. It could happen to any other person. Now, the reason is this. The president went to Turkey because of the fact that he is seeing Turkey as a very powerful ally with Nigeria. Many people don't know that Turkey, Nigeria, as far as 1962. You even had the trade something. And homes, most of them are Turkey.
Well, unfortunately, we are still battling with the network here. We have lost connection with Barrister Asim Adams. We were discussing the president's visit to Turkey, and he was okay. Yes, I think we have him back. Go ahead, Barrister Adams.
Yeah, it's a pivotal country.
Okay.
In terms of insecurity, Turkey suffered or is still suffering, insecurity like we have in the northern part of Turkey, where you have the Kurds and whatever, insurrections taking place. Many people don't know that Turkey also manufactures and produces arms. The Nigerian defense, industry, where they normally, craft or manufacture arms in Kaduna, which has run dry. Turkey was part of the people that came in there to set up that, arm manufacturing, company in Kaduna. They still do, cheap arms that Nigeria can tap into and, buy from. Now, before now, many people are not aware that the Turkish-Nigerian relationship is about 500 billion for a period of 10 years. Trade between Nigeria and Turkey, $1 billion, not Nigeria, not a naira as the case may be. So Turkey is a strategic country, for Nigeria to go to. And let me also let you know that Turkey is a member of NATO, Non-Atlantic Treaty Organization, because it falls between Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. So, and if you look at what goes on all over the world, Turkey does not belong to the extreme left or right. It's not for America, it's not for Russia. It's a power bloc on its own, a moderate, country that Nigeria can at least share affiliation with and even open with, because in terms of strength, it's not as big as America or Russia. It's in the middle category, which means Nigeria can have an ear to the ground, or the president of Turkey can have an ear to the ground whenever Nigeria wants to talk. So these are the things.
Okay, these are the things. So it's good that our president traveled to Turkey, as far as you're concerned, to strengthen defense and economic ties. Yeah. Now, Barrister Adams, recall that recently, Ferry cleric Sheikh Gumi had advised Tinubu to cut ties with the United States and turn to Turkey. Is that what we are seeing? And recall that while the president is in Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan, the Turkish president, put up a tweet, on his X handle, and he described Nigeria as an Islamic country. What does that tell you about Nigeria-Turkey relationship? Is it something that should scare Nigerians that, look, we have a president that is describing our country as Islamic, even when we know that we are clearly a secular nation? Should that give Nigerians concern? That description, that characterization of Nigeria as an Islamic country, should it be concerning to Nigerians?
Well, for me, I believe that should be a thing that they have to correct. Even though the government of Nigeria has to correct that situation, that Nigeria is not an Islamic country, Nigeria is a secular state by our constitution. But by association, though Nigeria belongs to the Organization of Islamic Countries, they joined that particular OIC not of religious affiliation, but because of economic, affiliation and, goodies. Maybe. So differentiate. For me, Nigeria is not an Islamic country.
Okay, all right.
And it will not be.
All
Two,
right.
and if Sheikh Gumi is telling him, if he's telling Tinubu, to cut ties with America, I think in my own opinion, I don't want to use on charity. In fact, it's uncharitable for him to say so. If they do that, that would be committing a harakiri. Nobody can, do that America. Nigeria cannot do that American government right now.
Okay.
And they should discountenance Gumi's, talk on that.
Okay, but a lot of people are opining that probably the president listened to him and went to Turkey, to cut new deals, fresh deals for the Nigerian government. Barrister, before we leave this topic...
I do not think so.
Okay, before we leave this topic, should the president... Because a lot of people have also been asking, the president just came back from an unknown destination in UAE, in Europe, and before he landed in UAE, and after the Sustainability Summit, he came back, stayed just 9 days in Nigeria, and had to jet out again. And people are complaining, Nigerians like you and I are saying, look, the president's absence is worrisome. And I ask you, should the president's absence matter to Nigerians? Because even in his presence, bad things happen and he doesn't act decisively. I mean, look at insecurity, look at economic decline, look at the health, education, look at, workers, FCTA workers embarrassing the minister in public. And the first place I saw it was in Reuters, an international media organization. And a lot of people said, look, these acts are clearly embarrassing to Nigeria, like when the veterans, military veterans, had to block up the Federal Ministry of Finance in the president's presence in Nigeria, and he didn't do nothing but say, pay these people. So Nigerians are asking, should his absence matter to us? What's your reaction to that question?
First of all, we should stop all this propaganda against Nigeria. Yes, of course, the people were they were on strike, and we saw a commotion. What will now happen? What is happening in America, where ICE, that is that group which people now call the new terrorist group in America, is killing and shooting people in America. Is it not embarrassing to America? So when people begin to say because there was protests here and there in Abuja, then it's embarrassing to Nigeria as a nation, I just look at them and begin to laugh. It doesn't make any sense to us to begin to demarcate the country called Nigeria based on little things like that has happened. In France, we've seen what happened. We saw where somebody slapped Macron, the president of France. Was that not a disgrace to a nation? But people will not profile that. When we see little things, we need to demarcate Nigeria. That is of their own whatever. The other one is this: Tinubu must not begin to junkette. See, as the head of state of Nigeria, you need not to, it's not everywhere you go to. I've been wondering, I said, some of these meetings, is it not just to go and discuss and sign papers? Can't you send the vice president, Bianca Onu, who is your special assistant, and some other ministers to go and do these ones for you outside of the world, instead of traveling from one place to the other? Apart from the jet lag and fatigue that may be involved in all those things, is the risk also of traveling here and there. So why can't the president just sit down and begin to, delegate some of these whatever travels to one or two persons for them to go there and sign those documents?
Thank you, Barrister Adam.
So
the president should sit down
too much.
and delegate. He's traveling too much. Thank you very much. Now, let's touch on the last topic of discussion. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has ordered the closure of the Onitsha main market for 1 week after traders defied the government's directive to ignore the Monday sit-at-home order. Well, the decision followed an on-the-spot visit to the market where Soludo, that was yesterday, warned that the shutdown could be extended to 1 month if traders failed to resume business, describing the defiance as economic sabotage driven by fear. While security agencies have sealed the market to enforce compliance as the state intensifies efforts to restore Monday economic activities. Well, the government has also introduced pro-rata salary payment for civil servants based on Monday attendance, underscoring its resolve to end sit-at-home disruption and stabilize economic life in Anambra State? Well, today or yesterday, we learned that there were protests around the market, and the state had to use soldiers to disperse the protesters and all of that. Barrister Adams, what's your reaction? How do you react to the closure of the market based on the circumstances around it? Quickly, because we have just 3 minutes of our time left.
It was extraordinarily, extrajudicial and extra-constitutional. Even though I know that the governor has the rights and powers to maintain peace and order in the state, but I believe he went too far with the way he has operated. Instead of coercion, it should be persuasion. No man will want to close the shop on a Monday, but because of security concerns, that when I have a brother in Onitsha who is going to Onitsha on a Monday, I say, please don't go there because of this sit at home. It is not because they want to close the shop, but because of the concern for security. That is why you see these people closing their shops, as case may be. The government should not coerce them. It should persuade them, give them incentive and assure them that the things they fear about Mondays every time has been taken care of or will be taken care of, as the case may be, rather than going there to close. Yes, I know that markets are under local governments and under the but how I do my business and when I open my business is none of your business, because it's a private concern, it's a private affair. We are not civil servants. These are people who are even more wiser and more economically sound than you. Assuming you close and they now move to neighboring states like Delta State and go and the replica of the market in Asaba, are you not going to be the one that will lose? Why are you hounding them? Under our constitution, there is freedom of movement. I can decide to say I'm not going out today. No governor can force me to say I must move out. I can decide to say for the next 1 week, I'm not leaving my house. I'm not opening my office. Nobody should go there and begin to tell me I must open my office. So these are things the governor must have to do.
Okay.
So we must know that he's not an emperor. He's not an emperor. He's not a monarch. He's not a monarch. He's only a monarch that will send tank criers and say, don't come to market tomorrow. Or if you don't open your market tomorrow, you're going to get whatever. As maybe it's a governor. That come under the constitution. It should be made to know that.
Okay, beautiful. Right. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. Can we use 30 seconds to give us your concluding thoughts? We are out of time.
My concluding thought is that the Rivers case, those who are always behind looking for trouble wherever there's no trouble, should just go and do some other businesses and leave Sin Fubara and Yesu Wike alone. Let there be peace in Rivers State. That is just my own take, my final thought here.
All right, now this will be a good place to drop anchor on the show. We've been speaking with Barrister Asim Adam, constitutional lawyer and political affairs analyst. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Adams. It's always intellectually engaging anytime I have you on this show. Thank you very much. I appreciate your presence. And I hope that we can do this some other time.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Mr. Okoro.
All right, then. On behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nnena Ndimdu. Stay with us and don't go away. Bye for now. From me, enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen? We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That na why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways.
Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No dey complain about Naija, complaining no dey change am o. If you be true Nigerian, if you be ogbonge Naija. If we want better tomorrow, now we go make am work today.
7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and Rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk am. 7 codes, now we go do am o. No dey wait, no dey look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Naija.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Naija, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice.
the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you, Nigeria, and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. From Peter Obi, the crying the national grid collapse, and recalls Tinubu's campaign promise, to Akpabio defending tax laws and denies discrepancies. Also, NLC stands with FCTA workers as court orders end to strike. And finally, Soludo insists excuse of insecurity for seats at home delusional. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Nigeria's electricity challenges have once again come to the fore as the national power grid collapsed for the second time in just a few days, plunging several parts of the country into darkness. The latest collapse, confirmed by power sector officials, comes barely days after the grid was restored from a previous failure, raising fresh concerns about the fragility of Nigeria's electricity infrastructure. Following the development, many electricity distribution companies reported widespread outages, with residents and businesses left without power across major cities. Reacting to the incident, former presidential candidate Peter Obi recalled President Bola Tinubu's campaign promise to deliver stable electricity, questioning why the grid continues to fail under the current administration. Obi disclosed that the repeated grid failures should be a source of concern for Nigerians, as they represent a sharp contradiction of the administration's assurances. Obi also criticized the president's frequent foreign travels, noting that Tinubu was currently in Turkey while critical domestic challenges persisted. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We also have another person who will be joining us virtually. We have Lekia Christian, who will be joining us later on in the show. He is a public affairs analyst and the social justice crusader, and also the president of Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. We'll get to join him later on in the show. But let's first start with Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, this constant national grid collapse. Every time we get, I can remember how many times we had national grid collapse last year. And just in January, we had two already, or we already have two collapses as in, just in January. What does this say about our power sector reform so far?
Well, the issue is this. That's between 2012 to 2025, the national grid collapsed 222 times. Understand? So it has become a recurring decimal. And the government don't know what to do about it, understand? But they keep on making a mockery of Nigerians. When Fashionda was governor of Lagos State, he made a statement that any government that cannot achieve steady power supply within 6 months is irresponsible. That statement was celebrated, understand me, and when APC came on board in 2015, Buhari made him the Minister of Power, understand, and the Minister of Housing. He was a super minister then, carrying very two important ministries, understand me. So, but for 4 years, he was talking about 6 months, but for 4 years, this guy couldn't do anything in the power sector for 4 years because they inherited 4,500 megawatts of electricity. But for 4 years, it came down to between 3,500 to 400 to 4,000 megawatts, which means under his watch as the power minister, the power generation was going down instead of going up. So that made him to eat his words. Understand? That made him to eat his words. So he couldn't even achieve steady power supply in 4 years, while he was talking about 6 months. So from that, because this is a government that is based on half-truth, lies and propaganda, Tinubu came on board and said, if you cannot achieve steady power supply in 4 years, nobody should vote for him. Understand? So, and now, instead of the power improving, it is now getting worse. For me, I have decided that to be buying clothes that doesn't need ironing. Understand me? I have decided or the one I'm wearing now is not ironed. So they say necessity is a mother of invention. Understand me? So that is it. So what P2B is saying is true. Before the 2023 election, P2B traveled to Egypt to study how they are able to be getting steady power supply. APC were mocking him. Understand? APC were mocking him. Why are you going to Egypt? But today, the economy of Egypt is becoming, is now bigger than that of Nigeria. Why? They now have steady power supply. And once they have steady power supply, native businesses will begin to spring up. So the issue is this. One, the national had become overwhelmed. The grid was built when the population of the country was 65 million. But now we have about 4 times more than that population. So there's no way that it will not be overwhelmed. Again, it is not being maintained. So the collapse is expected because nothing is being done about it.
Okay, you know, when you mentioned how you have been able to try to manage the lack of power or the unstable power supply. Epileptic power supply. And you know, it was I was laughing, but it's actually not funny because aside from clothes, there are so many things even in households that one needs electricity for. You know, you get to cook and then you get to power your fridge with generator, and fuel, we already know that fuel is not even it doesn't even come cheap these days, and we see how expensive it is. And then investment, these people will go out to ask foreign investors to come in, and these foreign investors are coming into a country where there's no
foreign investor is coming. That's the truth. No foreign investor has come on that.
We are hoping that they would come in.
They will not come where there's no power supply, where the judiciary, there's no transparency in the judiciary. So no foreign investors have not come, and they will not come as long as the country remains
like this.
The state that they are now.
Okay, well, the present administration are hoping that investors would come in. And we Nigerians, we're also hoping that investors would come in. But I want to ask you, what would you say? We've had these issues, like you mentioned, for so long, almost more than 200 and something collapses, like you mentioned. And
222
and that's a lot. I don't know if, while you were talking, you said the national grid was built to be able to service 65 million, and now we are more than that.
We are now 200 and something million.
Yeah, do you think that what we need now is building more national grid? Is that where the problem is? Or would you say that the problem is technical incompetence, or is it infrastructure decay, or what exactly? Or is it weak political will as well? Sorry, I'm cutting you.
No country depends solely on their grid. There are different sources of energy, understand me? Countries are diversifying to wind, to thunder, and so on and so forth. Understand? Nigeria, it is wrong for 200 million people to depend solely on national grid. That's the problem. We should be diversifying to different sources of energy. As we are diversifying, we are reducing the weight of the national grid. Understand me? So no country in the world depends solely on their grid. And the grid is not even well managed. There's corruption, understand? There's corruption because when you tell them that you go and buy equipment for the maintenance, most of the time they'll go and buy cheap ones. They'll go and buy cheap ones to make money. And the National Assembly, who have to be performing oversight functions, they are corrupt, they receive bribes, so they don't do what they are supposed to do. So there are a lot of factors that are affecting why this is collapsing on a daily basis, understand? Because within 1 week, we have seen 2, just under 1 week. And I'm sure before the end of this month, this is 29, we will still see another one. So no country can develop this way. No country can develop this way. And Tinubu is now putting Sonda at Asa Rock. So he will not know when whether the grid is functioning or is not functioning.
Okay, well, the president, like you mentioned earlier, president said he would fix the power sector in his first term, and that's one of the things that Peter Obi called him out for. What do you make of this? Now we have seen it that it has even worsened than what it was before he came. Is it like a pointer to what would happen in the second term? Are you saying that Nigerians will actually remember this statement and do the needful, or and take laws into their hands and do what they need to do? Well, for me, one, Nigerians have very short memories. That is one of our weaknesses. We don't remember yesterday. We move on very, very easily. Understand? You see, he's been endorsed left, right, and center. That's but for selfish reasons. And the endorsement is not by the Nigerian people. It is the elites who are not feeling what the masses are feeling. For a president to say, if I don't get stable power supply in 4 years, don't vote for me. Understand? He has given you, that's a guideline of what to do. Understand? So if he doesn't get it and you vote for him, then it is you that is stupid, not him. It is you that is voting that is stupid, not him. Because he has told you, if I don't do this, don't do that. Understand? So, but this is a country that, one, they have short memories. They move on easily as if on is well. And he now have more than 1 year to perform in office. Understand? Because we are now in, this is January ending. By this time next year, election remains less than 1 month. So what is he going to do? So for me, his first term has failed. His first term has failed. No sector is working perfectly, that's as we speak. No sector. Even today, I heard that over 50 women were kidnapped in Sokoto or Castena. Understand? Or the ones in Kaduna are still there. And the president is in Turkey. You know, I'm talking about, okay, we're going to talk about the Turkey thing. But before we get there, you made mention of the fact that if Nigerians decide to vote the president in for a second term, it is the people that are being foolish. But I want to ask rather, don't you think that the president should be honorable enough to decide not to go for a second term? Because he made the statement. And he was one who made the statement. Nobody forced him to make the statement. And now he has not fulfilled his mandate to Nigerians. Does he even need Nigerians to go out to vote or not to vote? Can't he just decide to, you know, just decide to step down. And since his words were not, or since he did not achieve what he has promised Nigerians.
When someone tells you that this is his lifetime ambition, understand that this is, so you are not telling him to walk away from his lifetime ambition. And again, politics is not an honorable game. Understand? It is not a business of honor. Understand? So you cannot tell him to walk away. It is Nigerians that should send him away for not delivering on his promises. It is Nigerians that will send him away for not delivering on his promises. He told us, if I don't give you a steady power supply, don't vote for me if I come for second term. Understand? So it is Nigeria that will say, you did not deliver on your promises, therefore we will not vote for you.
But do you have to listen to Nigerians doing that? Because we've had so many people come to make promises during campaigns and they don't get to fulfill those promises. And still, we still have them return as probably as president, as governors, as legislators.
How are they returning? That should be the question. Understand? Is their return legitimate? Did their return follow due process? Did their return follow due process? What brought them, the election that brought them in, was it free, fair, credible? Understand? So this is the question. They can return by manipulating other process.
Okay, while you were speaking, you made mention of Turkey, and I said that we're going to come back to that. You know, while Peter Obi was speaking in his message on X, he said the president, rather than staying to fix the domestic challenges, the domestic issues that we have here, he has traveled, or he's been traveling. We saw the president, who was not around for the greater part of the month. And then he came back, and then a few days later, he went again to Turkey, where he had the almighty fall that people have been talking about. And you know, because of this, people have actually said, okay, doesn't this speak to the fact that the president, his constant trips abroad is way too much? Do you think so as well?
I think so, 100%, because I know that it is money that is being wasted. His staying here would have been cheaper for us than him traveling, understand? Because this FDI is not working and will not work. Buhari traveled for 8 years, nothing came out of it, understand? He traveled for 8 years. Rather than foreign investors coming, multinationals are exiting from the country. The same thing is also going to happen in the 4 years of Tinubu's administration, because the environment that will attract foreign investors are not here. If Nigeria is working, Tinubu, there's no need for him to go out. Foreign investors will be falling heads over heels to come to Nigeria, because it's a population of 200 million people. And where there's population, it means a big market. So foreign investors will be coming on their own without Tinubu going there to beg them to come. So why he is going there to beg them is because there's no enablement for foreign investors to come here. One, there's insecurity. Two, there's no steady power supply. Three, there's no transparency in the judicial system. So these are the three key indicators that will determine whether an investor will go to invest in a country or not. So him staying in Nigeria will be cheaper for us than going anywhere. Because anytime that Tinubu moves out of this country, we lose a minimum of 2 billion naira. Because the presidential jet has to be fueled. There should be hotel accommodation, both for him and his entourage. There should be extra code for his entourage. So, and he comes back empty with just stories. Understand? With just stories. There's a difference between people who are saying that he had a $5 billion meeting and say you can meet anybody Buhari was having meetings. It is implementation of the meeting that's important, and nothing is happening around that area.
Okay, so what I hear you say is that the president needs to fix the things that need to be fixed, and then if he fixes those things, there will be no need for him to literally travel around.
I said two things. One, if there's a enabling environment in Nigeria, there's no need of him going out to beg foreign investors. They will be coming on their own because we have the numbers here. Understand? They say out of every 4 black people in the world, 1 is a Nigerian. Understand me? We are the largest population in Africa. There's no any other country in Africa that's more than 100 million. But we are now 220 million. So where there's a high population, what it means is a very big market. So when foreign investors come, they are already assured of people that will patronize their products. But why they are not coming is because there's no enabling environment for them to come. That's number one. Number two, the people, the multinationals here are even exiting. Understand? So when you see where people are running away from, when they want to go there, it's suicide. It is pure suicide.
Okay, and let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. Senate President Godswill Akpabio has dismissed claims of discrepancies in the newly gazetted tax laws, insisting that the documents accurately reflect what was passed by the National Assembly. Akpabio made the clarification amid growing public debate and concerns raised by stakeholders over alleged alterations in the final versions of the tax legislation. According to him, the gazetted copies aligned fully with the votes and resolutions of lawmakers, stressing that there was no manipulation or deviation in the legislative process. Now, I'm not saying, okay, this back and forth over these tax laws, what do you make of it? We've seen, of course, the person who raised the alarm, who blew the whistleblower. Dasuki was the one who said, okay, this is what it is. And then even the minority caucus group came out last week again and said that there are discrepancies. And now the Senate president is saying no, that there is not, what was passed and what is gazetted is the same thing. What do you make of this back and forth?
We are not children, understand me? We are not children, we are adults. If there's no discrepancies, the Senate would have punished those people. Understand? Senate would have accused those people of deceiving the country, putting the National Assembly in bad, understand me? So they will have taken action on them. But why they don't want to do that is because they have their evidence. Why Senate cannot punish those people that are saying that there's discrepancies is simply because they have their evidence. And when somebody has his evidence, you cannot do him anything because he'll be ready to present it anytime, anywhere. So I believe that there's discrepancies because a committee was set up to harmonize the one that gazetted and the one that was passed that's by National Assembly. If there's no discrepancies, why do they set up the committee? So Akpabio is a lawyer, but he's not reasoning like one. Understand me? He's not reasoning like one. So I believe strongly that there's discrepancies, and until it is harmonized and properly passed, Nigerians should not pay forged tax. No.
You said Nigerians should not pay forged tax laws, but do we have that power in our hands not to actually pay?
For now, there's no tax not in existence.
But when eventually to have to be implemented,
I say when they begin to implement it now, we'll see how it will be implemented, because you cannot force forgery on us. Understand me? You cannot force documents on us and tell us to this thing pay. So until it is harmonized and through due process, Nigerians shouldn't pay it.
Well, before they went on recess, I know that they actually said they were going to ensure that they sent the true copies to the to be gazetted, to be re-gazetted. So I'm surprised now that the Senate President is now saying there were no discrepancies. You know, it just feels like, you know, there's just like a double standard, sort of.
Well, that is it. There are discrepancies. That was why they set up a committee to harmonize it. If there were no discrepancies, the committee would not have been set up. That's number one. Number two, if there's no discrepancies, they will have sanctioned those who are calling for the for the tax regime, for the tax reform that was gazetted to be cancelled. Understand? But why they have not done that is because those people have their evidence.
Okay, what does this controversy that we have or that we're seeing now, does it expose weaknesses in our legislative documentation process?
It is corruption. It is corruption that it exposed. Understand me? It exposed corruption, number one. It shows that National Assembly is not truly independent, but dancing to the tune of the executive. Because it is not the National Assembly that manipulated or foiled it. It is the executive, because it didn't come out the way the executive wanted it.
So are you trying to exonerate the legislators?
I say they are complicit.
Okay.
Understand me? They are complicit, because if they are not complicit, what they would have been asking is who forged, who manipulated the law that we passed. That question is not being asked. That question is not being asked, because if it's me that send a letter somewhere and it come out in a different way, I'll ask a question. This is not what I sent. Who manipulated it? But they're not asking that question, which means they are complicit. And you have seen what Akpabio said, that there was no discrepancy. So that is it.
Okay, let's move on. Tensions are escalating over the ongoing industrial dispute involving Federal Capital Territory Administration workers as the Nigerian Labour Congress and the FCT minister take opposing positions. Following a court order directing workers to resume duties, the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, issued a solidarity message to FCTA workers, placing its organs on what it described as red alert. The NLC insists that workers' grievances remain unresolved and warns the labor unions nationwide are closely monitoring developments. Meanwhile, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has issued a stern warning, stating that any worker who refuses to obey the court order to resume work would be treated as a scapegoat. Wike maintained that government authority must be respected and that disobedience to court orders will not be tolerated under any circumstances. Dr. Anosike, what do you make of this issue with the FCTA
Let
workers?
me start with Nyesom Wike. Where did he issue that statement from? That should be the question. Where has he, is it that at Secretariat or where? So he cannot run the Secretariat from his house. And I know that he has not returned there. Understand me? I know that he had not returned because they are waiting for him. And anybody who resembles Nyesom Wike should avoid the Secretariat, or he will also be used as a scapegoat. So at times, when people think or give judgments, I wonder what's in their head. When the industrial court said that they should return or be sanctioned, how can you sanction them? Understand? Because I sat down and ruminate over this. How can you sanction somebody that is protesting? Are you going to put him in jail? You don't have that power. Understand? So the issue is this. One, this government have been taking people for a ride. They have been taking Nigerian workers for a ride. You have heard their relation with the Nigeria resident doctors. The Senate will beg them, go back. They will go back. Their demands will not be met. Understand me? So for me, Wike has left his job in Abuja as FCT minister and go to River State to be playing politics. And the job of the minister of FCT is suffering. Understand? If he was in Abuja, he would have addressed this problem. But every week he is in River State. So for me, NLC has given their support. The FCT workers should not return until their demands are met. Understand me? FCT workers should not go back to work until their demands are met, because workers have the right to go on protest. They have the right to go on strike if government fails to meet their demands. Understand? So they are on their rights. Nobody should intimidate them. The workers are on their rights. Nobody should intimidate them. The right to protest is recognized by our Constitution. It's recognized everywhere in the world. They are on their rights. So if government miss their demand, then they can go back to work. I know why Wike is jittery. This January has already ended. 16th of February is FCT casting elections. And he knows that it is the workers that are going to vote. And Abuja is a civil service community. Understand? So if he fails to resolve this, the workers are likely going to vote against APC. So that's why he is jittery. So, and this is an opportunity for the workers to insist that their demand must be met before they will go back. Because if they fail, if they call this off now and go back and vote, they have lost it. There's nothing again they will use that to hold the Nyesom Wike.
You know, the NLC, like you said, the NLC has actually said that they should defend their rights. And of course, with courage
they are standing
dignity.
on their rights.
And that's what you just said. You talked about the fact that what they are doing is right. And the NLC is actually saying that they're actually condemning Wike for, of course, according to them, they're saying that this rather as it is intimidating and kind of humiliating these workers. Do you opine with that? Do you think that that's what it is? Is Wike's warning? Is it a legitimate enforcement, or is it a way of trying to intimidate these workers? That's his usual style, to intimidate, but it's not everywhere that it will work. Now, Nigerian civil servants are not a semi-FOBRA, understand? So it can work in River State, it will not work in Abuja. It will work in River State, it will not work in Abuja. The FCT workers made a demand, fulfill their demand so that they will go back to work. Period. Understand? If you are owing me, pay me and I'll start working for you. I cannot, because to come back to work, and in Abuja, transport is very expensive. Understand? So I cannot I cannot be trekking with empty stomach to the office every day. What if I fall on the way? Understand? So they made a demand. You are owing them, pay them their salaries, pay them their wages, fulfill the demand so that they will go back to work. I'm sure if Wike can do this tomorrow, Thursday, they will come off on the strike. So Nigerian workers should know it. Nigerian workers and Nigerians should know that Wike is the problem, not the FCT workers. But the spokesperson to the minister is that, or to the minister, is actually saying that Lera Layinka is actually saying that the federal government workers are not being owed salaries.
But what?
Say they're not being owed salary. That according to that, whatever salary that they're being owed is just the January salary, and not that it's just about, people think that it's about unpaid salaries, but it's not about unpaid salaries. So it's just very, very confusing.
Which means going on protest has become a habit or fun. Is that? So going on protest has become a habit. Understand? They don't know when their salary is paid or not. So if there are no demands, they will not have gone on protest. Understand me? If there are no unfulfilled demands, they will not have gone on protest because they are not mad.
Okay, well, one of the demands is the issue of promotion arrears. So it might not basically be salaries, be unpaid. So do you think that they're actually on their ground, even if it's promotion arrears? Do you think that these workers are actually standing on their right, if it's just about not unpaid salary but promotion arrears?
Isn't it a debt?
I know it's a debt, but I'm just asking.
Sure, if FCT is owing them, they have right to go and protest.
Okay.
FCT is owing them, so they have every right to go. Even if it's rent, they have every right to go on protest. It is within their right to go on protest.
Should the judiciary be used as a tool to break industrial action? We've seen the courts come in now with a court order. Should this be the case?
It's a toothless bulldog. Industrial court has it is not our usual court. Understand me? It is just like it's an arbitration. So you either take it or you leave it.
So there will be no consequences.
It has no teeth, it cannot bite.
Wow.
It has no teeth, it cannot bite. Understand me? Industrial court has no teeth, it cannot bite. So when the judge said that there will be sanction, they have no power to sanction any worker in Nigeria.
But the minister said that anybody who doesn't return to work will be sanctioned. Don't you think he would actually make to his promise?
Where is the issuing statement from? That's the question. So for me, they are on their right. They are on their right. They are protesting over unfulfilled demand, unfulfilled responsibilities. Understand? So you cannot sanction them. Wike is not the first minister of FCT. We have had many in the past. We have had many in the past. And if he's on his right, he will have come out to confront them. Understand me? He will have come out to confront them. Why are you protesting? I'm not owing you anything. Understand? He will not have followed the back door to escape.
I didn't even wanted to pinpoint that, Dr. Nosike, from when we said this conversation about the fact that
I've never seen any minister being chased in the country. I've never, no. It's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Let's move on to the next conversation, and of course the last for tonight. We are moving on to Anambra State, where the controversy surrounding Monday sit-at-home in the southeast has resurfaced, with sharply contrasting views emerging from government officials and market traders in Onitsha. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has described claims of insecurity as justification for sit-at-home compliance as delusional. Soludo maintained that the sit-at-home order ended in Anambra State in 2023, calling the continued failure of most traders to open their shops on Mondays an act of economic sabotage. Soludo further argued that if the same traders could go to the stadium on Mondays to play, exercise on the roads, or engage in street trading, they could just as well open their shops. However, traders at the popular Onitsha main market tell a different story, saying fear and uncertainty remain major reasons to stay away from their shops on Mondays. The trader said while the governors provided security around the market, there is still no security present on the routes to the market on Mondays. They also disclosed that they and their customers cannot come to work if the transporters do not operate and if banks do not open. Meanwhile, lawyer to Nnamdi Kanu, Aloy Ejimako, says sit-at-home actions would only end when the detained IPOB leader is released. Ejimako asserted that a weekly action is a direct expression of widespread Igbo dissatisfaction with Kanu's imprisonment and will only cease upon his release. Dr. Nosike, what do you make of this? The governor is saying whatever the traders are saying, that this is just an excuse and it's delusional. Do you think that is what it is?
What is happening in Anambra and the Hill South is failure of leadership. Understand? Mistrust of leadership. One, what is his name? Sonudo is a professor. Understand? But book knowledge is different from practical knowledge. One, these people are private business owners. Understand? They survive from what they sell in their shops. No businessman will happily close his shop and go to be playing ball while he's supposed to be making money. So that's what we are adults, we should be thinking. So if there's security, that's in our nature. There's no way these people would deliberately say, let us not make money today because they need it. But Soludo was talking as if the traders are his civil servants under his payroll. They are not. Understand me? They are not your civil servants. They are not on your payroll. So you cannot command them as if you are commanding your civil servant, you must come to work. Understand me? You must not command them. So what Soludo will have done, instead of ordering for the closure of the market, he will have had a meeting with the leadership of the market. Understand me? Why are your people not here today and hear them out? Understand me? Why are your people not in the market today and hear what the reason that the leaders of the market will give? But you come there in a bulletproof car with a military mobile police, understand, and now expect them that to come without any security on their own. It cannot work. If government can assure the traders of protection of their life and security, they will start coming to work because they are not happy that they are not opening their shops. And again, Anambra State House of Assembly don't sit on Monday. Banks don't open. Why don't you go?
I was going to go there.
Why don't you go and force that every bank must open? So if they now go to market and sell, where would they go and deposit it? So they will carry all the money to their houses and armed robbers will start coming to their houses. So you can see that somebody, even though he has book knowledge, is not using his common sense. Understand me?
That's a strong one, Dr. Nosike. But I was actually, when you talked about the bank thing, I was actually going to talk about that the banks are actually not open. And then he's insisting that these markets should open. They're not supposed to ensure that the compliance is talking about, or the non-compliance of this sit-at-home order
should be total.
Yeah, should also be, I mean, what is meant for the gander is good for the geese, no?
So
just ask the banks and all to open.
If the banks are not opening and people come and buy, where would they go and deposit it?
And this is why I'm even saying, because one of the traders is saying that the transporters do not operate also. Some of these markets, these traders come from outside the state.
Many of them come from Asaba, Abo. Understand? So if there's no vehicle, how can they come to the market? So things, one, he should first of all start providing adequate security for the traders. If there is security in Onitsha, then the transporters will be on the road, understand me, to convey the traders to the market. Then the banks will be open so that when they sell, they can go there and deposit their money. These things should be there before he even go to the market. Understand me?
Well, let's look at what Aloy Jimakor is saying, that this sit at home is as a result of the Igbo's dissatisfaction with Kano's the imprisonment. Do you think that, and again, we saw the protest while they were protesting, all of a sudden they were talking about Biafra, talking about Nnamdi Kanu. Is there really a link to this? Yes, we know that there's a link to this sit at home.
Jimakor wants to take advantage.
Okay.
Jimakor want to take advantage because he had not said this that's a week, 2 weeks ago. And then the traders were not talking about Biafra out of frustration. Understand me? Because they feel that Soludo is working for somebody. And again, this also what when I say that governors in the southeast can only command themselves and not others. There's no governor that is in control of the people of the southeast. This is a governor that is giving order. Understand me? People are doing a different thing. Understand? In the election, that's the way it will also be.
Okay, well, let's have your concluding thoughts before we go tonight.
Well, for me, Soludo should address first thing first. Understand? The traders are not his problems. Understand me? Security is the main issue, not just in Anambra State, but in the other southeastern states. When the people are assured of their security, they'll come out and go and open their businesses. Again, trading is a private business. Government did not rent shop for anybody. Understand? You cannot force, there's no law that says you must open your market on Monday.
Okay, there's no law according to Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, thank you very much for being a part of the show today.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by the analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.